Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker.
Morning. Before we commence this morning, I'll just remind members of my previous statements in relation to the procedures in the Federation Chamber in relation to social distancing and just to bear those in mind as we go forward. Are there any constituency statements from honourable members? And I call the member for SCULLIN.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The past months have been a challenging time for all Australians, but I think we can all in this place acknowledge the extraordinary contribution that the community has demonstrated. And I'd like to highlight that which I have witnessed in my electorate of SCULLIN. People looking after themselves, respecting social distancing, and importantly understanding the needs of looking after vulnerable members of our community at this most challenging of times. And I'm here to acknowledge that generally, but to reflect on some particular contributions in the community that I think deserve some attention. And I refer in particular to the work of the group that's come together to form the Whittlesea Food Collective, a consortium brought together by Whittlesea Community Connections, probably the most significant local community service organisation, but bringing together a range of people, organisations and volunteers to a very worthy enterprise. It's a tragedy that even in good times that emergency relief is a challenge that we face in a society as rich as ours, but it's been a particularly acute challenge through the pandemic with all the restrictions that have been imposed upon us and the challenges of job losses, hours of work loss and other restrictions imposed upon individuals in the community. So I was very pleased to be able to visit the Food Collective site in Epping and speak to some of the organisers and some of the volunteers to express my deep appreciation for the work they've done and to listen to them about the challenges that they have been facing and seeking to overcome, to reflect on what they have been doing, the lessons it has for me and perhaps also, Deputy Speaker, for all of us, how we can better come together through this to emerge stronger as communities and as a society. And I'd like to acknowledge Alex Haynes, the CEO of Whittlesea Community Connections, for her vision in bringing this consortium together and to the contribution of local organisations, in particular Alex from the Infinity Church and Gianna from Encompass Care for the enormous contribution they have made to keeping isolated and vulnerable people fed through this time, fed and also engaged at a time when we know that loneliness has been a pandemic every bit as much as the virus itself. I acknowledge so many local businesses that have contributed too and thank them in this place for their contribution to building a stronger society. Deputy Speaker, I was concerned and interested to hear from all of those involved that the nature of the people being supported by emergency relief has changed dramatically, that they are seeing many, many more asylum seekers and in particular international students present, vulnerable, at a loss, without support, without connection, needing to be fed. And this is something I've reflected on. We need to work harder to secure a safety net that catches everyone through this, to recognise indeed that we all are in this together. We need to think in this place about how we can make sure that everyone can look after themselves so that they can also look after all of us, and we can indeed be all in this together.
I call the member for Stirling.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, a close friend and a former colleague of mine, Mark Maxim, called me this week. He's let me know that he's launching a GoFundMe page, and he shared with me for the first time that when he was 14, two adult men who were in charge of his care on a soccer camp sexually abused him. Mark hadn't shared this with anyone until just 2 years ago. And Mark's goals through his online campaign are threefold. One, to demystify reporting around child sexual abuse. Two, to improve understanding about these predators. And thirdly, to remove one of the most powerful weapons from child molesters, which is their ability to socially and psychologically isolate victims from their support networks. Mark shared with me that in his view, current sentencing arrangements are inadequate to serve as a deterrence, and Mark is right. We can do better, we must do better, and through new laws which are entering the Senate this week, we will do better. In the last financial year, just 28% of those convicted of a child sex offence under Commonwealth legislation spent a single day in jail. Too often, child sex offenders spend insufficient time in prison to undergo treatment programs and to receive any rehabilitation before re-entering society. And upon release, many are not subject to parole or any other form of supervision and therefore pose an ongoing risk. Such outcomes offend community values and expectations of how such crimes should be dealt with. They compound the pain and trauma of victims, and they endanger the safety of the Australian community. As a father of 3 teenagers, I take the issues surrounding child sex offences incredibly seriously. The bill, which will go before the Senate this week, will introduce mandatory minimum sentences and toughen up sentences for those depraved individuals who prey on the most vulnerable for their own gratification and/or financial gain. We are doing this because sexual crimes against children destroy lives. The bill will vastly improve justice outcomes and community safety, including through mandatory minimum sentences for the most serious child sex offences, through increased maximum penalties, including up to life imprisonment, and by ensuring that all sex offenders upon release from custody are adequately supervised and are subject to appropriate rehabilitative conditions. I encourage the Senate to support these new laws in full. I also encourage those who might be listening to engage with Mark's GoFundMe page and YouTube channel, which I will link when I share this speech on my social media.
I call the member for MACARTHUR.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's time to kickstart the MACARTHUR economy. Over the coming weeks, MACARTHUR residents will receive correspondence from me regarding the state of our local economy. The MACARTHUR community has been hit hard through 2020 and even before that. Families and local businesses are struggling to stay afloat, and the added economic pressures associated with the COVID-19 pandemic are only making things much worse. Our local economy has been struggling for some time. Members of this House will be well aware of some of the issues plaguing my community, as I have raised these issues many times before in this place. MACARTHUR's local economy was struggling well before the COVID-19 pandemic. Unemployment and underemployment figures in MACARTHUR have been well above the national average since long before this economic crisis, and underemployment has been rife, particularly in young people. MACARTHUR residents lack adequate access to ongoing, adequate and stable work in the local community. Far too many local residents face lengthy commutes, often over 3 hours every day, and this eats into quality family time and adds to the stress that they're under. Many good local businesses are struggling. As someone who had owned and operated a local business in MACARTHUR for decades, I know only too well the pressures facing our local employers. Small and family businesses want to retain and look after their local employees, but the state of our local economy is making it difficult for them to stay afloat. The reality is, if more people were living in MACARTHUR or were able to work locally, they would be spending more money and time in our local economy. Instead, many are spending many hours each day on public transport or in bumper-to-bumper traffic waiting to get to work. Like many communities across Australia, the MACARTHUR community is struggling in the wake of COVID-19. The recent announcements about early childhood education are only going to make things worse. Our community is growing exponentially, yet this government and the Liberal state government are spending very little on infrastructure in my electorate. In particular, they're not funding the rail link from southwest Sydney to the Western Sydney Airport, a huge shame and very detrimental to our local people and our local economies. MACARTHUR residents need local jobs, and we were hopeful the airport would provide that. However, the government has done nothing to provide infrastructure to the local airport from MACARTHUR. Our economic recovery depends on a bipartisan approach to this crisis, and it's time the government provided funding for vital projects outside of Liberal and National Party electorates. The time for pork barrelling has gone. Our rapidly growing community in MACARTHUR and southwest Sydney ought to receive the support from the government that it deserves, and funding is being afforded to other electorates with less need. It's time to kickstart the local economy. It's time for the Morrison government to do something about infrastructure in South West Sydney.
I call the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It seems as though the Victorian State Labor Government are close to announcing their model of their preferred Melbourne Airport Rail Link project. This project was initially costed between $10 and $13 billion, and the federal government initially put $5 billion on the table to help drive this project forward. And they also wanted to make sure that this project was done properly. To build the link to the airport from Melbourne CBD in a way that would enhance passenger services in Victoria will always require a designated tunnel from the CBD out to West Footscray, and once at West Footscray, a new above-ground track can easily be made on the way out to Tullamarine and beyond. With a designated tunnel, regional services to Bendigo, Ballarat, Shepparton, Wangaratta and Albury-Wodonga will also have the opportunity to benefit from with these lines heading straight into the centre of Melbourne without having to deal with the Metro stopping all stations trains. But State Labor don't want to build a designated tunnel. This is where the problem really gets messy. We can expect Sunbury, Melton to grow to cities bigger than Geelong at the moment by 2036. So in 16 years, we can expect enormous cities in the west. Werribee will be growing to the size of Canberra. To service these lines is going to effectively use the full capacity of the MM1 tunnels that are currently getting built. By the time the MM1 is complete, it will be over full capacity, simply servicing these western suburbs and these new mega cities. If the MM1 has to deliver also 6 to 8 services per hour to the airport as part of Airport Rail Link, it will mean that all services to the western suburbs and beyond will be completely and significantly restricted. Plus, any services to northeast, the north and northwest of Victoria will be denied yet again. We are used to seeing the State Labor government in Victoria building projects that ignore regional Victorian cities, towns and communities. But what we are not used to seeing is State Labor, in particular Jacinta Allen, the Transport Minister, and Premier Daniel Andrews, we're not used to seeing them putting in place a major project that will not only rule out regional Victorians, but will also seriously damage the ability of those living in the western suburbs to actually use their train systems. And in particular, Werribee, Sunbury and Melton, and also the inner west will be significantly damaged by this project. The councils across Melbourne, Western Melbourne, Northern Victoria, Western Victoria have written, and they are desperate that we try and stop the Victorian government go ahead with this project without a designated tunnel. So when you see so many councils, so many committees that are desperately opposed to this Victorian project, I think it's only right that the federal government do everything we can to stop it.
His time has expired, and I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Good morning. Due to a lack of planes, I drove to Parliament for this sitting, and my road trip took me from the end of the River Murray in my electorate, crisscrossing the river border across the Hay Plains. The landscape is greener than the last time that I made the trip, but my questions about the management of the Murray-Darling River system remain. The same questions are raised time and again by the people of Mayo and all South Australians, and today I would like to table to the Parliament a book of questions put together by a school in my electorate whose Year 6-7 class spent a whole year doing an in-depth study on the Murray-Darling Basin. Last month, Fletcher Griffin, representing Stirling East Primary School, came to my office and officially presented me with the Murray-Darling Basin calling questions unanswered. I visited the class last year while they were conducting their inquiry, and I believe that these students would know more about the Murray and the problems of this system than many adult Australians. But even with that knowledge, they really struggle to understand how, as adults, we cannot learn to share when sharing is a lesson you have to master in order to grow up. These young people want to know where the water is going and why we cannot manage such a critical system for everyone. I want to know these answers. I have the same questions. We know from Mick Kelty's inquiry that the amount of water flowing into the Murray River over the past 20 years has indeed halved, showing that even with the best of management, the impact of climate change cannot be ignored. So when I drive along the Hay Plains, seeing the cotton in balls drifting on the roadside and the open channels and the mega storage dams, I found myself asking the very same questions that Fletcher and his classmates ask. How do you run a country with no water? What happens to the farmers once the river dries up? How will our towns and our cities survive? How will our environment survive? As the northern states continue their pressure for the relaxation of environmental water allocations, I and my Central Alliance colleagues in the Senate are determined to keep the parliament focused on the sound management of the Murray-Darling Plan. And I ask, Mr Deputy Speaker, I seek leave to table the Murray-Darling Basin calling questions unanswered.
Leave is granted.
Thank you. Thank you.
I call the member for more.
Mr Deputy Speaker, as our community prepares for the economic recovery phase following the coronavirus crisis, we recognise the importance of international trade in both goods and services to our local economy. My state of Western Australia is heavily reliant on the export of minerals from our mining industry and liquefied natural gas from our energy industry, as well as agricultural products. In my suburban electorate of Moore, international education is our largest source of export income, with some 6,000 international students studying at Edith Cowan University and many more at the various vocational education and training providers based around Joondalup. Tourism also accounts for a sizable part of our local economy, with visitors to our marina, golf course and retail centres dependent on international spending. The coronavirus crisis has seen a drastic reduction in consumer activity as a result of travel restrictions and border closures. Many local businesses are experiencing a downturn as a result of reduced numbers of international students and tourists. Domestic demand alone is not sufficient to sustain thriving local businesses. It is concerning to learn of emerging friction with our largest international trading partner over agricultural exports and more recently international education. Every diplomatic effort must be made to adopt a conciliatory approach to relations. I am of course referring to China. Our countries share a long and important relationship which has become strained by conspiracy theories surrounding the outbreak of the coronavirus. Any international review must be independent, objective and based on evidence. It should contain constructive recommendations as to whether improving access to sanitation, such as potable water and sewerage, refrigeration, better regulating food safety standards and food markets, and education could have prevented the outbreak of the disease. It should recommend constructive protocols for improving international cooperation in the event of emerging pandemics in the future. This is not about apportioning blame. It is about being constructive in securing international cooperation in managing future crises. Early during the crisis, I had the opportunity to meet with Consul General Madame Dong Zihua to express support for strong bilateral relations. Through diplomacy, our nations can restore a more cooperative international relationship for the mutual benefit of our citizens and facilitate the economic recovery in both our respective nations. At times, our nations may differ on issues. However, it is the shared desire for the advancement of the welfare of our citizens which unites us to a common purpose.
The member's time has expired. I call the member for Fowler.
During these unprecedented times, I want to take the opportunity to thanking our health service workers, including our dedicated doctors, nurses, cleaners, lab techs, medical waste handlers, support staff, and of course our paramedics for the essential work they are undertaking during these tough times. I also want to acknowledge the tireless efforts of our aged care workers, our teachers, our childcare and early childhood educators, shop assistants, who are all doing vital work on the front line under extraordinary circumstances during this pandemic. Now more than ever, we should show our appreciation and gratitude for the immense contribution of our frontline workers, putting themselves at significant personal risk to ensure the safety and well-being of our families and our communities. Despite being a devastating time for our nation, unfortunately we've also heard and horrifying stories of the mistreatment of many of our frontline workers,
whether it be our shop assistants, health workers or other frontline workers who we've heard them of being shunned and abused simply because they are working on the front line in this pandemic. These are extraordinarily difficult and trying conditions, and conditions that no one should have to put up with by virtue of their occupation, and have been placed in a position where they have had to bear the brunt of this health and economic crisis. Their great efforts on behalf of all Australians have no doubt taken a significant physical and emotional toll on our frontline workers and their families. As a parliament, we should be indebted to their contributions and must never forget the sacrifices they have made for our community and that of which we have been entrusted to represent. On that note, I'd like to thank Liverpool City Council and the Fairfield City Council that operate in my electorate for their initiatives during these times. They have extended support to local businesses and individuals in my community to ensure that they are getting the necessary assistance they need to help get them through this pandemic. On behalf of a very grateful community, I'd like to thank all our frontline workers for their invaluable contribution during these challenging times. And it must be difficult for many of them to accept the public debate which is now occurring in New South Wales as to whether they should be subject to a wage freeze or not. I think the truth of the matter is, Mr Deputy Speaker, our frontline workers are really the unsung heroes during this pandemic. They are certainly and continue to make a significant difference for the better in our community.
Call the member for MACKELLAR.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to lend my support to the comments from the member for Fowler. Truly the frontline healthcare workers, and both in pharmacies and in hospitals, are the true heroes of this pandemic and deserve all the praise this parliament can give them. Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak of Lucinda Brogden. Is undoubtedly a well-deserving recipient of the Order of Australia Medal, which was awarded as part of the Queen's Birthday Honours List of 2019. Lucinda was recognised, or Lucy as she's better known to her friends, was recognised for her outstanding service to mental health and well-being. She has committed herself to preventing suicide and improving mental health on the Northern Beaches and across the country. During Lucy's tenure as the chair of the National Mental Health Commission, her work has seen mental health become a national priority. Lucy has made it her life mission to help others, all the while building a stronger community and empowering many. Lucy's most outstanding contribution to mental health is seen in her work for the Mental Health Workplace Alliance. Mrs Brogden's aim was to put a halt to an increasing trend of suicide and then reduce it by providing evidence-based advice on suicide and self-harm issues to the government and community. Lucy has also established the Partners in Depression program, providing support for families of those suffering from mental illness. It is unsurprising that across the country, Lucy is recognised as a strong-willed individual, advocating for mental health. This was formally recognised in 2015 when she was named one of the 100 women of influence in Australia. Locally, Lucy does a plethora of work with mental health programs. One of the many contributions is her work with the Sydney Women's Fund, which holds a focus on supporting women and girls in Sydney. Here, Lucy has established a workplace whereby women are given the opportunity to thrive. Through the Sydney Women's Fund, Lucy's goal has been to address the resource gap in social investment for women in Sydney. Lucy commented that it has been particularly wonderful to see the incredible bipartisan support for improving mental health. There is no doubt in my mind that Lucy has improved the lives of many who are living with mental illness, struggling with mental health, as well as working to support their families. Lucy is an active member of my community, of our community, participating in activities such as life-saving, tutoring and surfboat rowing. Lucy's mission is to remove the stigma that is too often associated with mental illness by establishing a community where a person's private life remains private and one is able to enjoy their work life without facing discrimination due to mental illness.
I call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to share with the House a few of the life-changing stories, what has happened to people in my community who are now receiving the job seeker and supplement payment. I actually want to acknowledge and congratulate the government for what they've done with this payment and urge them to keep it. Don't snap these people back into poverty. The higher rate has meant for someone like Sharon, she's no longer living in a caravan park. After she lost her husband in 2012, she had to stop working. She was struggling, couch surfing. She couldn't get a job because she didn't have a home. She had no stability. She spoke out about the debilitating effect of living on Newstart. She was brave to share her story. She was at the stage where she was looking at pitching a tent and facing a winter in Castlemaine, living in a tent, when her rate increased. The job seeker rate came in, and with the supplement, she is now renting. She has now got the security of a home. She started working, got a job as a COVID patient screener. Her employment agency is so happy with her work, they've found her more work. She is confident and optimistic. Jane, a postgraduate IT professional, has also had a life-changing experience. She can now afford her rent as well. It is no longer a choice between food or rent. She's looking to complete further study and re-enter the workforce. Gavin, who because of his disability, PTSD, and having diabetes, was also couch surfing. He was on Newstart and couldn't afford rent. The job seeker new payment and supplement meant that Gavin is no longer making the choice between life-saving medicines and rent. He's able to afford both. His diabetes is now stable, his diet has improved, and he's now looking to regain work in the building industry. He has said that the increase in the payment has been life-changing. These are three people who were struggling on the old rate of Newstart. These are three people whose lives have been changed. They now have the dignity, they now have the respect, and they are now all actively working. If the job seeker payment is about helping people into work, here are three examples of how the current rate is doing that. If the government wants to see this success continue, they cannot snap people back to the old rate. They must keep the higher rate going if we want more success stories like Gavin, Jane and Sharon.
I call the member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to recognise Lynn Larson, who was named on this year's Queen's Birthday Honours List. Lynn was appointed a member of the Order of Australia for her significant service to cricket as a player, selector, manager and coach. Lynn played 15 tests and 49 one-day internationals for Australia. She proudly captained our country between 1986 and 1993 and led Australia to victory in the 1988 World Cup. Lynn was a genuine all-rounder who averaged 41 with the bat and as a leg spinner took 26 wickets. Lynn is a Lismore local, growing up in Tunnable Creek on the family farm with her parents George and Beth and brother Peter, who too were wonderful community people. There was a strong women's cricket competition played in Lismore in the 1980s with up to 5 teams in the comp. Lynn captained and played for Norths, which, may I say, a few of the Weber girls played in as well. Karen, my wife, says Lynn was a standout from the start and a great captain even back then. She was destined for greatness. Lynn was able to represent New South Wales and Australia whilst still living at home. After playing a game of cricket locally, Lynn would catch the bus from Lismore on a Saturday night, arrive in Sydney Sunday morning, play another game, then jump back on the bus and be ready for school on Monday morning. Congratulations and well-deserved, Lynn. We are all very proud of you. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to recognise Dr Austin Curtin Senior, who was named on this year's Queen's Birthday Honours List. Austin was appointed a member of the Order of Australia for his significant service to medicine and to health outcomes in regional communities. Austin moved from Sydney to the Northern Rivers in 1985 to focus on regional health. There were only 5 surgeons in our area at that time. Since then, he has become a highly popular and respected surgeon in our community. Austin has also worked on many health boards, including ministerial advisory committees and rural task force. He joined the Army Reserves following the 9/11 and was deployed to Afghanistan and Iraq. Austin is passionate about teaching the next generation of rural surgeons and has continued to mentor students since his retirement from the public system in 2018. Congratulations, Austin, and thank you for your service to our community.
In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business notice number 1, motion relating to university jobs.
And I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to move the motion relating to university jobs and the terms which it appears in the notice paper.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I also thank the member for Sydney for her notice of motion in highlighting the challenges faced by our universities as they work through the coronavirus and the continuing role that our tertiary sections plays not only in education research but the transformation of our respective communities. Extra support for our universities is essential. University education is one of the largest enterprises in our country and certainly one of our biggest employers. Universities support around 260,000 jobs, including 14,000 jobs in regional areas. The government must take serious action to help universities and to save these jobs. If the government fails to deliver on it now, the prediction is that 21,000 jobs will be lost in this sector over the next 6 months. To put this into context, there are thousands of livelihoods that could be in jeopardy, including those of academics, tutors, administrative staff, library staff, catering staff, ground staff, security officers and many others, together with their families, all trying to make ends meet. We know the Treasurer could have fixed this issue, but rather has been deliberately working to ensure that universities are excluded from the government support, including the ongoing refusal to extend the JobKeeper eligibility to our tertiary sector. For electorates such as mine in Western Sydney, the economic impact of the coronavirus has been devastating. The region is experiencing wide-scale job losses, related social and economic hardship, heightened levels of youth unemployment, significant supply chain disruptions, and this is as employers and businesses seek to secure their financial viability. Denying support for our universities at a time in which they have been hit so hard by the coronavirus is not only disappointing, it is absolutely irresponsible. It fails to take into account the multifaceted role our universities play in promoting the development and growth of our communities. Professor Barney Glover, the Vice-Chancellor of Western Sydney University, succinctly puts this issue into perspective when he says, for Western Sydney, the university is part of its very fabric. Alongside one another, the community, business and university, we have worked to transform our region. This has changed the narrative from one of disadvantage to one of promise. That regional compact is vitally important, but the work is far from done. The current financial position of the university now puts that progress at risk. Far from just being a major institution, the Western Sydney University successes is intricately related to the sustainable development of Western Sydney itself. This ongoing commitment is not just an investment in bricks and mortar, the expansion of campuses, but it's also the provision of pathways for many of our young people to be ready for the jobs of the future. Whether it be associated with the development of the Badgerys Creek Airport, the Aerotropolis, the Ingham's Institute of Applied Medical Research, or serving the needs of our growing needs, of our health and hospital sector, it is clear that the Western Sydney University has a significant role to play in our region. Through its industry-partnered programs of educational infrastructure, the university has provided positive changes in key centres like Parramatta, Liverpool, Westmead, Campbelltown and Bankstown. In 2018, I had the privilege of attending the opening of the Liverpool campus of Western Sydney. This facility is now providing many of the graduate nurses who are choosing to live and stay and work in our region. In fact, this university is now hosting the largest nursing education program in the country. We are putting at risk not only programs, but also the regional transformation itself if the university financial position is left in doubt. In order to address the pressures facing our communities and ensure regional growth, there is an urgent need to lift the caps of Commonwealth funding for domestic students. As Professor Glover notes, this would allow the university to work hand in hand with our TAFE sector, industry partners, to rapidly strengthen the skills within our region, enhance the productivity at a time when it is most needed. On behalf of our tertiary education sector, and indeed the Western Sydney community as a whole, we are grappling with the economic impact of COVID-19. I call on this government to take urgent and serious action to support our universities, and in turn, that will be securing the future, not only of Western Sydney, but our futures as a whole.
I thank the member for Fowler. Is the motion seconded? The member for it.
Sorry. I'll second the motion and reserve my right
I thank the member for Werriwa. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to this motion put forward by the member for Sydney, and I'd like to take the opportunity to formally acknowledge the member for Sydney's continued and long-standing advocacy for education in Australia. Our university sector in Australia is large. It employs over 200,000 people, and in 2018, over 1.4 million students were enrolled in courses. In 2018, the combined revenue of universities in Australia was $33.7 billion, their net assets worth over $59 billion, and the average revenue for a university in that year was $865 million. As a sector and individually, universities are in charge of large amounts of money, assets and resources. They are also a significant export industry. They also have an enormous amount of independence and autonomy, and because of this, they are rightly subject to a high level of financial responsibility and accountability. Universities are being hit. There's no denying that. There will be job losses. There should be no downplaying the impact that these job losses will have on each person individually and on their families. It is and will be a devastating time for all those who are directly or indirectly impacted. What I would note is that this pain being felt in the university sector is being felt across the country in a variety of different sectors. It would be far easier and quicker to identify those areas which are not being hit by this virus than it would be to list those that are. The difference between universities and many other sectors is that across the university sector, more than 50% of the annual operating revenue for universities comes from the government. And this funding is provided so that universities can undertake their core activities of teaching, scholarship and research. This sum, this year, through a variety of different programs, comes close to $18 billion. In normal times, a significant amount of that funding is tied to the amount of domestic students who enrol within a particular university. If a university doesn't enrol its estimated numbers, the amount of funding they receive will decrease. In recognition of the impact the coronavirus is having on universities, earlier this year the government guaranteed that funding for 2020. This means the universities will continue to get this money for the year for their estimated enrolments, even if they enrol less than that number of domestic students. This is a significant support for the sector. Aside from anything else, it ensures a level of certainty for the year, a certainty that, quite frankly, is not felt in many other sectors across the country. This guarantee and domestic funding support has also been underpinned by the government's extension of a number of arrangements for research funding, once again to ensure that level of financial certainty. There are other things that the government has done to reduce direct and indirect costs, waiving some of the regulatory requirements, decreasing some of the reporting obligations, creating an entire new funding source of $7 million to support the delivery of new 6-month online courses. Yes, universities are taking a sizable financial hit, and that means that individuals are getting hit. Yes, the support being given to universities is different to that which is being given to other sectors, but there is significant support. The government will continue to support universities and, importantly, continue to work with them so that they can work through, both now and in the future, the impact of the COVID pandemic. And it is in this context that we all have an opportunity to refocus on why post-secondary education in all its forms is vital to us as a country and why they are funded by the Australian taxpayers through the government. Universities exist to serve our community, locally, nationally and internationally. They do this by providing higher education opportunities to Australians and those from other countries who want to study what we are offering. And they engage in research that expands our knowledge and understanding. We should use this opportunity that is presented by COVID to consider if universities are delivering what we need them to deliver for our country and for our students, to look at the plethora of regulations and reporting requirements which are often duplicated, if not triplicated, for no ultimate benefit to anybody, to look at the incentives we give to see if they are tailored to deliver what we want, to look at the measures we use to assess them, to see if we can build a better connection between higher ed and vocational ed so that we can provide better opportunities and choice for all Australians. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Curtin. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. With a strong economic growth overall in the last 30 years, the coming of the digital age and the opportunity that the HECS scheme provides, now more than ever, Australians are not just ending formal education after Year 12, but striving to continue their education to a bachelor or postgraduate level. In Australia, we have some of the best universities in the world, with a world-class lifestyle to match. I should know. I've taught as a professor at universities both here in Australia and overseas. Australian universities provide some of the best environments in the world for education and for research. Our quality of teaching, our ability to provide support for those from other countries through a harmonious and multicultural and supportive environment is well regarded internationally. Students choose Australian universities for many reasons, not just because they are or not in the top 50 rankings internationally. It is little wonder that as the world has opened up with the advent of the internet and Asia's growing middle class and low-cost airlines, Australia has become a top choice for those wishing to study abroad. The university sector, like Australia's healthcare sector, works across the board. Full fee-paying placements allow for international students that want the quality and lifestyle an Australian degree can offer. And then domestic places subsidised by the federal government and the deferred payment scheme of HECS enables our kids to achieve educational success and go on to be a strong economic base to support this nation. For domestic students, the Morrison government recognises that HECS should be accessible to all Australians. Funding to university is at a record high, with Commonwealth expenditure estimated to be more than $18 billion in 2018, increasing to $19 billion in 2023. This is a subsidised sector. This year, following the COVID shutdown, universities moved quickly to support Australians by closing universities and holding lectures and tutorials online. The success of this was made easier by the university's overall movement to putting more resources online and e-submissions for assignments. Overall, the Morrison's government's first priority has been to keep Australians safe, and that has included Australian students. The global pandemic of COVID, however, has highlighted universities' reliance on international students and their revenue stream. International students contribute $8.8 billion each year, accounting for 26% of revenue. Now, with this COVID crisis, the Minister for Higher Education, Dan Tehan, has worked closely with universities to understand their current situation and the way forward, because we wanted to continue to help them meet the demand of the domestic market and to ensure that universities give the best quality degree to their students. In 2018, total Australian government funding amounted to $17.6 billion, or 52% of the university's total revenue. This comes with a safety net. The Morrison government early action in the pandemic has assured that the Commonwealth Grant Scheme payments for Commonwealth-supported places will still be forthcoming, enabling cash flow through this crisis. Now, it is true that we are looking at a changed international educational student environment, but what this makes clear is that the university business plan needs to think about a diversified mindset. We know that international students continue to be and will continue to be an important part of our university sector. But universities do more than just teach international students. They have a responsibility to provide quality education to our domestic students. And as we all know, they have an amazing research record. We should be grateful as Australians that the medical research sector in particular, supported by our university sector, has delivered outcomes for all Australians to keep us healthy and safe. As one example, the Peter Doherty Institute was the first outside of Wuhan to grow the COVID virus and was the first to develop a test so that we could be on the front foot to understand and to be able to be on the front foot with regards to our COVID response. Throughout this time and moving into the future, it is important that universities work to remain flexible and adapt to the changing times, as they so often have. They need to prepare for a potential shift in the way that they conduct business, and they need to work closely with government in a subsidised sector to ensure this occurs. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Member for Higgins. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker. And I just wanted to agree with the member for Higgins about the importance of research at our universities. The sad part of this story, of course, is that it is often the revenue from overseas students that funds that very research that we are so proud of here in Australia. She spoke about how government funding has been maintained for Australian students, and of course it has been, because Australian students are still going to university. We've seen very little drop-off in Australian student numbers. The big drop is in revenue from international students, and we're talking about many, many billions of dollars cut from our university sector because, of course, quite sensibly, our borders are closed to international students at the moment. For months, Labor has been urging the government to intervene to help universities, to help Australian jobs in those universities. For months, we've watched as universities have shed jobs, have closed campuses, have cut back on courses and degrees. From the beginning of this crisis, the university sector predicted that without serious federal government support, 21,000 jobs would be lost over the coming 6 months. And we've seen the beginning of those job losses already. Despite these warnings, the Prime Minister's done nothing to help our fourth biggest export industry and one of Australia's largest employers. In fact, the government's gone out of its way to exclude universities from receiving support. The government's repeatedly moved the goalposts to block university staff at our public universities from wage subsidies, putting thousands of jobs at risk, while allowing staff at private universities to access support. We've started to see the effect of the job losses caused by this approach, especially in regional areas. We've seen hundreds of jobs lost already. Deakin University has lost 400 jobs. They're jobs in Geelong. You take 400 jobs out of Geelong, it makes a big difference. In Rockhampton, Central Queensland University has cut 180 jobs and closed 3 campuses, Sunshine Coast, Yeppoon and Biloela. And across Melbourne and Bendigo, we've seen job cuts from La Trobe University. This is just the very beginning of what will become a rolling crisis. The impact of these job losses on regional communities will be devastating. Universities support 14,000 jobs in regional Australia, and they help underpin the local economy in countless regional cities. Many of these institutions also serve as the you TAFE campus, like, for example, in Central Queensland University. That's a double blow for those towns where campuses are closing, because they haven't just lost their university campus, they've lost their TAFE campus too. Across the board, we're looking at tens of thousands of livelihoods being destroyed. We're talking about academics, tutors, admin staff, library staff, catering staff, ground staff, cleaners, security guards, and many, many others, all with families, all with bills to pay, all with commitments to meet. I recently spoke to Laura, who was an admin worker from Sydney University, a mum of 2 kids, who tells me she feels, and I'm quoting, anxious and worried about her future. And she's wondering, where is the job security for us? Why has the government gone out of its way to keep changing the rules to exclude women like Laura from receiving assistance? What is it about university staff that makes them so very undeserving of help? In fact, the rules keep being changed to make sure that these universities don't qualify in the way that any other business in Australia would qualify. The federal government can't explain why a university student who's been working a shift a week at the bakery on $100 a week gets access to the full $750 a week of JobKeeper, but their tutor doesn't, with a mortgage to pay and 2 kids to feed, doesn't get the same help. We're relying on our brilliant researchers right now to help us through this crisis to discover a vaccine for COVID-19, but we're not prepared to back them with the same support as any other worker in any other Australian business would be entitled to. Scott Morrison's, the Prime Minister's $60 billion stuff-up on JobKeeper means there is no excuse to exclude university workers from the same support that other Australian workers would receive at this difficult time.
Member for Sydney. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Cooper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to support this motion today. My seat of Cooper takes in La Trobe University's Bundoora campus. It is a powerhouse of employment, of academia and community in the northern suburbs. And yet, because of this government's pig-headedness, the uni is under severe financial distress and thousands of jobs are at risk. Let me be clear, the government has deliberately shifted the goalposts to exclude universities from accessing JobKeeper. JobKeeper is the crucial wage subsidy which would allow unis to keep staff employed while they work through the disastrous effect coronavirus is having, through no fault of their own. According to La Trobe, JobKeeper payments would have provided them with $50 million to mitigate the impact of the current crisis on jobs and livelihoods of their staff. The government's response? You lot work it out. You're getting nothing from us. As a result, La Trobe has already started a voluntary redundancy program, and now staff are being asked to choose between pay cuts or further redundancies. These redundancies are due to the Morrison government's inaction, and this makes me furious. Workers should not have to take all the responsibility of saving the sector. The government can and should step in. It has an extra $60 billion sitting in the bank because of its JobKeeper bungle. While the government continues to withhold support, people are losing their livelihoods. They are academics, tutors, administration staff, library staff, catering staff, grounds people, cleaners and many others, all with families, all trying to make ends meet. I've heard from so many workers at La Trobe who are incredibly anxious about what the future holds for them. All the indicators are bleak, and they are hearing nothing from this government, nothing at all. They have left the sector and its workers to fend for themselves. Deputy Speaker, I just want to say that those at La Trobe University, I am so sorry that you are going through this. I see your anger and your anxiety, and I'll keep fighting for your jobs, your livelihoods and your community. And honestly, if I were one of those hundreds of people who have already lost their jobs, I'd be saying, why doesn't my job matter? Why doesn't my livelihood matter? Why doesn't my family matter? Why doesn't my community matter? And why don't they rate the sort of help that everybody else is getting from this government? These job losses will have a terrible impact on Melbourne's northern suburbs and in regional cities like Bendigo, where La Trobe is a key employer. The flow-on effect of large-scale job losses will be huge. Think of the small businesses that are supported by having a university nearby, landlords who house university students and workers, cafes, bars, restaurants who are filled by La Trobe workers and students. You must wonder how a government who so recently were touting innovation as the path ahead for Australia and who were more than happy to see international education support Australia's economic growth for the past decade could stomach the loss of tens of thousands of jobs. Education, including universities, is Australia's third biggest export industry. What is the government thinking to risk an industry that size? Universities and the industries that surround them are the source of 260,000 full-time jobs. What university workers are telling me is that this government likes to portray them as out of touch, as elitists, and even as overpaid. Well, I can tell this government that when you attack university workers, you attack workers in one of the most casualised and vulnerable industries in the country. You're attacking people who often have to fight for secure workplace arrangements, who all too often are struggling to get enough hours to cover their bills, and who often have to pick up additional work to make ends meet. And when you attack a university like at La Trobe, you attack the rural and regional communities that for some on that side of the House have them as the heart and soul of their voter base. Universities support 14,000 jobs in regional Australia, all at risk due to incompetence and government inaction. And I haven't even touched on the educational impacts of these decisions. With fewer staff at our universities, we will undoubtedly see reductions in the quality of teaching and learning outcomes. We'll see fewer courses offered at campuses. We'll see fewer students able to take up places at universities, and this will absolutely have an impact on a greater proportion of regional and rural students. I say this to the government: take a long, hard look at your decision here. Think of the far-reaching consequences. Think of the tens of thousands of people you will put out of work and the communities you will destabilise, the educational outcomes you will diminish and the research outputs you will destroy, and think of the staff and families who will go along with that. You can fix that and do it now.
I thank the member for Cooper. Question: is the motion be agreed to? And I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's estimated that due to COVID-19, the university sector in Australia will be down between 3.1 and 4.8 billion this year and 16 billion over the next 4 years. In my home state of South Australia, Adelaide University is estimating a $250 million budget shortfall over the next 2 years, the University of South Australia $120 million and Flinders University $54 million, down in this year alone. We simply cannot pretend that this won't have a significant impact on the quality of the tertiary education of our young people nor our local economies. And to put this economic impact into perspective, 650 Australian businesses earn more than $50,000 of their annual revenue as a supplier or contractor to Flinders University alone. Imagine the economic impact to every business and contractor providing products and services to universities across Australia as a result of drastic cost-cutting measures being implemented across the industry to ensure the ongoing survival of universities. Much has been said in the media about universities relying on revenue raised from international students. However, as the system stands now, there is no incentive for Australian universities to take on more domestic students. In the 2017-18 year, the federal government imposed caps on funding of domestic students, creating an upper ceiling on domestic student intake. The funding system is based on the number of domestic students who were enrolled in university education several years ago, but times have changed and we must look at this outdated cap system. Since first being elected in 2016, I've been passionately advocating for more tertiary education opportunities for young people from the regions, like my electorate of Mayo. Roughly 22% of South Australians live in the regions, yet regional students only account for 16% of domestic students enrolling in South Australian universities, meaning our regions are underrepresented at university. Lifting the cap on regional student intake would give universities a much-needed revenue boost during such difficult financial times and create a more equitable representation of the regions at university. A lifting of the cap on Commonwealth University places for domestic students of rural, regional and remote areas would help to ensure the regions continue to have the skilled professional workforce they need to continue to drive local industries such as agriculture. Those kids are the most likely kids to go back and live in regional Australia, whether they be doctors, whether they be nurses, or take their ag skills back home. As a means of supporting Australia's universities, further stimulating the construction industry and creating much-needed jobs, I would also encourage the government to look at providing universities with low-interest loans for capital infrastructure projects. I know, for instance, Flinders University has budgeted to invest around $80 million on this year in their capital works, asset renewal and maintenance of infrastructure. However, due to COVID-19 and the resulting impact on the sector, Flinders has no option but to defer around half of this year's investment indefinitely, with a similar deferral each year until at least 2023, by which time $115 million would have been cut from capital spending in the local economy. Think about how many jobs that $115 million would equate to. Charles Darwin University recently received a $150 million concessional rate loan from the federal government's Northern Australian Infrastructure Fund. South Australian universities have no access to such a fund, and yet the need is well and truly there. Minister Tien recently announced a rollout of short online courses in order to help Australians upskill or retrain at heavily discounted rates, and I congratulate the Minister on such an initiative, as it offers universities a flexible avenue to generate alternative revenue streams, while at the same time providing options for Australians who may have found themselves jobless due to COVID. However, I would ask the government to consider expanding the initiative to more available places for a longer period of time. Universities will be suffering financially from COVID for at least the next 4 years. We know our whole economy will. We need to ensure that some form of government support is there in that period in between. Australia is a nation that's able to boast world-class universities. In fact, 15 of our Australian universities make the top 200 of world university rankings. It is imperative that we offer our universities the financial support they so desperately need in order to ensure we remain world-class players in university education, and further education opportunities for young people, and particularly young people from regional Australia, must be a priority of the government. Thank you.
I thank the member for Mayo. Questions and motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is shameful that during this COVID-19 crisis, the government has deliberately ignored the plight of our universities. Universities employ 250,000 people and tens of thousands in regional areas. They educate 40% more domestic students than they did in 2008, with very little additional funding. Education is our fourth biggest export earner, with around $26 billion earned by universities out of $37 billion earned by all education, and 43% of all applied R&D in Australia is done in universities. In a post-COVID world, we will need our research more than ever to make the scientific breakthroughs and build a stronger economy. The massive decline in international students will cost universities up to $4 billion this year and around $16 billion up to 2023. My own regional area of Corangamite, home to Deakin University, has been hit hard by the crisis, with Deakin announcing they will shed 400 jobs. About 22% of their students were international until COVID. Like most other universities, Deakin has ignored the deal made between the Tertiary Education Union and Universities Australia to save jobs through wage cuts and freezes. A big shout out to the NTEU for its sense of responsibility and leadership in a crisis, something this government could do well to emulate in higher education. These are important jobs and real people. I have over 1,200 Deakin University staff living in my electorate, and I will continue to fight for you. And it isn't just the direct workers that matter. Many people have bought investment properties to house the 440,000 international students who attend our universities. Many businesses rely on students as workers and to shop locally. So, where is the government's helping hand on this? Nowhere. The government's total disregard for universities isn't new, and it shouldn't surprise us. The government has pushed universities to build their international student base. Their success means international students are funding an increased share of university budgets. The Coalition has let this increase in fees, over $7 billion last year, hide their own lacklustre contribution to both education and teaching of Australian students. Commonwealth funding for university R&D was around $3.1 billion in 2008. It was only $3.6 billion a decade later. The university's own contribution has almost doubled, from $3.6 to $6.8 billion over the same period. Around $1.8 billion in research funding is at risk this year alone as a result of the COVID crisis, and over $3 billion a year in the medium term. Chief Scientist Alan Finkel estimates this impacts around 7,000 research jobs. It's a disaster. General Commonwealth contributions to higher education have stagnated in real terms. The figures show a real price contribution of around $9.1 billion in 2009 and an estimated $9.4 billion in 2019. A key reason is the Coalition froze the Commonwealth grant scheme for domestic student places in 2018 and 19. From this year, a share of the CGS payments is tied to a performance-based system. Increases in that performance component are tied to the growth in the 18 to 64 age group nationally, only 1.4% at most. That won't cover increased costs, let alone the increased demand that will come from the Costello baby bonus kids coming of age in the next 7 years. And then along came the coronavirus, which has knocked the stuffing out of the international student market. And given this government's inept handling of the China relationship, it seems now probable that this fall in students will be longer and more pronounced than we imagined 4 months ago. This coalition government has done nothing to help, apart from guarantee CGS funding through to the end of the year and some money for short courses. Not even a guarantee to maintain the Commonwealth funding for the next year. They've excluded universities from JobKeeper, even altering guidelines when it looked like La Trobe University had found a loophole. So a casual tutor with a young family has to go on Job Seeker. Meanwhile, her student earning $400 a week at a pub is entitled to $750 a week on JobKeeper. Go figure, Deputy Speaker. Last week, the Coalition launched yet another flawed rescue package, this time for private residential construction. Yet they remain silent about the plight of one of Australia's biggest and most important industries. It is disgraceful and they should fix it now.
I thank the member for Corangamite. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of debate be made an odd day for the next day of sitting. The clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2, motion relating to headspace.
The member for Bass.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I move the motion relating to headspace in the terms on which it appears in the notice paper.
The member for Bass.
More than 75% of mental health issues develop before the age of 25. However, many traditional services aren't equipped to address the unique barriers that young people face in accessing mental health support. Headspace began in 2006 to address this critical gap by providing tailored and holistic mental health support for 12 to 25-year-olds. We know that youth mental health is especially important, and early intervention is the key to minimising lifelong impact. Most ongoing health conditions begin before the age of 25, and there are also many life pressures for young people as they make the transition to adulthood. Today, more than ever, these formative years can be confusing and difficult, and many young people find it hard to cope. And though mental health challenges do not always progress to suicidal thoughts or suicide, Tasmania has one of the highest rates of youth suicide in the country, which is something that so many in our community across public, private and community sectors are working hard to address. In northern Tasmania, Headspace in Launceston has been a constant and extremely necessary service since it opened its doors. I am a long-time advocate for increased mental health services for our region, and I'm proud of the government's record in supporting this much-needed service. With a focus on early intervention, Headspace works with young people to provide healthcare and advice at a crucial time in their lives, to help get them back on track and to build resilience for the future. At the heart of Headspace centres is ensuring that young people can access expert health workers in a safe, confidential and youth-friendly environment. Like all Headspace centres across the country, my local Headspace offers young northern Tasmanians support for mental health with clinical professionals that provide support and treatment plans for a variety of mental health concerns. Physical and sexual health, and many centres have on-site GPs who provide judgment-free medical advice and treatment. Alcohol and other drugs, Headspace has alcohol and drug counsellors who work to address the complexities of alcohol and drug issues. Counsellors and vocational workers are also available to assist with a range of life skills such as managing workloads, dealing with stress, preparing job applications and career planning. Many of these services are funded via Medicare, and in addition, Headspace also offers e-Headspace services, work and study programs, and Headspace Schools, a national workforce that supports, engages and partners with education and health sectors across Australia to build mental health literacy. Over the last decade, the federal government has provided significant funding for Headspace Launceston to assist with the facilities and staff needed to meet the ever-increasing demand for mental health services. I appreciate the government's willingness to listen to the needs on the ground in my electorate and to respond accordingly. Just last year, we committed $630,000 to Headspace Launceston to meet that growing demand from young people through the provision of extra clinical services, such as structured psychological interventions, group interventions, family counselling and clinics. Specifically, the funding allowed for an additional clinical psychologist and a project officer, much needed roles within the organisation. And just yesterday, Minister Hunt and Minister Colbeck announced that Headspace Launceston will receive $1.567 million to undertake major refurbishments and expansion of the current site. This will create 5 additional consulting rooms, 2 family rooms, a group room and a lift for improved access to the second floor, increased group therapy and brief intervention clinic services, as well as extra student and GP registrar places. From my regular discussions with Headspace, I know this funding is needed more than ever. Between the 1st of April last year and the 31st of May this year, Headspace Launceston provided services for over 1,100 young Tasmanians, which for 485 of these visitors, it was their first time engaging with the organisation. As mentioned previously, the demand for services is ever increasing, and I understand that pre-COVID wait times were lengthy, and while there has been a drop, Headspace Launceston is predicting its waitlist will increase again. I am committed to working with them and our government to continue to provide the funding needed to ensure our young people have access to the support that they need.
I thank the member for Bass. Is the motion seconded?
Motion is seconded.
I thank the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You can't talk about Headspace and its role without considering the impact of COVID-19 on young people. Now, I speak for an electorate where we already had high levels of anxiety, which are disproportionate to the average levels in Western Sydney. We have young people already in pain, and that was before bushfires, and now we have COVID. And now we have youth unemployment, unlike anything we have seen and are likely to see more. For those aged 15 to 25, unemployment rose 13.8% in the last statistics, up from 11.5%. The figure is more than double that of national unemployment, which was at 6.2, but both figures don't take into account the hundreds of thousands of people who've given up on looking for work and therefore aren't included in the unemployment figures. And of course, that's the case in the Blue Mountains and the Hawkesbury, where small businesses were ravaged by fire. Whether it was their business or their property, there were impacts that have led to fewer jobs in small businesses already prior to COVID. And yet these new figures demonstrate that young people are disproportionately affected by COVID restrictions, with many working in sectors like hospitality and tourism that have been completely shut down, and that would be the economy of the Blue Mountains and some of the Hawkesbury. The figures also come as young people are experiencing, even without all these things, working conditions that are so precarious that society seems to deem them a rite of passage, insecure hours that simply don't cover living expenses. So they're finding themselves at or below the poverty line and possibly in a debt trap. We know that job losses and financial hardship generally hit young casual workers hardest during an economic downturn, and that is certainly what we're seeing. According to the Grattan Institute, 15 to 19-year-olds are most likely to lose their job in the shutdowns of non-essential services, and 20 to 29-year-olds are in the category next most likely to be affected. Now, 3 of the 6 industries that have had reduced staff hours most due to COVID are hospitality, retail and the arts and recreation. Again, that expands the economic impact on places like the Blue Mountains. And while you're looking at a region that relies very heavily, as do the mountainous sections of the Hawkesbury, on international visitors, while those international borders are closed, we know we can't recover. We can't return to normal until that happens. So for all those reasons, we can't talk about mental health without talking about the realities of unemployment. Countless young Australians are falling through the welfare cracks, and I've had many students contact me, like Laura from Springwood, who has fallen through the eligibility criteria for job seeker and job keeper. Like Laura, young people are more likely to work casually and so that they can maintain study commitments. And more than 1/4 of these young workers have been with their current employer less than 12 months. That makes them ineligible for the federal government's JobKeeper payment. For Laura, it was even more galling. She just negotiated to move to part-time, but she just missed out on doing that. So this negatively impacts their financial situation and reduces their chances of being able to return to work soon. But it also increases the risk of depression, anxiety and suicide. And that's where Headspace will hopefully come in the Blue Mountains. When you add to all of these conditions the bushfires, you probably start to understand my eagerness to see the first Headspace in my electorate open, now hopefully in July. Parramatta Mission, working with Wentworth Healthcare, will lead the establishment of it in Katoomba, a satellite site, not a full-service site. Even when I made the commitment of a full-service Headspace for the mountains over a year ago, I didn't imagine coronavirus and the social and economic impact that it would have. So I think we all need to be mindful that given this is just a satellite Headspace, demand may well outstrip supply in coming months, and we need to watch that very closely. I appreciate that the Headspace team, who I've had very good discussions with, have worked closely with existing youth mental health and youth support services. But the links between mental health services and training and job opportunities will be more important than ever for our region. This Headspace could be a lifesaver for our young Upper Mountains people. And so the question has to be asked, why isn't there one in the Hawkesbury?
I thank the member for Macquarie. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Ford.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure we all in this place can agree on the importance and need for ensuring that the mental health capacity is there to assist those young people in our community who are struggling with that. And I speak on this, I suppose, Mr Deputy Speaker, from a first-hand basis, seeing the effect of poor mental health on my nieces and nephews. And we know that it is critical in their personal well-being, and as I've said, I've seen that firsthand, and whether we've seen the effects on their education, their employment, their relationships in their families, and even their physical health. This is why, going back to 2006, the Howard government first established Headspace, and it's why this government, Mr Deputy Speaker, is investing even more in mental health and, importantly, Headspace services right across Australia. Locally, I'm pleased to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we're delivering over $1.6 million to establish a new Headspace service in Upper Coomera, which is set to open in July this year. This was a commitment that I made to the people of Ford during the 2019 election, after speaking with many young people and families who call the Northern Gold Coast home. This region is one of the fastest growing communities in Australia, and I know this new Headspace service will be a welcome addition to the area. The new centre will be a one-stop shop for young people who need help with mental health, physical health, alcohol and other drug addictions, or work and study support. This addition to the National Headspace Network comes at a critical junction in our nation's history as we respond to and recover from the coronavirus pandemic. The disruption caused and the increasing isolation felt by many has no doubt led to more Australians requiring mental health support. And I'd like to share the experience of an existing local Headspace in my electorate at Meadowbrook and how they have continued to support young people in Ford during this challenging time. Headspace Meadowbrook has supported over 700 young people and provided over 1,600 occasions of service since the beginning of March. This represents a 10% increase in young people accessing services and a 5% increase in occasions of service over the same period last year. While I've seen an increasing number of walk-ins, or young people coming in without a pre-arranged appointment with complex issues. The main presentation to their service in recent months has been anxiety, which has been compounded by the impact of coronavirus on their lives. Fortunately, Headspace services were able to continue online as young people moved from face-to-face services to telehealth appointments, which have been well received by the community. Joanna, the operations manager at Headspace Meadowbrook, told me that the new MBS telehealth codes have enabled Headspace to continue to provide a safe service for their staff and young people during what has been a difficult time for everyone. In fact, Mr Deputy Speaker, moving to telehealth has actually resulted in increased attendance, especially for those young people who previously might have had difficulties getting to the centre for face-to-face appointments. This is why we're building more Headspace services across Australia and investing some $375 million to strengthen the Headspace network and establish an additional 30 new services across the country to bring services closer to those who need it most. We're also delivering more funding to expand and extend the very successful programs to support young people to overcome their mental health challenges. Programs like the Individual Placement and Support Trial and Early Psychosis Youth Services Program at Headspace Meadowbrook. We're delivering over $2.2 million to deliver these early intervention programs that are critical to ending the systemic welfare dependency issues in my electorate of Ford that result from the mental health issues that many sadly face. Again, we do this because we want these young people to be healthy and to be engaged in education and employment, to enable them to be the best that they can be and lead the best lives they can lead, and to be positive contributors to our community, which I know they can be. I want to thank all of the wonderful counsellors, psychologists, social workers and many others in the sector for the amazing support they provide to the youth in Ford. Your work now is more important than ever. Thank you.
I thank the member for Ford. Question is a motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bruce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Youth mental health and suicide are critically important to all of us. They're not partisan issues, and every life lost to suicide is a tragedy for the person who dies and for all who love that person. Suicide reverberates over years and lifetimes. Now, the motion talks of the money allocated, which is well and good, but it's not the point. It's the outcomes that matter. And the fact is, despite more than a decade of focus, youth suicide rates in Australia are still rising. The outcome that really matters is going in the wrong direction. In the decade to 2018, Australian per capita suicide rates for people aged 0 to 24 years have increased approximately 49%. From 279 lives lost in 2009 to 458 lives lost in 2018. The causes of suicide are complex, but in considering what as a society we should do, there can be no sacred cows or practices that can't be challenged. In that spirit, I draw to the House's attention an important peer-reviewed academic paper by Whiteley, Raven and Giardini published this Monday. The paper finds that over the same decade that suicide rates for young Australians have steadily increased, the prescribing rates of antidepressants for child, adolescents and young adults have also increased by 66%. From 2008-09 to 2017-18, the proportion of Australians aged 0 to 27 years using antidepressants grew from 2.9% to 4.8%. Especially concerning is the fact that not one antidepressant has been approved by the TGA for use by children in Australia to treat depression. Yet in 2017-18, at least 101,000 Australian children, 1.8% of all Australian children were dispensed an antidepressant. And the overwhelming majority are prescribed by GPs, not by psychiatrists. All the while, youth suicide rates are rising. Now, as of 2015, the explosion in prescribing of antidepressants has made Australians the second highest users of antidepressants of any country, behind only Iceland. Correlation is not causation, but with 10 years of data going in the wrong direction, we can't ignore this issue. Now, the paper states, I quote, "These results do not support claims that increased antidepressant use reduces youth suicide risk. They are more consistent with the US FDA warning and the hypothesis that antidepressant use increases the risk of suicide and self-harm by young people, in aggregate, obviously." The FDA reference refers to the action by the US Food and Drug Administration in 2004 and 2007, which controversially issued black box warnings, which is their highest warning level, that antidepressants were associated with the increased risk of suicidal thoughts and behaviours in young people. And the Australian TGA, though, took a far softer approach. Now, raising this, saying this, is controversial. It seriously questions the whole of Australia's mental health establishment. People like Professors McGorry and Ian Hickey, and organisations like Headspace, Beyond Blue, Suicide Prevention Australia and Origin. No doubt good people and organisations genuinely striving to improve the situation, but they must never be beyond challenge or question. And it is time to ask some confronting questions. Have Australia's leading suicide prevention organisations, experts and psychiatric thought leaders got it horribly wrong? Despite their good intentions, could the current prescribing epidemic have contributed to the avoidable deaths of young Australians? I'm not an expert and I don't pretend to know the right answers, but this peer-reviewed paper published this week should ring alarm bells. It contains numerous specific examples which raise serious concerns that the elite of Australia's mental health establishment have for years made up their minds that antidepressants reduce suicidality risks. They refuse to even discuss mounting evidence that challenges their long-standing view. It's taboo to even talk about it, I'm told, in the sector. We cannot draw conclusions based on this new data, but the established wisdom must be re-examined by open minds, through an inquiry not led or comprised solely by the current elite and vested interests. Now, it's to his credit that the Prime Minister told his first meeting of his new cabinet in June last year that this government would be the curse breakers of youth suicide. But rather than congratulating itself for spending money, government MPs should focus our debates on why the rates of youth suicide are increasing. Now, in closing, just briefly on the fact that no antidepressants are approved for use to treat depression in children. Of course, it's difficult to get ethical approval for clinical trials on children, so off-label prescribing is widespread and appropriately so. But I believe we need an urgent re-examination of the real-world evidence in retrospect, which some discussions with the experts will require better systems to collect the relevant data, but you can have a look over the last 10 years and effectively do something approximating a clinical trial in retrospect. And off-label prescribing is a much broader problem which requires its own examination. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Bruce. The question is the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in the chamber today to talk about an issue that I'm personally passionate about, and that is the mental health of all Australians, but particularly in my electorate of Ryan. And it could not be more important than as we face the COVID pandemic. It's one of the things that I reached out to all residents in my electorate of Ryan over the last couple of months to talk to them about some of the services that are available if they are facing mental health challenges, or if they just feel that sense of loneliness and anxiety that we all get from time to time, particularly at times like this. So it is a great pleasure to support my good colleague, the member for Bass, in this excellent motion, and to pay testament to the wonderful workers who work as part of the Headspace staff. We know almost 1 in 5 Australians will face a mental health challenge every year. Youth mental health is particularly important. More than 3/4 of ongoing mental health conditions develop before the age of 25. So that is the period between 18 and 25 when direct intervention is so important. And Headspace fills that particular role. Established in 2006 under the Howard government, it addresses this critical period by supporting children, young people aged 12 to 25 with their needs. There are currently over 114 Headspace services operating nationally, and they've supported more than 500,000 young Australians with or at risk of mild to moderate mental illness, and to help them strengthen their well-being and mental health. The Morrison government is a strong supporter of this service, as I am. On the 9th of January 2019, the Minister for Health, Greg Hunt, announced an additional funding of $47 million for our Headspace services nationally, including, importantly, $2 million over 5 years to deliver the Young Ambassadors for Mental Health program. Young people reaching out to other young people and encouraging them to seek assistance if they need it. There's a $509 million youth mental health and suicide prevention plan outlined in the 1920 federal budget from this government, including $375 million for Headspace and, importantly, $152 million to reduce wait times and enhance the quality of service at Headspace sites. Some Headspace centres are experiencing high demand and have long wait times for young people to access services, including in my own electorate, the service at Taringa, which has that wait time, and this incredibly important funding will help us reduce those wait times. Headspace is well recognised and well respected as a support network both around Australia, but particularly in my electorate in Ryan, where we have a tremendously hard-working service located at Taringa. The Taringa Headspace vision is to improve young people's mental, social and emotional well-being through the provision of high-quality integrated service and the support that young people need. And every day they work their guts out to deliver that vision. Prior to COVID, I had the opportunity to visit the centre as they celebrated their 5th birthday, their 5th year in operation. Several past patients of the service told their stories, talked about their journeys from day one, the incredibly difficult act of reaching out, seeking help, what it felt like to be listened to by the Headspace staff, and how their lives and their confidence has changed because of the work and the interactions that they have received at Headspace. It was incredibly powerful to listen to. Over the past 5 years, Headspace Taringa and my electorate have supported over 3,415 young people. That's over 21,120 service visits. This is well above the national average for Headspace centres, and in fact, in the latest 12-month period alone, Headspace Taringa supported more than 1,380 local young people, such as the terrific work that they're doing. That's 1,380 people who all share that story of reaching out, of receiving help, and of having their lives changed by this one centre. They speak about the uncertainty that they have in their lives, the anxiety of not knowing the future or the next step. It's something that we all experience from time to time, but I'm so proud that the staff of Headspace in my electorate are there to support young people locally. So at a time with COVID-19, when we are facing so much uncertainty, more uncertainty than normal, it is more important than ever for young people who feel like they need that support and assistance to reach out. There are services available, particularly at Headspace at Taringa. I would like to pay testament and tribute and thank all of the workers at Headspace Taringa for the wonderful work that they do. Please keep it up, and if you need support, please reach out. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I commend the government for its focus on mental health and suicide prevention. Appointing Dr Ruth Vine as Deputy Chief Medical Officer shows its dedication to tackling this condition that affects almost half of all Australians. Black Summer and now COVID-19 has seen rising levels of anxiety across the community. There is no better time to talk about mental health, and I thank the member for Bass for her motion today. There are 54 headspaces across rural Australia, each providing a welcoming and safe place for 12 to 25-year-olds to access holistic support. The Albury-Wodonga Headspace opened in 2015 after a 10-month community campaign following the tragic suicide of several young people. Annette and Stuart Baker were among the leaders of the campaign. They lost their beautiful and much-loved daughter Mary after a long battle with an eating disorder, the mental illness with the highest mortality rate of all. This groundswell of action continues to have a profound impact across my electorate. For the last 7 years, we have gathered on the winter solstice to shine a light on the darkest night and address the stigma of suicide. Thousands of people come together to share music, poems and speeches. It's always freezing cold in QE2 Square in Albury, symbolic of the pain and grief of families and friends of those we have lost. It is a moving and collective response to this devastating illness. This year, we will gather online for the event with speeches by the Commissioner Shane Fitzsimmons, Lauren Jackson, performances from Angie McMahon and the Northern Folk. I have the great honour of reciting a poem by Bruce Storr. I thank the many sponsors for making this event possible, including Wodonga Senior Secondary College, Hume Bank, Smart Hospitality, EBA Hire and Quick Copy Albury. The winter solstice came about from the suicide of a young woman suffering from an eating disorder. This heartbreaking and isolating condition is one of the most difficult to treat, and in rural Australia, we simply don't have the services and support to adequately respond.
Meryl Wilcox, founder of the North East Eating Disorders Carer Support Group, wrote to me yesterday to share the reality of those in our region. And this is what she wrote. Ongoing challenges include access, affordability, equity, lack of trained health professionals, minimal services, no specialist care, and lack of outpatients or day programs. In our rural region, she says, access to care is seriously low. Having to travel outside your hometown is a significant barrier, and our nearest inpatient care is at minimum 4 hours away. This provides both sufferers and carers with increased financial, emotional and social costs. Once discharged from inpatient care, the sufferer is left to return locally to an almost non-existent system and then obligated to navigate recovery alone at such a vulnerable time and critical time. Invariably, this often results in relapse. With her lived knowledge of local needs, Meryl has called for a creation of a local eating disorder coordinator for day services and programs based locally and peer mentoring services. These initiatives will increase access and support and help individuals recover in their home environment. I strongly support them and call on the government to ensure access and equity for rural and regional sufferers of eating disorders. Headspace is a fantastic initiative, but the waiting time to access services has been a serious concern. The waiting time is after first seeking help, one of the most high-risk times for young people. Last year, 90% of Headspace centres reported major challenges in meeting demand for services, with the main reason being workforce availability for mental health clinicians, GPs and private practitioners. Rural health workforce shortage is a perennial issue which successive governments have failed to solve. We see the real consequences of this each and every day. What works is training local practitioners from local areas to live in and work for their community. Charles Sturt and La Trobe universities in my electorate have a health focus, but are facing an uncertain future. Losing them would be disastrous for our region. I'm thrilled that Albury-Wodonga Health Space will share in the $24.2 million allocated to reduce these wait times, but if we don't have a workforce ready to meet the need, this well-intentioned funding might be meaningless. This need extends to places where Headspace does not exist, including Myrtleford, where mental health services are provided to students at school. I call on the government to connect the dots and invest in a rural workforce to ensure that rural and regional Australians have the support to address and overcome mental health conditions and live full and healthy lives.
I thank the member. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Reid.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak today on the motion put forward by the member for Bass regarding the government's expansion of the Headspace network. The Headspace network, established in 2006 by the Howard government, has continued to be a central component of the government's vision for youth mental health services. There are currently 114 Headspace services nationally, including 54 Headspace services located across regional Australia. Headspace centres act as a one-stop shop for young people, providing mental health support as well as focused services for physical and sexual health, alcohol and other drugs, and work and study counsellors. Last year, as the Liberal candidate for Reid, I had the pleasure of visiting our electorate's closest Headspace service in the suburb of Ashfield in the inner west of Sydney, along with the Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, and Mrs Morrison. There in person, I witnessed the vision first established in 2006, now working in practice, a place that offers early intervention and support for young people in one of the most formative periods of their lives. The Morrison government is committed to expanding the network so that it can continue to reach young people across the nation. We have provided primary health networks with $122.3 million of federal funding to commission Headspace services within their regions. Prior to entering Parliament, I worked for many years as an educational and developmental psychologist and worked closely with young people and their families. During this time, I saw firsthand how improving the mental health of young people by giving them the tools, resources and support they need is essential to their future success and resilience. And I often used to tell my clients, life is not the absence of problems, but the ability to deal with problems. And so coping skills are very important to building resilience. And I'm proud to be part of a government now that has made mental health a key priority to bring this vision to fruition. In 2018, we committed $50.8 million to Headspace to ensure its sustainability going into the future and to help the Headspace network support the demands for its services. More than 3/4 of ongoing mental health conditions begin before the age of 25, and 1 in 5 Australians facing a mental health challenge every year in Australia. So it's very important that we prioritise a strategy of prevention, but also early intervention to give young people the support they need to look after their mental health. The government's $509 million youth mental health and suicide prevention plan places the wellbeing of Australians front and centre. From this funding, new Headspace sites will be expanded, focusing on regional, rural areas, and will bring the number of services to 153 nationally by 2022. At the start of this year, the Australian Government announced a further $64 million in suicide prevention and mental health initiatives directed to youth mental health and suicide prevention. One initiative is the Headspace Schools Suicide Prevention Activities Program. This complements the important work being done through Headspace Schools and national workforce that supports partners with educational and health sectors across Australia to build mental health literacy. Their work covers a variety of initiatives, including education programs aimed at promoting and protecting positive mental health in youth, as well as support for schools to prepare for, respond to and recover together where there has been a death by suicide. In order to reduce youth suicide, Headspace also delivers face-to-face training and education sessions to staff, students, parents, carers to help schools support the mental health needs of young people and their families. Headspace work and study programs provide support for 15 to 25-year-olds to plan a career, find employment or work towards further education. From one-on-one support with a career specialist to linking in with industry-specific mentors, the work and study programs provide free, expert and tailored support for those looking beyond their studies. I commend the Morrison government for its continual focus on evidence-based mental health policy, for creating expansive services that promote mental health literacy to young people. Early intervention and prevention are the key to good mental health, and the Headspace network is more equipped now, more than ever, in delivering these services. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I now call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3, motion relating to fundraising laws.
I call the member for Fenner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to fundraising laws in the terms in which it appears in the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, Australian charities are facing a perfect storm. Hundreds of thousands of workers could lose their jobs from the charity sector if something isn't done soon, according to a new report from Social Ventures Australia and the Centre for Social Impact. It found that a 20% fall in revenue for the sector would see as many as 1 in 6 charities at high risk of closing down and 250,000 charity workers out of a job. We often forget the charity and not-for-profit sector accounts for 1/10 of the economy. A significant number of Australians are employed in the charity sector, and yet the charity sector has, at the same time as it's seen massively increased demand for its help, experienced a huge drop in donations and volunteers. 78% of charities have reported a downturn in revenue, and a survey of volunteers found that 2/3 of volunteers have been forced to cut back on their volunteering activities. Charities are the safety net for people who fall through the cracks, and yet the government's JobKeeper program will only assist 1 in 13 charities. But there are other ways in which the government could help this most trusted sector, and one of those is to reform Australia's outdated patchwork of fundraising laws. This is not a new issue. The Treasury's 5-year review of the Charities Commission, delivered in mid-2018, identified fundraising law as a major reporting burden on charities and recommended that fundraising be harmonised across the country. The government's failure to act on fundraising laws is costing Australian charities over $1 million a month. Charities are the most trusted sector of Australian public life, and yet our current framework of fundraising regulations requires charities to register with 7 different fundraising regimes. It's a needless productivity drag on a sector which is more crucial than ever, because they're having to comply with fundraising laws that are barely fit for the 19th century, let alone the 20th. The Senate committee, ably chaired by Labor Senator Katrina Billick, unanimously recommended the harmonisation of fundraising be done by February 2019. As I said, that was a unanimous report. Not only Senator Billick, but also Green Senator Rachel Seward, Liberal Senators Erica Betts and Amanda Stoker, former Labor Senator David Smith, former United Australia Party Senator Brian Burston. That report noted the huge cost of failing to act on fundraising, which it estimated to be around $15 million a year, and called on the federal government to lead a process working with states and territories to deliver a nationally consistent model for regulating fundraising activities before February 2021. Charities have pointed to some of the specific problems. Nell Anderson from the COVA Project, an Australian charity that provides safe sanitary care to women in developing communities across Africa, says that due to the shift to online marketing and fundraising, the charity needs to obtain licences around Australia. Quote, "We have only one employee and this is a waste of time, effort and precious money." Paul Burke, Treasurer of the Whitsunday Suicide Prevention Network, says that the process of applying for charity registration is, quote, "hopelessly out of date." A charity worker who sells products with charity logos describes Australia's fundraising laws as, quote, "an absolute nightmare." Another charity said, quote, "As a charity registered nationally with the ACNC, in the digital era it is difficult to understand why a simple web page inviting online donations triggers a labyrinth of laws, many of which seem incredibly outdated." Now, Deputy Speaker, this motion was put on the notice paper last year, well ahead of coronavirus, and it called for the government to act by February 2021. But that is now, in my view, too late. The government should act much more speedily to reform Australia's fundraising laws. National Federation Reform Council meetings are now occurring fortnightly, so there is no reason why the issue cannot be taken up by the end of the financial year with a clear directive to officials to begin work. And a permanent solution could be in place before the Christmas giving season, if appropriate priority was given to it now. It is the right time to help charities. If the government wants to, as they put it, build back better, then this is a zero-cost way of removing the biggest administrative burden on the sector and helping Australia's charities and the millions of Australians who are helped by them.
I thank the member. Is the motion seconded?
Motion seconded and I reserve my right to speak.
Thank the member. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Charities are an outward demonstration of the compassion in a society. No one wants to rely on the charity of others, but when times get tough, it is wonderful to know that there are selfless people out there offering a hand to those in need. And there have recently been more and more people who need that hand. The COVID pandemic has been accompanied by an economic downturn, the likes of which we haven't seen for over a decade. Indeed, by some of the metrics, we are in an economic malaise worse than any since the Great Depression. And as the queues snaked around the block outside Centrelinks back in March, the number of people dependent not only on the government, but on their family, neighbours and friends rose too. And with this need came the generosity of Australians to meet it. I've been fortunate to see this generosity personally. Early on in the health crisis, Parramatta Women's Shelter reached out asking if they could use our offices as a drop-off point for food donations. I was more than happy to offer this, and over the past 2 months, I've been absolutely astounded by the size and number of donations we've received from generous locals. When times get tough, it is abundantly clear that Australians don't leave people behind. In Bennelong, we're so lucky to have a large number of wonderful charities that offer services and empathy across our community. They are doing extraordinary work, but are stretched to their limit right now. As they have said to me, any new person that they have to help is in addition to those who they were already helping. The pie needs to be cut more finely, but the pie does not necessarily get bigger. This is why the government has needed to step up and help this sector. The fantastic news in the recent announcement of an additional $200 million as part of a new community support package to help vulnerable Australians who have been impacted by coronavirus. Bennelong has been fortunate enough to share in a total additional funding of $959,000 over this year to support the work of these and other community organisations. The government is working closely with these groups, providing them with additional support and finance they require to support our most vulnerable. Our excellent charities include Christian Community Aid, North Ryde Community Aid and Catholic Care Diocese of Broken Bay are all receiving their share of this increase and using it to continue their wonderful work helping those who need it most. I've also heard from Strider, our wonderful local mobility volunteers who are a critical service for sectors of the community that would otherwise not have the ability to get around. They have received word of a successful application for the 2020 Commonwealth Volunteer Grants. This will allow them to add to the generosity of their donors, add to their volunteers and hopefully grow their volunteer base. I'm looking forward to visiting these guys as soon as COVID virus allows. We really can't thank our local charities enough at this time. The work, effort and dedication and resourcefulness that they have put into our communities is beyond what we could ever comprehend. Their successes are testament to the thousands of regular people in our community who are giving their time and care to those who desperately need help. We have strong communities that rally together in the face of an uncertain and dangerous future. It is because of our community spirit we will endure this crisis and come out stronger on the other side. I often claim that Bennelong is the capital of innovation. We're also in the running for top orders for generosity and kindness.
I thank the member. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for McNamara.
Thank you, Acting Speaker, and I'm very pleased to join the member for Fenner in his motion calling for more support for our non-for-profit and our charity sectors. And in Australia, we are so fortunate to have people who don't just think for themselves but act for others. And our non-for-profit sector and our charity sector is a great source of pride, and unfortunately, in many cases we wish we didn't need their work, but in so many ways I know as a Member of Parliament, and I know many other colleagues on all sides, are inspired by the efforts of ordinary Australians going above and beyond, and I'll share some of the experiences in my electorate a bit later. I also want to note that before the last election I joined the member for Fenner in my electorate or just outside with a local organisation at Sane, and they do wonderful work supporting people, especially around mental health. And it was an announcement of all of the different things that we were going to be doing to support charities and non-for-profits. And while we didn't get everything right at the last election, I think that policy was one thing that would have made a significant difference in the lives of people, and it was a great day. And sadly, we didn't get to implement some of those things, but alas, we continue working. And this sector is one that needs support, and this sector is one that over the last few months has never been needed more in Australia. And as the member for Fenner rightly pointed out, while demand has increased, support has decreased at a rapid rate. And I think the best example I can think of locally is the outstanding Australian organisation of OzHarvest. I was very pleased to have a conversation with its founder, Ronnie Khan, a few weeks ago on one of the many webinar experiences that we all have been doing. And she spoke about the need for food, and the need for food for Australians because many people are doing it tough. And OzHarvest has never been needed more in Australia, and thankfully there had been support from some of the major supermarkets, but demand had never been higher. And unfortunately, people don't have as much to give right now. So every little bit that we can be doing in this place to support non-for-profits and charities to reduce their administrative burden and to reduce their own financial burdens is absolutely crucial. It means more people get fed, it means more people get supported, and it means more and more organisations like OzHarvest are able to do the things that they do best, which is support Australians. The other organisations that I wanted to take note of locally, the first one is one that holds dear to my heart, which is the Father Bob Foundation, which is a foundation that literally looks after those people who don't have a voice and looks after the people who are forgotten. And Bob is in his 80s at the moment, but he is still firing on all cylinders, and he is still working tirelessly to support people in public housing, in all different parts, vulnerable parts of the community, and he does an outstanding job. And we should be supporting organisations like Father Bob Foundation to make sure that their administrative burden is reduced as much as possible. I also want to note that the Assistant Minister for Homelessness and Housing came out and saw and met with Father Bob before the coronavirus, and I was pleased to join him on that day, and I would like the next visit to come with an announcement of support for Father Bob Foundation, and I'd be once again pleased to stand with the Assistant Minister if he were to join me. Of course, there are so many other organisations that I could point to. Little Dreamers is one that blows my mind every time I speak to Maddie Buchner, who is the CEO. She is an absolute force and a leader to be reckoned with in the future. She is younger than me, but she is far more impressive, and she has created a whole organisation supporting people and carers of people and of siblings who care for their sibling, and provide a whole range of support networks and support programs for people who are doing caring, unpaid caring, and people just who are often forgotten in this industry. And she is just brilliant, and I know that she's speaking to many people across all forms of government at the moment to try and secure her future, and I would wish her well and wish our full support in the future of Little Dreamers. But this motion is a really important motion. It's a motion that says the government needs to act on their on the Senate Committee's report and on their own review into the Charities Act. This is outdated legislation. And for the party who likes to brag about reducing red tape, well, this is a great place to start. Yeah. This is a great place to start by supporting people who do incredible work supporting Australians. I wish there wasn't as much demand, but now is the time to be supporting our non-for-profit and charity sector.
I thank the member. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the important role played by charities in Australia's economy and society, and to speak on the government's work to support the charity sector and enact reforms recommended by the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission, ACNC. I agree with Dr Lee's first point that the charity sector is one of the most trusted in Australian public life. However, I don't agree that the government has failed to act on fundraising reform. Since the government tabled in Parliament the ACNC Review Panel's report in August 2018, the Assistant Minister for Finance, Charities and Electoral Matters, Senator Zed Seselja, has consulted extensively with the charity sector, the community and with the state and territory ministers to understand the views on the review panel's recommendations. Thanks to Senator Seselja's hard work in this space, in March this year, the government delivered its response to the ACNC review with 3 themes in mind: reducing red tape, increasing transparency and having an effective regulator. I have been involved in the charity sector for over 14 years myself through the development of a not-for-profit to support young mothers into education and employment. Through my experience, I have found that the chief role of government is to provide an effective framework within which charities can freely operate. This framework should support the work done by charities, not dictate to them. Of course, regulation and accountability are also key components of the government's role. The government's response to the review shows that we are committed to a regulatory regime for charities that fosters a vibrant and innovative sector. By reducing red tape, we will ensure charities are able to focus on serving their community, not simply ticking boxes, and all the charities that I speak to in Mallee confirm this objective. The government is ensuring the ACNC can continue its important role as a regulator for the industry. The ACNC has become a highly regarded institution and is an integral component of the framework that allows charities to flourish while providing transparency and trust in the sector. The ACNC is also working with the states and territories to remove the duplication of reporting obligations, including harmonisation of fundraising regulation, so registered charities that report to the ACNC no longer report to the states. Finally, the government is focused on strengthening trust and confidence in the charity sector to ensure public faith in these institutions is maintained. The government's response to the review into the charity sector gets the balance right between reducing red tape for charities while ensuring Australians can trust the sector they so generously support. With these reforms, the 57,000 charities across Australia, including many in Mallee, can focus on helping those in need, and Australians can continue to give generously of their time and money with confidence. The charity sector has not been immune to the health and economic impacts of COVID-19, which is why the government has extended unparalleled support for the sector during this time. Charities have been able to access the JobKeeper payment through a test more generous than that offered to any other sector. The 15% turnover decline test and the option to exclude government revenue from their calculations to access JobKeeper was a response to urgent calls from the sector, to which the government promptly responded. This measure supports charities like the Salvation Army and the Catholic Social Services, as well as local charities across Australia that are expected to have a significant increase in demand for their services during this pandemic. Charities are also able to access the Boosting Cash Flow for Employers program, providing a minimum payment of $20,000 to eligible employers. The charity sector employs over 1.3 million Australians, and many businesses in the country will benefit from this stimulus. The government has also announced the $200 million community support package to assist programs delivered by charities during COVID-19, including emergency and food relief and financial literacy services. This package includes a $100 million funding injection to more than 300 charities and community organisations to conduct these activities and support Australians in the wake of the coronavirus economic turndown. Deputy Speaker, the government is actively supporting the charity sector through our response to the ACNC legislation review and via immediate and direct funding support in light of COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to thank the Assistant Minister for Finance, Charities and Electoral Matters, Senator Zed Seselja, for his outstanding work.
I thank the member, and the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Charities and non-for-profit organisations are the bedrock of our communities, especially in my electorate of Mayo, where we have one of the highest rates of volunteering in the country. However, the government has dragged its feet on proceeding with reforms that would remove a range of unnecessary obstacles facing charities, some of which are particularly urgent in the intensely online world of COVID-19. However, I have two particular concerns regarding the regulation of charities that I believe need urgent attention. My first concern relates to the process by which charities receive their tax deductibility status, known in the jargon as deductible gift recipient or DGR status, and it is best illustrated in two brief stories. I have an NGO in my electorate which does excellent work and clearly fits the environmental DGR category. They put in their application and did everything right, and then they waited and followed up, and then they waited, and then they followed up again and then waited. After more than 16 months of frustration, they got in touch with my office. My office contacted the relevant branch of the Department of Environment, who are required to undertake an initial assessment. They proclaimed that the application had been sent to Treasury many months ago, and the hold-up was Treasury. My office then called Treasury the next day, only to learn that the application had been received the day before. About 40 phone calls later to both Treasury and the Assistant Treasurer's office, the application was finally approved. The organisation was perfectly eligible. There were no complications in the paperwork. It shouldn't be this hard. I have another organisation in my electorate that provides veterinary services during emergencies, such as bushfires. They applied for DGR status, but were told by the unit in Treasury that they did not fit any category, and they were then actively encouraged to withdraw their application which means that they would not need to be considered anymore. The NGO representative said that they would consider it, only to find that their application was then closed off. When the summer bushfires hit and badly damaged my electorate, the organisation was still struggling with the bureaucrats to get their application considered. Thankfully, the Assistant Treasurer's Office was able to help my office use the emergency to get their application over the line. It was considered to be an animal welfare charity, which should surprise absolutely no one. The DGR status system is clunky, and these two stories are just a couple that I'm sure are felt in 151 electorates across Australia, and this shows the need we have for reform. In particular, the specific list process is woefully ill-equipped to deliver outcomes. And yet, in response to my question in writing on the matter, the government said, and I quote, "They have no current plans to review the DGR specific listing process." That is, I believe, simply unbelievable and unacceptable. The second issue of concern I wish to raise is the lack of transparency in the remuneration of executive management in large charities. Having worked in the sector, I'm deeply concerned that some charities have executive paychecks in the many hundreds of thousands of dollars with bonuses, but with no meaningful accountability. They don't need to put it on their annual return. They can stack boards with their mates and put themselves on wages in excess of the Prime Minister's. Donors deserve transparency around where their donations are going and whether their altruism is being cannibalised by top-heavy executive pay packets. Recommendation 15 of the Legislative Review found that large registered entities should be required to disclose the remuneration paid to responsible persons and senior executives on an aggregated basis. I was pleased to see that the government has agreed to implement this recommendation, and I strongly urge them to proceed with this reform as soon as possible. It is issues such as this that are making many people in our community concerned about giving their hard-earned money to charities, and we need people to continue to be giving in our nation in order for us to get through the crisis of COVID and bushfires and support our community generally. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Australians are generous people. The most recent Giving Australian survey found that an estimated 14.9 million Australian adults, that's around 80% of Australian adults, give around $12.5 billion to charities and not-for-profit organisations each financial year. I saw this generosity firsthand in my electorate of Indi this past summer as the bushfires ripped through and devastated communities, property, livestock and wildlife. Within a matter of weeks, over $500 million was raised to help support the volunteers fighting the fires, as well as provide emergency relief and recovery assistance to the communities reeling from the impacts of those fires. Another story emerged as well during that time, Mr Deputy Speaker, around the efficacy of the management and distribution of those monies. Charities and fundraising drives of all shapes and sizes were inundated with generous donations from large multinational aid organisations like the Red Cross to online platforms like GoFundMe, regional organisations like the Country Fire Association of Victoria, and local operations and organisations operating out of our region like the Into Our Hands Community Foundation. Each of these organisations had bona fide objectives to do the best they could with the resources they had to assist communities in need during an emergency. But as the weeks unfolded, questions were raised across Australia and indeed internationally about how well this charitable giving was coordinated and whether the system governing charities in Australia was getting in the way of an effective response. Many expressed frustration at large sums of charitable donations destined for bushfire-affected communities, sitting in the trust accounts of large organisations, waiting for sign-off to be deployed. Others welcomed non-charitable methods of raising funds that could be injected into communities and households overnight, such as crowdfunding campaigns on social media, but they were wary of the lack of oversight and exposure to abuse. In the moment, it was difficult for even the most well-intentioned to know how best to help. We all remember the amazing work of comedian Celeste Barber and the raising of $51 million in charitable donations for the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. which the New South Wales Supreme Court later found could not be legally redirected to other bushfire relief charities or for other purposes, even if the New South Wales Rural Fire Services wanted to, because of its governing trust deed. Just yesterday, the ABC reported that of the $282 million donated to the Red Cross, the Salvation Army and St Vincent de Paul, $135 million is yet to be spent. Now, there are good reasons often for this. Bushfire recovery is not a one-week thing. It lasts for many years. It makes sense to keep some money in the bank to finance recovery needs a year or two down the track, once the spotlight has gone. But many members of the public are wondering where their donations have gone and how it's being spent, especially when there is still so much need out there. Part of this is also anger at the slowness of government's response. When people look at their situation, now 6 months on from the fires, it's fair enough to direct that frustration at the general powers that be. It's heartbreaking to hear people say that after this bushfire season, they will never donate to bushfire recovery again. Australians, as I said at the beginning, are generous people, but they don't like to feel like the wool's being pulled over their eyes. Now, I don't believe for a second that it is, but clearly we must do more to ensure there is transparency about how the money we donate to bushfires will be spent. This is not about bashing the charities. The Red Cross, the Salvos, Vinnies and many smaller charities, these are often the first people on the ground in the wake of a disaster. I've met so many of them. They're outstanding. They've committed to being around for years to come. But the many letters I receive indicate there is a gap between community expectations and the way donations are delivered on the ground. There are many things we can learn from this bushfire season, and reimagining how charities work is one of them. The motion raised by the member for Fenner notes that current fundraising laws and governance regimes do not allow charities to make optimal use of the resources donors provide, and the current rules are from a time gone by and not nimble enough to respond to real community needs. I'd like to echo these concerns, and I will support any push in this place to support charities and the work they set out to do. Australians have an immense spirit of giving, and we should do what we can to cultivate that, to ensure that these generous, everyday Australians feel confident and have the trust to give again when inevitably we need to call on them in the future.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, motion on Country Women's Association.
I call the member for Mallee.
I move the motion relating to the Country Women's Association in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Ruth Beatrice Fairfax was born in October 1878 at Loo, near Rylstone, New South Wales. On the 2nd of February in 1899, she married John Hubert Fraser Fairfax, with whom she had one child. In 1922, she was elected president of the newly established Queensland Country Women's Association and spent the subsequent 6 months touring the Queensland outback, establishing branches of the Country Women's Association. Mr Deputy Speaker, Ruth was a principled woman and lived her life by the code that now guides all branches of the Country Women's Association. Ruth led by example and opened her property for fetes, pageants, meetings and entertainment for patriotic and charitable causes. My apologies. She exhausted her efforts to advance the rights and equity of women, families and communities in regional, rural and remote Australia. Ruth is now immortalised as the namesake for the Federal Electoral Division of Fairfax in Queensland, represented today by Mr Ted O'Brien. Her legacy is also taken up by the 1,855 branches across the country that continue her inspiring work for the benefit of country women and their communities. For example, just 3 years ago, the CWA of Australia commissioned research in partnership with the Royal Flying Doctor Service and the National Farmers Federation to investigate the health needs of rural, regional and remote Australia, with a report launched in August of 2017. This research has provided knowledge to all of us about rural and regional health and the inequities experienced in our communities. It provided an insightful perspective into how funding needs to be spent, which has informed policy decisions from the government. The Victorian branch of the CWA and its 5,000 members are also carrying the torch lit by Ruth Fairfax. Each member belongs to one of 300 branches across Victoria that maintains its own program and is empowered to meet community needs. It's a vibrant, self-funded, volunteer philanthropic organisation with a focus on friendship and personal development and advocacy. Its commitment is to make a difference in each community and advocate on community issues, sustainable development and the protection of the environment, as well as social issues. The CWA of Victoria awards education grants and scholarships while providing training and leadership opportunities to members. State President Marion Dewar says the Country Women's Association of Victoria has helped women, children, families and communities for over 92 years. They pull together and use their resources to benefit people in their local areas and beyond. At the same time, they enjoy the support of fellow members and learn new skills. In Mallee, there are over 35 CWA branches, some of which I've had the privilege of speaking to. The sense of community and purpose within these organisations is wonderful, and the diversity of membership is perhaps their greatest strength. Membership to these groups is not based on any particular attribute other than being a woman. The Victorian branch has contributed greatly to agricultural life in Victoria. It has assisted in the coordination of numerous drought support initiatives and has recently been contributing to WorkSafe Victoria's Agricultural Safety Reference Group to improve safety and reduce the number of workplace deaths and serious injuries occurring on farms. The CWA and its many branches has proven its heart and commitment for rural and regional Australians, for women, children and families for nearly 100 years, and I commend them for this ongoing service to communities across Mallee and Australia.
I thank the member. Is there a seconder for the motion? And thank you. I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We know as country women that the Country Women's Association of Australia is more than an organisation. It is the lifeblood of so many rural and regional communities. Few institutions win as much respect from right across the country as the CWA, and for good reason. These are women doing important work on behalf of all rural and regional Australians. The CWA is much more than a bunch of ladies having tea and baking scones, though they do plenty of that. The CWA is a progressive organisation, taking stands on issues most important to rural people. Much like a good ginger fluff, the CWA may appear genteel, delicately mixed, expertly baked, but there's a good dose of spice. In its own words, the CWA advances the rights and equity of women, families and communities in Australia through advocacy and empowerment, especially for those living in regional, rural and remote Australia. Equity and empowerment. This year, the Victorian State Conference, which would have been held in the last weekend of May, was to debate motions on issues as diverse as plastic pollution, TV gambling, mobile telecommunications, the aged care pension and e-cigarettes. The women of the CWA are no shrinking violets. They are powerful advocates for the bush, looking out for the interests of regional Australia and showing our city cousins the best that the regions have to offer. They fund research into rural health, professional development scholarships for nurses and midwives. They promote farm safety, and they are a powerful voice for mental health. I'd like to pay tribute today to all the CWAs across the country and to all the women who lead them, particularly to the 24 branches of the CWA in my electorate of Indi, from Kinglake and Yark in the south to Kagunja, Cudgewa and Tinteldra in the Upper Murray. There are many extraordinary examples of the work of the CWA, but today I'll illustrate the leadership of some of them. Women like Darlene Clark and Elizabeth Harvey, President and Secretary of the Wodonga CWA. In Wodonga, Darlene and Elizabeth lead a group of women who cook for local events, raise money for local projects through sausage sizzles and the likes, advocate on issues important to women. Their main goal this year is to raise money to build a covered pathway from the Hilltop Cancer Hostel to the Albury-Wodonga Hospital. This is classic CWA, seeing the hidden needs of the community, quietly going about their business to get things done. On top of that, in this project, they're doing it hand in hand with the local men's shed. But this year also brought a pandemic. Building on the theme, grow, connect and improve, the Wodonga CWA have developed an impromptu support network to help their most vulnerable members through the crisis. For many of the older women, many of whom aren't online, the CWA is their main source of social interaction. So the Wodonga CWA started a phone chain to ensure that all women continued to maintain social contact even as the lockdown was imposed. Recognising that the lockdown means many women will be placed in vulnerable situations, they've been advocating strongly on violence against women and domestic violence, tragically, issues that are all too important in 2020. The pandemic, of course, threw many plans off plan. The Wodonga branch had planned an outreach event with women from the local African community that's growing in Wodonga. Those plans have had to be delayed, but I look forward to both communities coming together when we're able to again. I'd also like to recognise the North East Group, led by President Wilma Bright, for their work during the bushfires. When fires came to Corryong, the women from Rose White branch cooked 360 meals, hopped into their cars and up into the Corryong area and knocked on any door that looked like they were affected by a bushfire or could use a meal. Oxley and Millwall branch sent personal care bundles, and women across the region spent countless hours knitting and crocheting for bushfire-affected communities. The bushfires brought out the best in us, and the CWA is the best in us. Mr Deputy Speaker, the CWA is a treasured national institution, and I hope it remains that way for many years to come. To all its 44,000 members, thank you, and I wish you well.
I thank the member. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you very much, Mr Acting Speaker. And can I thank, in starting off, my very good friend and colleague, the member for Mallee, for the opportunity that this motion affords, and that is to rise and pay testament to the wonderful women of the Queensland Country Women's Association. With 3 regions, 20 divisions and over 240 branches, the QCWA is the largest and most widespread women's organisation in Queensland. Since 1922, the QCWA has ensured women from all over Queensland have come together for fellowship, to share skills and to support their local community with fundraising and support. The QCWA now has more than 3,800 members statewide at over 240 locations. A tremendous outcome for service organisations at a time when other service organisations are struggling. Their vision, the vision of the QCWA, is as an organisation is a testament to their community focus. It reads, for the women of Queensland to come together to support communities while celebrating their interests and forging friendships in a respectful and caring environment. And in my electorate of Ryan, the QCWA women are certainly living up to that vision. There are QCWA branches at Toowong, Kenmore, Brookfield and Moggill. Excuse me. Unless anyone think that my primarily urban electorate doesn't warrant CWA representation, I'll have them know that the Moggill branch of the QCWA is in fact the largest in the state, something that those members should be incredibly proud of. That's primarily due to the exceptional efforts of Mrs Christine King, now State President, who has long been a driving force for the CWA in the electorate of Ryan, and I congratulate her on those efforts. They are always there to support their community and particularly their regional and rural sisters. Much of the QCWA's work over the past 20 years has focused on assisting drought-affected or flood-affected women and their families. In particular, I recall during 2011, during the terrible flood that impacted Queensland and Brisbane, and which traumatically impacted on my community in Ryan, the QCWA raised and distributed over $400,000 in support of more than 500 families, a tremendous effort. In the electorate, we are particularly proud of the annual Moggill QCWA Christmas craft stall, which is the highlight of the local calendar, raising much needed funds for issues including drought and flood relief. The community enjoys purchasing quilts, Christmas decorations, fabrics and toys, many of them homemade, in support of these wonderful and dedicated women. Lest anyone think that there isn't a place for service organisations in this now fast-paced and sometimes selfish world. I recall that it was only 12 months ago this month that we were acknowledging that the QCWA had achieved a 10% membership jump in just 6 months, reopening branches across the state and some in entirely new locations. On a personal note, I wanted to record in the Hansard and for the Chamber that my grandmother, to whom I was exceptionally close, was a member of our local Brookfield branch of the QCWA in my electorate. She loved the fellowship, particularly her participation in the choir. And as she progressed through an illness that would ultimately see her pass, I remember the great joy she took from the friendship she gained at the Brookfield QCWA, and particularly the women who continued to come around to her place and support her long after the illness meant that she couldn't herself attend the meetings. Our family will always be grateful for the support that those wonderful women of the CWA in the Brookfield branch provided to my grandmother, and I know that they are providing to women right across the state. So it is a pleasure to pay tribute to all of those women in the Ryan electorate who are part of the CWA, to all the women around the state of Queensland who are part of the QCWA. Together they are improving the lives the lives of their local community members and of people living in regional, rural and remote Queensland. I encourage women in the electorate of Ryan to consider the QCWA local branches as their first option if they are seeking to make a contribution, if they are seeking friendship and to make a meaningful contribution locally. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Oxley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. For decades, the Country Women's Association of Australia has been an essential voice that has advanced the voice and rights of women across Australia. Their advocacy on behalf of Australian women is as strong as it was 75 years ago. Their voice influences change across our nation, a change which is empowering and improving the lives of women, their families and communities, particularly those living in regional, rural and remote Australia. Not only does the CWA provide a voice for these women, but they also provide a community that connects 44,000 members in 1,855 branches, as we've heard, across Australia. Amongst many things, this community provides support and a sense that they are never alone as they persevere through some of the great challenges that regional, rural and remote communities experience daily. One example, Mr Deputy Speaker, is the current drought in Australia. The CWA has distributed over $30 million in household support to affected families. In the words of founding President Ruth Fairfax, branches meet together each month socially to discuss the affairs of their district and help to further its interests, trying to break down the barriers that have gradually arisen between people and do away with suspicion and fear of people being belittled. In 1922, on the 10th of August, in Albert Hall in my home city of Brisbane, a need was seen for the connection and networking of regional and country women. This is where Ruth Fairfax was elected President of the Country Women's Association in Australia. From here she began her tour to outback Queensland, where she established their outback branches and suburban branches, including the Oxley CWA. Since March 2020, fast forward, the members of the QCWA Oxley branch have continued to work with their community to aim to reduce the impact of COVID-19, particularly on women and children, and have supported many initiatives aimed at providing support for those facing addiction or domestic violence. The vision of the Oxley CWA is for women of Queensland to come together to support their communities while celebrating their interests and forging friendships in a respectful and caring environment. They've achieved this by advocating and providing opportunities for women centring around education, health and community throughout every phase of a woman's life. I've proudly supported the Oxley Country Women's Association for many years, including my time as the local councillor representing the suburb of Oxley. I was able to support the relocation of their hall due to a railway infrastructure upgrade, a vital move to ensure the Oxley CWA still has a place they could meet and gather. They moved into this brilliant new all-purpose built hall in Kawonga Park, Oxley in February 2011. The old hall has been moved out towards Warwick and is still used by the community there. I'd like to make special mentions and show my gratitude to the current executives and the hard-working women of the Oxley Women's CWA. Jane Clark, who's done a remarkable job and has stepped up to this role in the last year. And also I'd like to thank the office bearers, the current serving office bearers, Lynn Lincoln, Sally Gardner, Diane Wooten, Pat Burgess and Norma Lovelace OAM. I know Norma, Lynn and Pat have been long-term serving members and have helped advance this fantastic and vital social network connecting families and women in the Oxley electorate. They do a remarkable job month in, month out, looking after particularly new residents and new younger members, which has been a hallmark of the current executive's focus. Over the years, I've attended a number of events that the CWA has placed on, particularly their latest events, the Easter competition and Christmas cake eating competition, which I have become a master of. During the COVID 2019 pandemic, there's never been a better time for the community to come together. And as the member for Oxley, I've been consistently blown away by the tireless and enormous effort that community groups have displayed over the last 6 months. I want to place on record in the Parliament of Australia my thanks for the Oxley Country Women's Association and the entire CWA on nearly 100 years of service to our country, alongside all branches nationally as they play their part in connecting with and advocating for the safety and well-being of the community. Congratulations Oxley CWA and congratulations the Country Women's Association in our nation.
I thank the member. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Mr Deputy Chair, firstly can I begin by congratulating Dr Webster, the member for Mallee, for bringing this motion to this place and drawing the attention of the Parliament to the very significant and important work that the Country Women's Association does right across the nation. Like other members in this place who represent rural, regional, remote communities, my electorate is blessed with very many branches of the CWA working across all fields. And on reflecting on this motion, I thought I could refer to one effort which I think is emblematic of the work that the CWA does across the nation. And this work doesn't take place in my electorate, it's actually at the Royal Adelaide Show. The Royal Adelaide Show is, as you'd expect it, a bustling hive of activity. People are very busily getting on with having the fun that's associated with show endeavours. There's the type of food which we all shouldn't be consuming. There's the fairy floss, there's the sweets, there's the fried fare. And amongst all that chaos of activity, there's one sanctuary. And that sanctuary, for as long as I can remember, has always been the CWA Country Cafe. It's a place amongst all that bustling activity where you can go at the Royal Adelaide Show and you can be met by friendly volunteers from branches across the state, where you can eat some homely, home-cooked, hearty fare, and you can pause for a moment over a cup of tea and inevitably some home-cooked traditional scones. And in that chaos that is the Royal Adelaide Show, there's just this quiet sanctuary. And I think that's emblematic of the work that the CWA does across my electorate. Volunteers coming together to support each other, but more broadly to support the community. There is obviously a long tradition with cooking of a homely nature, of high quality, and that happens at the Country Cafe as well. And there's also an opportunity for people to pause and reflect on what's important in the context of a very busy and stressful world. In addition to that, can I just reflect on the fact that there is increasingly the roles undertaken by the Country Women's Association that we wouldn't traditionally identify with the association, and that role principally is in advocacy. As someone who came to this place 7 years or so ago, I hadn't appreciated fully how significant, how much significant advocacy and agency is undertaken through the work of the CWA. But I'm regularly contacted by the CWA about whether it involves better health services for regional Australians, better telecommunication and connectivity, issues relating to remote schooling. And so whilst we all immediately associate the CWA with scones and craft fairs and getting together and discussing issues in local communities, increasingly I'm noticing a push into the world of advocacy, and it's incredibly powerful. The other phenomenon I've seen in my electorate, which I'm really pleased to see, is the demographic change in the CWA. Increasingly, young regional women are getting involved in this organisation, and that's a shift that's occurred in, I'd suggest, the last decade. In particular, there's one branch of the CWA, my electorate, in Narra Court, which are all young mums. And they work alongside the long-standing traditional branch, but they've formed their own sub-branch, and they do that because they're interested in working together on matters that are relevant to them. So, to the volunteers of the CWA in my electorate, can I say thank you very much for everything you've done over the long course. You're a testament to the resilience of regional Australians. You work very hard to ensure we have that resilience. And when I reflect on the very good work you do in my electorate, I look to the example at the Royal Adelaide Show. I go there every year with my children, and I see there the good work in the agency that you do across South Australia and by extension across our nation. And I think it's a great example of the very best of what the CWA does.
I thank the member. Give the call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I also rise to support the proposition put forward by the member for Mallee, and I congratulate her for doing so. The story of rural and regional Australia is one of challenge, hardship and opportunity. This vast country of drought and flooding rains and those who have worked its natural resources are an iconic part of the Australian story. For almost 100 years, the women who are part of the Country Women's Association have been a crucial part of the story too. The formation of the CWA in 1922 was born out of the shared struggle of rural families facing all the challenges you'd expect to be put in front of them as a result of isolation, or in some cases just relative isolation. The organisation's 1,855 branches boast 44,000 members. Despite all the changes in our society over the past 98 years, including, of course, on the technology front, the CWA is as relevant today as it was in 1922. What a tribute that is to the founder, Ruth Fairfax, and all those who have been and are involved in the organisation. In 1922, and for a long time after, women had very little role to play in the production of our food and fibre. Thankfully, we are a far more enlightened society today, and the skills and talents of Australian women are put to use in management, production and, of course, still in family roles. They can do it all, Madam Deputy Speaker. They are a part of policy making and advocacy too, a key role for the CWA, and, of course, the current President of the National Farmers Federation is one Fiona Simpson. Members of the CWA are often recognised for their cooking and craft skills. That is true. And I can attest to some of those talents, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've been the beneficiary, as can, of course, millions of other Australians who have benefited from their work. But cooking and craft are, of course, just a sample or part of the work done by the women who make up the CWA, and just a small part, really, of the work they do in our local communities. Just as their work was so important during the Great Depression, their work has come into its own during floods and droughts, including the most recent drought, when we all saw the CWA playing a very, very important role. They are crucial when our rural Australians are facing the challenges put up by this country, this great country of ours, and of course that's also been true throughout the course of this terrible COVID-19 period we've been challenged by. The CWA is also an organisation which is not fearful of speaking in independent mind, always. And I think that's a very, very important part of the success and longevity of the organisation. Just this year, for example, the CWA expressed deep disappointment by parts of the government's response to the drought and assistance to drought-affected families. Indeed, describing its $500 voucher for drought-affected families as, and I quote, disappointing, infuriating, insulting and disrespectful. And it's a matter of public record now, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the CWA refused to be part of the distribution of that voucher system. And an independent voice is exactly what rural and regional Australia needs, and it's something that it's enjoyed from the Country Women's Association. Obviously, I have a number of branches in my own electorate, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've had a lot of engagement with the women who form those branches. I hold community morning and afternoon teas in various towns around my electorate, and more often than not, I hire the CWA hall. It's a perfect quid pro quo because I get to host my morning teas in a quality venue, and of course the CWA ladies get a donation from me as a result of those meetings, and very happily, and I happily pay, often provide the cup of tea and the sandwiches for those occasions. So what a wonderful organisation, what a wonderful celebration, what a wonderful motion this is, and it's been my great pleasure to support it.
Yeah. I thank the member and give the call to the member for New England.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Chair. The CWA is an organisation that I've had through my family a long involvement with, and probably the most prominent was my grandmother. My grandmother was one of the chairs of one of the divisions in her area. She lived at Adelong, and I remember at one stage watching Four Corners. And on Four Corners, it was around about the time of Jermaine Greer and the female eunuch. There was a women's meeting, and as I watched it, I saw this lady in a big hat, and she was, Madam Deputy Chair, holding forth with a whole group of other people baying around her, trying to tear her in an argument limb from limb. And I said to Natalie at the time, I said, look at this lady, look at the bravery of her. She's standing up and really sort of giving her position and argument, seems to be doing it in a very dignified way. And then I said, hang on. I looked at it and I said, that's my grandmother. And I think that sort of personified what was there. My grandmother was not a shrinking violet. She was an early graduate of Sydney University, being a teacher out in country areas. But a vision, and I suppose that time was portrayed through the CWA, is that you can get a long way by being dignified and being basically emotionally sober and presenting a point of view, and people will listen to that more than they will listen to volume. And I suppose I should have taken more notice of her. But it's in 1922, the CWA was formed. It's slightly younger than the National Party, so they've lived in a parallel course. And its purpose, of course, was for the benefit and advancement of women and children in regional areas, especially regional, not exclusively, especially regional, remote and agricultural areas. And it was so vitally important that people of those days and today get that capacity of going out and meeting other people and having that social interaction that alleviates some of the concerns that might be present in their mind and work to a common purpose of bringing about betterment to others. It could be seen, it has, I would say, a conservative moniker in honour to God, loyalty to the throne and service to the country, but I suppose many members decide which parts of that they pick and choose. And service to the country, I believe, has been a preeminent form throughout that. Of course, for my grandmother, honour to God was also a very, very strong issue. Loyalty to the throne, I don't know quite where she would have fitted on that one. But it's so incredibly important that we understand that the work of the CWA goes on. And in recent times, especially with the drought, they have been exemplary in trying to do their part in getting out aid, especially assistance with stock, out into the areas that have been afflicted by the drought. It is an issue that they have prevailed, and people sometimes are cynical towards them, but as an organisation, they've survived a lot longer than others that have come and gone before them. I would dare say political parties that have come into an existence and disappeared. And it's always one of those facts that sometimes, you know, there might be a cynicism, the so-called tea and scones group, Cranky Women's Association, all these sort of pejoratives that might have been cast in their direction, but they're still there. In fact, I think that they're growing now probably more in urban areas than they're growing in regional areas. And this in itself brings a change in the complexion and tenets of the organisation and sort of where their motivations and maybe, to be quite frank, some of their political leanings have gone. And that's entirely okay, because any organisation that is dynamic and to survive over a long period of time has to change with the times and evolve, and the CWA is doing precisely that. So in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, I always remember I think it was the Latin quote by, I think it was Virgil, Dux Femina Facti, which is that the woman leads events. It was a reflection on the Queen of Carthage, Dido. And I think that in itself has always shown that there are certain times which are preeminent in history and of the day where the women will lead the events, and the CWA, Country Women's Association of Australia, does precisely that.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. The Federation Chamber is now suspended and the chair will be resumed at 4 p.m.
Thank you, everyone. Are there any constituent statements by honourable members? And I give the call to Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to start off with by thanking our frontline workers and local residents in my electorate for their response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Locally in the city of Casey, I think we've had about 70 active cases of the coronavirus. In particular, I wanted to thank the frontline workers, the doctors, the nurses and our testing officials at the Casey Hospital, the Cranbourne Integrated Care and Westfield Fountain Gate pop-up testing facilities for their work, and others for keeping our community safe. I wanted to thank our community organisations like the Cranbourne Information Support Service as well for their work to provide emergency relief to those in need during this pandemic and during this time of crisis. I think, particularly in speaking of the sacrifices that have been made by those in my constituency, to those that have lost their jobs, to those that have had diminished working hours, there's been a sense of cohesion, of community, of understanding the joint sacrifice that's been made to beat this pandemic. And I wanted to commend the government and the state premiers for the work that they've done in a cohesive, collaborative, collective way to keep our country safe. And that has been mirrored by the sacrifice and the resolve of those people out in my constituency. The one thing I think that they would say, those that have lost their jobs, those that have suffered a diminution in income, those that experienced mental health challenges because of the isolation, what we're asking people to do, and what people did in such astounding numbers and so quickly with so much discipline, was they're almost giving themselves a form of home detention to keep the community safe. And I think that's often what's forgotten, that home detention is used as a form of punishment. But we ask the Australian community to in effect, put themselves into home detention with time out for leave, to go shopping, to exercise, etc. And the fact that they did that in such great numbers says a lot about Australia's community spirit. And in that vein, I think that great community spirit offers a window in terms of where we should be conducting ourselves, the national debate about where we need to go. we can't have made these sacrifices as a community without wanting politics to change a bit, to imagine a future where all Australians have a stakeholding, where we all work together collectively. We all look after each other. That hand reaching down to lift others up rather than pushing people down. And so particularly to those, again, in the Australian community, in my constituency, that made that sacrifice, that kept themselves at home, that isolated themselves, thank you again on behalf of us all here. What we have to do now in this place is to ensure that that spirit of sacrifice, that spirit of coming together, of sacrificing for the common good, is kept so that we have policies that include all Australians, not just some.
Thank you for your contribution. I give the call to the member for Rhine.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Speaker. I rise to express my local community's utter dismay and disappointment in the Labor state government and the local Greens MP regarding two issues in the suburb of Toowong. Firstly, the recent decision by the Labor state government, with no community consultation whatsoever from their current MP, to move 300 people considered at risk into the Atira apartments in Toowong. They include those recently released from prison and those with drug addiction problems. This decision occurred with no consultation, no extra support services and no notice on Good Friday. Residents now contacting me, their local LNP councillor James Mackay and their local LNP candidate Lauren Day, to describe disturbing incidences of drug use, public indecency and exposure, harassment and public urination. Residents near the at-risk housing describe being too scared to go to the local Toowong Village shopping centre, too scared to walk at night and too scared to let their children out to play. Retailers at Toowong Village are so concerned about losing this important trade from locals at a time when they're trying to recover from COVID that they have offered up a free retail space for the new Toowong Police Beat. This is a tremendous local initiative and would greatly enhance local policing in the suburb of Toowong. It's strongly supported by myself and the local LNP candidate Lauren Day, in stark contrast to the current local Greens MP, who is working absolutely overtime to dismiss and diminish the legitimate concerns of local residents about this issue. I call on him to support our campaign, to support the LNP candidate Lauren Day, to secure a new police beat at Toowong. The second issue the Labor government has also run roughshod over the Toowong community is by erecting a fence around the Queensland Academy of Science, Mathematics and Technology Oval. This facility has unilaterally cut off residents' access to what was a very popular dog walking and cycling and exercise area. Again, no consultation and a total disregard for my local community. This is particularly galling given the land was donated in the first place to the government by a local family, the Palmer family. It has now taken the LNP candidate Lauren Day to secure a pledge that the fence will be removed if the LNP are successful at the October election. Meanwhile, the Labor state government, working with the local Greens MP, who could get rid of the threat of this fence against residents with a stroke of a pen, have failed to lift a finger. It just goes to show that at the state level, the residents of Toowong need better representation, and I congratulate local LNP candidate Lauren Day on being able to secure both at a Toowong police beat location in conjunction with Toowong Village and the removal of this fence as an election commitment from the
member for Richmond.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to speak about the economic impact of the COVID-19 crisis on my electorate. We've seen devastation right across our local economy, workers losing their jobs, our struggling local businesses, and the impact on some of our major employers, such as the local councils, the airport and Southern Cross University. In fact, just last week I wrote to the Minister for Education seeking urgent intervention for the Southern Cross University. The university has announced that it's facing an economic crisis with an estimated $58 million in funding shortfall over the next 2 years. This will potentially affect hundreds of staff and students across the North Coast campuses. This university is a strong economic driver in our region and produces excellent graduates and great research outcomes. It's imperative the government act urgently and take the necessary steps to ensure the survival of Southern Cross University. The Deputy Speaker, as a result of the pandemic, our local workers, our small and medium-sized businesses on the North Coast have indeed indeed been dealt a very devastating blow. Initially, those huge queues we saw outside of Centrelink were just truly heartbreaking. And of course, Labor did call for wage subsidies very early on, and whilst we welcome JobKeeper for these businesses and employers who were fortunate enough to be eligible for the program, we know JobKeeper, when it finally rolled out, left many workers and many businesses behind. And for my electorate, it was particularly harsh for those casual workers who didn't qualify, people working in retail, tourism, hospitality and the creative industries as well. And indeed, on the North Coast, we're very fortunate to have a very diverse and vibrant arts and creative sector, but the government has left these workers in that sector behind. JobKeeper must be extended to casuals in the arts and entertainment sector. The government must also provide much more overall support to this sector because of the vast numbers that it employs and the economic benefits that it generates. Also at this time, it's imperative that we invest in job creation and opportunity for regional Australia. And a key element to this is education and training, investing in our universities and investing in TAFE and training. Reports of the expected losses of trade-related jobs and the further loss of apprentices is indeed alarming. When it comes to apprentices and trainees, the government is failing regional areas like mine and New South Wales and North Coast. And in my electorate of Richmond, this government has overseen a massive reduction in apprentices. There are now more than 500 fewer apprentices in my electorate. This is terrible news for young people and for businesses looking for trained staff. Finally, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to mention what an honour and a privilege it was for myself and my team to be phoning seniors right across the North Coast as part of our Community Care Calls program. And to date, more than 12,000 people have been called. We checked in to offer support during this difficult time, and it was wonderful to hear their stories of strength and resilience. It was also very heartwarming to hear that so many of our seniors had such great support from their families, their neighbours and their community. Deputy Speaker, it has indeed been a very challenging time right across the country, and in my region I'd like to acknowledge the wonderful work of everyone involved for adhering to the restrictions and making sure they've been keeping us all safe.
Thank you. Somebody from the government wishing to speak? Thank you. I give the call to the member for Robertson.
I thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to acknowledge the contribution of 5 outstanding individuals from my electorate of Robertson who were recognised in the 2020 Queen's Honours List. The list includes Terrigal's Michael Hickey, who's received a Medal of the Order of Australia for his service to veterans and their families and to our community. After serving in the Army during the Vietnam War from 1966 to 67, Michael continued to work diligently to support veterans and their families in our local community through roles with Legacy, Rotary International and the Returned and Services League of Australia. Michael is currently the Personnel Committee Chair of the Brisbane Water Legacy, and he's been a member of the board since 2010. He serves his community as an active patrol member of the Terrigal Surf Lifesaving Club, and as a member there myself, I hope to see Michael in the summer when the patrol season starts again, so I can congratulate him in person on the beach. Also from Terrigal, William Purcell, or known to his friends as Bill, was awarded a Queen's Birthday Honour for his significant service to tertiary education, business and Australia and Japanese relations. Bill is a passionate advocate for international education. This passion has seen Bill work as a Vice-Chancellor for International and Advancement at the University of Technology and as a Deputy Vice-Chancellor International and Dean of Business at the University of Newcastle. Notably, Bill was also a Professor of Economics at the University of Tokyo between 1986 to 1990, and I'd like to commend Bill Purcell for his contribution and commitment to higher education. John Mackenzie from Pretty Beach was made a member of the Order of Australia for his significant service to the law and to social justice for the Indigenous community. John has worked in the New South Wales Legal Services Commission as the New South Wales Legal Services Commissioner since 2015, and locally worked as the Legal Aid New South Wales Gosford Solicitor in charge from 1994 to 2001. He's held various roles for Aboriginal Legal Service, the Law Society of New South Wales and the Central Coast Community Legal Service, and we thank John for all of the work that he has done. Harold Sharp from Erina, who received the Medal of the Order of Australia, has held many positions within Rotary International and continues to serve the community and support charitable initiatives. He's the Chair of Rotary Oceania Medical Aid for Children and is the Director of Better Hearing Australia, and has worked with local charities such as Fairhaven and Meals on Wheels Central Coast. Former Minister for the Central Coast, John Della Bosca, was also recognised on the Queen's Birthday Honours List. John served in a number of roles in the New South Wales Government, including as Leader of the Government in the New South Wales Legislative Council, and held a number of ministerial portfolios, including Education and Training, Health, Finance and Disability Services. He served for 11 years, leaving in 2010 to assist in the establishment of the National Disability Insurance Scheme. I want to thank John for his service to public health, particularly in the disability and drug support sectors, and to the Parliament of New South Wales. Congratulations to all of our Queen's Birthday Honours list recipients.
To the member for Isaacs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Morrison government's robo-debt scheme is a cruel and cowardly extortion racket that intimidated innocent and vulnerable Australians into paying debts they did not owe. It's a scheme designed by the current Prime Minister, which he expanded with the current Attorney-General, to steal hundreds of millions of dollars from everyday Australians. This was money they had no right to take, money taken from people who had no ability to pay it. People across my electorate of Isaacs contacted me desperate for help as the Morrison government stole from their bank accounts and tax returns and threatened them with debt collectors and jail terms. People from every suburb across my electorate were illegally held to ransom by this government's grasping robo-debt scam. From Mentone to Patterson Lakes, Dandenong South to Aspendale, Dingley Village to Hyatt, the list goes on. Jane was hit with a $6,000 robo-debt because after she lost her partner to suicide in 2017, she returned to work full-time. Instead of looking over Jane's case and seeing that her income had increased, Centrelink averaged her salary across the year and sent this single mother of two a bill for $6,000. In 2018, a young hospitality worker, Tyson, came into my office with a robo-debt demand for over $4,000, which included a 10% recovery fee because he couldn't source pay slips with only 28 days' notice. That year he only earned $21,000. They were asking him to cough up almost a quarter of his salary in a month. And then there's the 62-year-old woman who contacted me about her robo-debt demand for $4,000 allegedly owed from 2014. Centrelink's her only income, so they stole the money from her disability support payments to repay the alleged $4,000 debt. And all the people caught up in Mr Morrison's illegal robo-debt money-making scheme were branded guilty until they could prove otherwise, when in fact the only people acting like criminals were this government and its most senior people. On 4 separate occasions in 2017, the Administrative Appeals Tribunal ruled the scheme illegal, and on every occasion the government did not appeal that decision. So for at least 3 years the government knew its robo-debt scheme was illegal, and yet they continued to extort millions of dollars they had no right to claim from people who had no ability to pay and threaten them with jail if they didn't. The cowardice and wickedness shown by Prime Minister Scott Morrison and his government towards the people in my electorate of Isaacs and across this nation is unforgivable. It's now long past time that this Prime Minister, the Attorney-General, the hapless Human Services Minister and everyone else involved in this scandal took responsibility for this state-run extortion racket.
I give the call to member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I wish today to pay tribute to the 21 remarkable Australians and local residents from my electorate of Wentworth whose contribution to our nation was recognised as part of the Queen's Birthday Honours. Across science, sport, community service, academia and even our parliament, these Australians have distinguished themselves during a lifetime of service. Congratulations to Cyril Baldock OAM, the oldest person to swim the English Channel and a lifelong supporter of Bondi Surf Bathers Lifesaving Club. Margaret Bowring OAM for her work in higher education. Michel-Henri Carriol for his services to Australia-France relations, to business and to the community. Michael Clark AO for his distinguished work, bit of an understatement here, in cricket as a player and as a contributor. Peter Conrad OAM for his service to vascular medicine. Philip Cunningham OAM for service to medical research. Commander Matthew Eglin, CSM Royal Australian Navy for meritorious devotion to duty in the field of marine engineering. Detective Chief Inspector Peter Foe, APM, for long-standing service to the New South Wales Police Force. Professor Leslie Foster, AM, for significant service to tertiary education and rural health. Professor Stephen Garton, AM, for significant service to tertiary education. Colleen Goodwin, OAM, for services to the community. John Hall, AM, for significant service to community mental health and to business. Professor John Ham, AM, for significant service to medical education. Only another 10 or so to go. Dr. Anthony Joseph, well-endowed electorate Wentworth. Dr. Anthony Joseph, AM, for significant service to emergency medicine and to education. To the late Dr. Michelle Cotton, AM, for significant service to veterinary science and education. To Rear Admiral Jonathan Mead, AO, RAN, Fleet Base East Commander, for distinguished service to the Royal Australian Navy in senior management and command roles. Greta Moran, AO, for distinguished service to the visual arts through philanthropic initiatives as an advocate for Australian art and artists and to the aged care sector. Gretel Packer, AM, for significant service to the community, to the visual and performing arts. The Honourable Graham Richardson, AO, well known here for distinguished service to the people and the Parliament of Australia and as a political commentator. Ryan Stokes, AO, for distinguished service to business, particularly in the media, mining and construction sectors, and to cultural institutions. And lastly, Raymond Witten, AM, for significant service to the law, particularly to legal reform and consumer protection. Our country and my local community is a more culturally rich, more prosperous and a safer place because of the efforts of these Australians and the efforts of so many other Australians who serve our community every day. I congratulate each and every one of them.
Thank you, and I give the call to Member for Oxley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This afternoon I wish to draw to Parliament's attention to yet another demographic who have been forgotten by the Morrison government during the COVID-19 pandemic, international students and temporary visa holders residing in Australia. Last week, I met with Pastor Robin Robertson and Pastor Ryan Valley from the River Life Baptist Church in my electorate of Oxley, alongside Pavati Kumar Nuri from the Indian Sports and Recreation Association and the State Member for Manominee, Jess Pugh. I'm grateful for the work that River Life Baptist Church and the Indian Sports and Recreation Association have been able to do within our community for this forgotten group. They've shared heartbreaking stories of students who have been stranded in our community with no family close by, no access to jobs, no access to JobKeeper, no access to JobSeeker, and more importantly, absolutely no access to any financial assistance from the government. One such story was Eric from Fiji, studying at QUT, who was working prior to COVID restrictions, covering his rent, food, student fees and sending money back to his family in Fiji. As a result of Cyclone Harold hitting Fiji and Vanuatu in early April, his family had experienced much loss. They were not in a position to send money to assist him. Despite Eric's hard work and best efforts, he now finds himself in financial stress by no fault of his own. One of the most confronting situations they've encountered was with a female international student who was unable to cover her accommodation contribution to the share house, being exploited for sexual favours by the landlord, allegedly to pay down her outstanding balance. River Life Baptists were able to provide funds to pay what was owing, cover bond for a new place for her to live, and connect her to counselling as a precursor to the student lodging a police report. River Life has to date invested over $45,000 in support to 42 international students from 13 nations experiencing financial hardship. Funds have been used to cover rent, food, medicines, phone and data plans to create a multi-week buffer, and in certain cases a term student fee instalment to ensure that students could continue to complete their study. I want to thank the generosity and congregation of River Life Baptists for loving their neighbours as themselves and giving to those in need of our community. Our international students and temporary visa holders make an important part of our community. In 2019, the number of international students in Australia was 720,000, a growth of 11% from 2018, and these people have been abandoned by the Morrison government. International students in 2020 contributed around $32 billion into the Australian economy, and Australia is one of the leading countries for tertiary education. But will we be able to keep this way up the way the government is neglecting international students and neglecting to grant organisations? Those opposite won't even apologise. They are so arrogant that they are still condemning those students who have absolutely no support from this government. So many of our international students, and they are laughing about this, Madam Deputy Speaker, so many of our students need our support and care. I congratulate and salute our churches and community organisations that are delivering for these international students, not being ignored by the Morrison government.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it's my pleasure to update the chamber today on a great milestone in Australia, but also in my home city of Adelaide, which was the sod turning today of the South Australian Health and Medical Research Institute's second building, which is known as the Australian Bragg Centre, possibly named after Senator Andrew Bragg, although I suspect more likely after the father and son Braggs, the two of the many Nobel Prize winners from my electorate of Sturt, who of course were such great pioneers in developing in particular X-ray technology and the modern X-ray. But of course this is going to be a proton therapy unit centre, as well as other health and medical research and infrastructure. But the proton therapy treatment capability is particularly exciting for all Australians, because this is the first time that we will have this capacity in our country at the moment when Australians need this treatment. It's a very focused radiation beam that obviously is quite effective in treating cancerous tumours, for example in the spine and other places where you want to have as limited damage to non-tumorous tissue as you possibly can. And at the moment, Australians that need that sort of treatment need to go to Japan or the United States or Western Europe, which for a first world country, I think it's a great testament to this government that we've said that's not acceptable. We need to have this capability and capacity in our country. And it was Minister Hunt a few years ago now that made the decision to underpin this new building by putting the money down to purchase the proton therapy unit and to put that in place in Adelaide. And now Australians and people from around the region as well will be able to get this treatment in Adelaide, funded by the Commonwealth Government and other funding partners. The first sod was turned today. Lend-Lease, the builder, and Commercial and General, who will be the building owner with the state government. Unfortunately, being a sitting day, I wasn't able to be there, but I would have loved to, and my heart was certainly with them, because I've been very involved with this development, this project for a long time, wearing a number of different hats. And more recently, as the federal member for Sturt, I've been working very closely with Commercial and General, the company, and the state government and Minister Hunt's office and the federal government to make sure that we saw us reach this milestone today. It's a few years away. This is obviously very complex nuclear machinery. We're building a very big bunker. They're digging down about 3 stories, and it'll come 12 stories above ground when it's completed. It's exciting technology. Proton, the company. This is the second machine that they will have installed, and the first one that's been commissioned now is at the Massachusetts General Hospital, so we're in pretty good company as far as cutting-edge technology goes. I congratulate everyone involved, and I'm very excited to see this health infrastructure being delivered in my state of South Australia.
The member for Shortland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Australians have done a remarkable job at listening to the experts and following the tough restrictions throughout the COVID-19 crisis. As a result, from the health perspective, we are in a very good position compared to other countries around the world. However, while the COVID-19 is a health crisis first and foremost, it's also an economic crisis. The government needs to develop a job strategy to support Australians in the challenging months ahead, because they know, despite what they claim, there will be no snapback at the end of this pandemic. The latest unemployment statistics demonstrate this, with 2.7 million people either leaving employment or had their hours reduced between March and April, and 26,000 of those were in the Hunter. Madam Deputy Speaker, this means that the real unemployment rate during this period was somewhere between 15% and 20%. In Newcastle and Lake Macquarie, the unemployment rate increased from 5.8% to 7.7%, and most distressingly, the youth unemployment rate is now at an official level of 18.7%, which means it's well over 30% in reality. The government desperately needs to develop a job strategy, and JobKeeper should be a key part of it. The government must consider expanding JobKeeper to include more impacted workers like the 1 million casuals who are currently missing out. The Treasurer can fix this right now with a stroke of a pen. The government must also consider extending the JobKeeper payment beyond September for those businesses and industries who need it. A sudden end to this subsidy will be disastrous for businesses that continue to be crippled by this crisis. Unfortunately, the government has done the exact opposite when it comes to the early childhood education sector. 3 days after promising JobKeeper will continue until September for all eligible Australians, the government broke this promise when it announced it would stop paying 120,000 early childhood educators from the 13th of July. the free childcare scheme will also end. I'm really concerned about the impact this will have, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government's free childcare scheme hasn't been perfect. It's left a lot of people out, but snapping back to the old system with high fees will make early education and care unaffordable and inaccessible for many, particularly those who are suffering reduced hours or loss of a job. And as a result, some families will be forced to pull their kids out of centres, which will have a significant impact on providers. Without JobKeeper, some of these providers may be forced to close down. What a way to say thanks to all these educators who worked throughout the pandemic, in turn allowing some of our essential frontline workers to do their jobs and educating their kids. I had one early childhood educator in tears talking to me yesterday morning. The government must fix this. This clearly demonstrates why the government needs to develop a job strategy. Without one, they risk botching our economic recovery, which will see more people queuing out the front of Centrelink. That is something Australia cannot afford.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight Townsville's amazing volunteers, and we know in this place that volunteers are the heart and soul of our communities. And so, from the 18th to the 24th of May, we celebrated National Volunteer Week in the electorate of Herbert by notifying local groups of volunteer grant funding and presenting volunteers with their official certificates of appreciation. There were 16 volunteer groups in my electorate who received a share in more of $63,000 worth of funds as a part of the government's volunteer grants program. This is an excellent program which provides vital equipment, fuel and covers the cost of compulsory training to keep our local volunteers going. It was great to get down to the Arcadian Surf Lifesaving Club and meet with Amy and the crew and let them know that they'd been successful in their grant. Their club members provide lifeguard services on Maggie Island and the mainland on a volunteer basis on weekends and also run a great nippers program encouraging kids into the sport. They'll use their grant for a much-needed and long-awaited computer system to track their members. I also popped into Triple T Community Radio to let the station manager, T. Johnson, know they'd been successful. Also, the station's presented volunteers and do an excellent job in keeping Townsville informed and entertained on the radio waves. But they've been battling with an 8-year-old computer in desperate need of a replacement. Their grant will purchase a new one to keep them on air for many, many years to come. I also put the call out to the community to nominate great volunteers to receive the Australian Government Certificate of Appreciation for all the hard work that they do. Reef HQ is a Townsville icon and visitors are greeted by volunteers as they arrive. Dorel and John Jewell, OAM, have combined 70 years of service with Reef HQ. Dorel turned 90 this year, but that hasn't stopped their volunteering, giving all the kids a stamp as they walk in. John not only volunteers at Reef HQ, but he also helps the Coast Guard, and he's been doing it for 45 years. It was a pleasure to meet with them and present them with their certificates as the sharks swam overhead in the Predator tank. It was also great to meet Tricia and David Hatfield, who coordinate the Community Food Pantry in West End. This service caters to many in the community who are doing it tough, and we know throughout the COVID-19 process that these volunteer groups have been the backbone of our community, and providing this food service has gone a long way. Finally, I'd like to congratulate Robert Mara, who, despite having lost his leg, is probably the most helpful man around the Townsville Men's Shed. He's described by fellow members as the ever-ready battery of the shed and was deserving of this recognition. Congratulations to everyone who was nominated, and I'd like to thank you for your service to our community.
Thank you. And in accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, the time for members' constituent statements has concluded, and I ask the clerk to call the next item of business.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Australia's COVID-19 health response.
So the question is that the document be noted, and I give the call to the member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I think we all, not only just obviously in this chamber and this house, in this building, but around not just the state of New South Wales or the country of Australia, but indeed around the whole globe, are going to all remember 2020. We have defining moments in our lives, we have defining moments as a nation, and indeed the globe has defining moments in its history as well, and I think we all are as individuals. This is a defining moment for us As a country, this is a defining moment for us, and a globe, this is a defining moment for us. Who could have foreseen at the start of 2020 how this was all going to play out? Just in my region, Deputy Speaker, last year we had fires, we had drought. We thought they were tough. I mean, they tested the resilience, certainly of my community, which was ravaged by both. But this, I think, again, has taken us to a whole new level of resilience and of perseverance and of strength of our character, because this is not just a locally community-based thing or indeed a nation thing, it's a global challenge that we're facing. There's been a lot of anxiety in my community, and I'm sure all communities that we live and belong to. And I think we'll all remember, sort of, as this virus we started to become more aware and educated about this virus and the decisions that we were going to have to make and the consequences that was going to have on people's lives and people's livelihoods. I think we'll all remember how that lockdown or that shutdown or that partial shutdown started. Unprecedented things in the sense that we had, people questioned when they were going to work, where they were going and were they really required to go to work. And we've had things like internal border shuts, international border shuts, shutting down, our country to international students and things that we really couldn't have never have imagined. But I want to acknowledge a whole lot of people today, and I want to acknowledge, across governments, across frontline health and service workers and the Australians themselves, I think, who've saved us because of the type of people we are and they are, have saved us a lot of pain. The PM, I want to start with the PM. The PM at one stage, because we're talking a lot about economics at the moment and the consequences it's had on jobs and people's livelihoods. The PM got this. A lot of countries went harsher lockdown. And the PM and the government were under a lot of pressure at one stage to lock down more than we did. And if we had of, the economic consequences we'd be talking about now would be worse. And you can't walk away from that. So I think very early on, in one of the addresses he gave, he said that every job is essential. So we're going to shut down or shut down organisations or businesses where the contagion is higher risk. We will do that because of the health risk we take. But we're not just going to go back to where some countries did, where it was only the supermarkets or the pharmacies that were open. That, he said, that was too far. The economic consequences would be too great, and we didn't need to do that. And he was under much pressure to do more, but he held the line on that. So I think that was a great decision and showed that he got right at the start what this meant, because we're dealing with two things still, but the health crisis that we faced was at least managed, and if not greater, now managed by an economic crisis as great, if not greater. And I think the every job essential line was very important for us to understand that. On the health, I want to thank the Australian public. I think I'm sure the National Cabinet's done a great job. I acknowledge Greg Hunt as a Federal Health Minister. I acknowledge all the health ministers from around every state in this country and all the health advisors and the health panels and experts that have been advising governments every step of the way. They've done a great job and should be congratulated. But I want to thank Australians, because I think in my community at least, and the reading I got was when we all saw Bondi packed that Sunday, we all went, maybe that's not where we should be at. This, from what we're told, that increases the risk of this virus being spread. And I think, and I noticed it in my community, the behaviour changed. And because we as a community and we and Australians got that, they got the importance of social distancing, they got the importance of hygiene, they have made this better for us, for all of us. As a collective, they got it. They reacted as a community, and they've saved us and their fellow Australians a lot of health benefit, and also because of that an economic benefit. I do want to thank the National Cabinet. I think it was a great initiative of the Prime Minister. It crossed party boundaries, which was very important. And I think what the Australian people certainly didn't want to see then was partisan politics, and they didn't. They wanted to see the states acting, they wanted to see a message that they understood, and they wanted to see that we were acting on that messages. And as part of the National Cabinet, again, all the state premiers and chief ministers involved with that, I think, that no one's ever going to agree on everything all the time, and I get that, but I think they had a solidarity about them, and they knew that partisan politics wasn't part of this. And at the very crucial time, I think that was a great effort by everyone involved. The frontline workers we mentioned, I think when we're probably at our heaviest shutdown, you were very aware of the important people in our community, Deputy Speaker, very aware of the important people in our community. And, they're the people that we talk about, the frontline health workers, the people at the checkouts, the truck drivers who were delivering things around this country. Sometimes the only things on the roads were the trucks, making sure the supply chains, the farmers, everyone producing our food, everyone producing the essential goods and services that we need. Those people were there. They didn't miss a beat, and they need our great thanks as a nation. And we all know individuals in our communities who did that, but indeed as a nation we're very thankful to all those people. So again, I think as a health crisis, I think, touch wood, we aren't out of this yet. And my learned colleague over there, the member for MACARTHUR, would know this better than I. This doesn't disappear. This will be around a long time. But look, we've managed it to a degree that, flatten the curve was the mantra, and we did. So I think we've done a great job there. But economically, we're dealing with these double crises now. And economic now, we've lost significant jobs. The unemployment rate is where it is. The amount of jobs, the underemployment that's been mentioned are all true. And this is now an ongoing thing that we will manage for many, many years. And, I don't mean to be alarmist, Deputy Speaker, but if you look at the history of the world, whenever there is a massive economic contraction, which is what we've seen, it compares to economic depressions, etc., in the 30s, when the economic contraction that we've seen around the world, leads sometimes and often to an unsafer world. And you get nationalist movements, you get, people are fearful. Weird things happen when economics and people lose livelihoods or jobs. So the decisions not only that we are making as a country, over the next, as the Prime Minister said earlier today, over the next 5 years, over the next 2 months, over the next 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, the decisions that we make here are important for our country and our people, but indeed the globe. There's lots of decisions being made all around the globe right now, and over the next, so it's reflective of that as well. The decision made by other world leaders now for the next little while is going to really map out how the future is for our planet and everyone on it. So it's a very important time, and I literally, hope and pray, and obviously I know everyone has good intention in this chamber, even though we should and we will disagree on some things. That we all want to, we all want this. We want to get back to the jobs and to the livelihoods, and to get people back to where they were as best we can, and we want that for the globe. But Deputy Speaker, I just want to go through, because I read this earlier today, and it's quite amazing when you think how quickly things have moved. On the 21st of January, Deputy Speaker, was probably one of for a lot of us, for a lot of Australians, they wouldn't have even heard this, but for a lot of Australians, it would have been the first time they heard this word. On the 21st of January, the human coronavirus with pandemic potential, we added to a listed human disease. So that was, that's not that long ago, really. And as we know, as Australians, as Australia, we did very well. We were ahead of the curve. So we listed it before the WHO, before the World Health Organisation. We really treated it the same we did, and that did put us on the front foot. So that blocking the international students and some other international travel obviously gave us some breathing space to get our act together in different ways. I'm not going to be able to get through this, but just some of them. Like on the 11th of March, we announced a $2.4 billion health package, which was covering a whole lot of areas. The next day, and we were here. We came back to pass it. We announced a $17.6 billion economic response to it. Now, I think Harry Hansard is smart, but that was at the time was perceived to be a pretty good response. It was targeted to small business. It was targeted to help the economic response to this. Then we came back on the 13th of March. The day after that, we established a national cabinet, which I've spoken about, which was a very important part of it. On the 22nd of March, so 9 days later, we announced, because obviously everyone was getting much more aware of what this was really going to be, we announced the $66 billion economic response. That was income support for individuals, a supplement, and boosting cash flows for business. Then on the 29th of March, which was just a week later, there was money for telehealth, domestic violence, mental health and community support packages. Then on the 30th of March, the day after, we announced a JobKeeper payment. And I've got some other things that we did post that with different industry health packages and the Home Builder Scheme. But look, just to finish off, Deputy Speaker, this is an important time in our history. We have a big job to do, and we will do it.
I thank you for your contribution and give the call to the member for MACARTHUR.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to, first of all, just concur with Member for Page in saying I think the real heroes in this situation and that we're facing are the Australian people. Australia has done remarkably well because the Australian people did what they knew they had to do. And I think there are very few countries in the world that would have responded the way that our people have responded. Things like taking up the COVID Safe app, in spite of people's misgivings. That's what many millions of Australians have done. Complying with the health regulations, complying with social distancing, not going into work, working from home, putting up with the difficulties of homeschooling their children. All of these things have helped us have a response that is really hardly matched throughout the world, perhaps only New Zealand, the only other country that's been able to match our response overall. So I think the Australian people are the heroes, and I concur with the Member for Page, and I thank him. I want to thank also the Health Minister, the Member for Flinders, and the Shadow Health Minister, Chris Bowen, for their contribution to this debate. And I want to also thank and note the Minister for his handling of the entire COVID-19 pandemic and his response, and I want to also thank him for appointing me to the NHMRC COVID-19 Health and Research Group, which I've been very grateful for, and allowing me to take part in the management of this crisis. I want to also acknowledge and congratulate Professor Brendan Murphy, the Chief Health Officer of the Commonwealth, who's done an absolutely remarkable and outstanding job, and also our Deputy Chief Medical Officer, Michael Kidd, who's been coordinating the scientific and research response, and those in their team who've worked so tirelessly in recent months to form our response to this pandemic. It is and seems like a very short time ago when we were hearing about this pandemic, and I remember being at a dinner party with some legal friends of mine asking me in January, should we be concerned about this arising of the virus from the, Wuhan in China, and what we should be concerned about. And I said, yes, we should be concerned, but it was an evolving situation, and it was still unclear what was happening. Now, 6 months later, it is still an evolving situation. We are by no means out of this. This pandemic is the greatest health crisis of my career, and I was working as a paediatrician in the beginnings of the HIV epidemic in the early 1980s, and I remember those times, and people were talking about this as being the greatest medical crisis of our generation of health workers. Well, this has surpassed it by far, and it is still evolving. There are many people that we have to congratulate. I would first of all, as I've said, I think the Australian people are the real heroes in this situation. As a health worker myself, I'm very proud of all of my colleagues, nursing colleagues, laboratory staff, doctors, intensivists. At my local hospitals, it's been really overwhelming, the unity of purpose. Now, thank God, we haven't needed all the health resources that we were preparing so far, and we are very grateful for that. But I know how hard everyone has worked to try and put together a response and prepare us for what could have been much, much worse than we've seen. And as I've mentioned, we're very lucky. We have so far, because of our national response, been able to avoid some of the disasters that I've heard of from my colleagues who've worked in other countries. My daughter Amelia works for Médecins Sans Frontières. She's based in Germany but deals with teams throughout the world, and describes to me some of the terrors that are facing and have faced their teams in countries like Italy, Spain, in Asia, in Southeast Asia. Amelia's worked with teams and been to Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh, and they are facing an absolute disaster with the Rohingya refugees in the refugee camps there. And it's an evolving tragedy, as it is evolving around the world. In Africa, in South America, in some of the disadvantaged countries of Southeast Asia, we are really facing continuing disasters day after day. And really, we can be very thankful in Australia for our response, and our response has been a bipartisan one, and I think people on both sides need to be congratulated for this, not only in federal government but in state governments, and we should be very pleased with our response, but we need to be vigilant. The pandemic is unfortunately far from over. Our society will still be required to adapt to cope with this crisis for many months, probably years. And in particular, we have evolving situations with how we are going to deal with some of the unusual behaviours of this virus. We know that a significant number of people with COVID-19 are asymptomatic, and that is a big challenge for what we are going to do with our international trade and whether we're going to open our borders. Because if we are going to have asymptomatic people and also pre-symptomatic people, in other words, people who carry the virus before they develop symptoms, are we going to be able to open our borders? Because it's virtually impossible to detect those people unless we screen everyone. And that is going to be a major difficulty that our country must face, as indeed other countries with closed borders will need to face. In Australia, we have done very well, and our state borders will hopefully very soon all be opened up. But what happens with our... Pardon? Very soon, we hope. What we do with our international borders is a much, much bigger dilemma. And I think the information about that is still coming forward and needs to be investigated much further before we can open our international borders, which is a major issue, not just for our trade, but also for our universities and for our population who were born overseas, with things like family reunions, etc. This is a major issue that's still to be resolved. But as I said, we are very, very lucky. We've had some fantastic health responses. I'd like to single out, if I can, also the ABC and the coverage they've given to this crisis. And in particular, my good friend Norman Swan, who is the foremost medical communicator in our country and probably one of the best in the world, and has a reputation that extends far beyond Australia. Norman's done a fantastic job, and as Norman has said, we have done very well, and the fact that we've done very well and we haven't faced the disasters of Italy, Spain, England, the United States is really a tribute to everyone in Australia, not just the health system. Of course, there are naysayers who are saying that this is a minor epidemic and it would have been coped with anyway. That is certainly not true. It's still evolving, and we must be forever vigilant. And I'd just like to thank the ABC and Norman Swan for their continuing coverage of this. I thank every day every Australian, and particularly those from my electorate, who are doing their best to continue with the policies that are enabling us to stay virtually in this country community spread free. We've done very well. I'm not an alarmist, I'm generally an optimist, but I think it is essential that all Australians understand the gravity of the health situation is still there. I realise the enormous economic effects of this pandemic, and I'm not belittling them. But this predominantly remains a health crisis, and the solutions will come through health policy, not through economic policy. We owe it to each of the people in Australia that have died and those that have developed the illness to make sure that we maintain our health vigilance. I'll continue to encourage each and every Australian to download the COVID Safe app. This is a technological way of speeding up contact tracing and help us manage any outbreaks that occur in our community. Hopefully they will be few, but everything we can do to reduce them will increase the chances of opening up our society. I'd also like to say that economically, I think we need to make sure that we take care of the disadvantaged. These will be the people that will suffer the most, as they do in most health outbreaks. I acknowledge that some in our society have expressed concerns about the lockdown and the necessity for it. It was important. We've done very well. Let's not drop the ball now. Let's continue with our vigilance. I'll end my contributions to this debate to say that I believe that all that needs to be said already has been said, but I will stress the following. Everyone listening should continue practising social distancing, keep maintaining good hygiene practices and think selflessly about the health of our nation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Hughes.
Thank you. It's only a couple of hours ago we heard some absolutely fantastic news of the finding of that young autistic and non-verbal boy, Will Callahan, on the thankfully not aptly named Mount Disappointment. I can have some understanding of what those parents went through. My son is also autistic and non-verbal. And there are times that I've lost him, but only for 20 minutes or so. And I know the fear that would run through your heart. But for that young boy to spend 47 hours lost in the wilderness of the Victorian mountains and having been found by the police is just a tremendous credit to all those involved in the search and a tremendous credit to our police that coordinated and organised it. And that is so important at this time in our Australian history. We have seen during the coronavirus the police being enforced or having to enforce draconian laws that simply had no medical logic behind them, had no common sense behind them. We saw police arresting lone swimmers in the ocean, a guy on a paddleboard out by himself being chased down by a police boat, golfers by themselves, alone, on an entire golf course being rounded up and chased, someone going to put flowers on his wife's grave being harassed by the police. The police having to enforce this petty totalitarianism has damaged the police's reputation in the eyes of many. And we need to have a police force that is respected in our society, that the rule of law is respected, and the police's authority has been respected. We see enough of people trying to undermine our police's authority. We saw on the ABC TV, only earlier this week, the ABC allowing to go to air unchallenged the accusation that the police had murdered 400 Indigenous Australians over recent years. The ABC allowed that to go to air unchallenged. This is what our police are up for. So I am so proud today of our police forces and all those volunteers that helped search for that young boy. The things they went to, going out and playing Thomas the Tank Engine. That is exactly the sort of thing that I know that my son would be attracted to. If you play the music like that. The idea that he would take his shoes off, something I can associate with, Madam Deputy Speaker. And also the thing that he has a love of his food. Exactly the same thing, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I understand as the father of an autistic and non-verbal child. And that's a wonderful thing that we should celebrate today. But when it comes to the coronavirus and our nation's response, one of the most important decisions that I think was ever made in this parliament was when the Prime Minister said the statement in the words, "Every job is essential." Because at that time, there was a lot of pressure on the Prime Minister to close everything down. There were people running around the place saying, "Lock everything down, close everything down." The Prime Minister said no. He said every job is essential. So we kept our construction industry firing. We allowed takeaway food businesses to keep operating, saving millions of jobs and billions, perhaps hundreds of billions of dollars of debt that future generations would have to pay off. All by that one decision of our Prime Minister. He got that decision right. And he also said, the other importance of words, he said, we are fighting two wars. We are fighting the war against the virus, and we are fighting the economic damage that is being done from that war. So every time the Prime Minister has gone and made a decision, he has looked at, yes, what benefits will we get from this step in fighting the virus, and what is the economic cost? And what will the cost be? Not just an economic cost, what will that do to the health of people? small business people that have their livelihoods and their lives ruined? What will that do to rates of suicide and depression and mental health problems from those decisions? Because this idea that I've heard from some people say, oh, we are all in it together, is complete and utter rubbish. The weight of the government's response, both state and federal, has fallen on the shoulders of a very small number of people, mainly in small business and also in our tourist sector. So that is the decision that we made. But unfortunately, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is not what we have seen from some of our state premiers. We have seen a complete dismissal of even a consideration of what the economic costs are, both in dollar terms and both in terms, as I said, to the mental health and welfare and livelihoods and lives of people. The idea that today, when there has not been a single community case, a single community infection in New South Wales, now for, 2 weeks, 7.5 million people in New South Wales, and not one single community infection in 2 weeks, and yet we still have the border between New South Wales and Queensland closed. This is beyond ridiculous. This is beyond ridiculous. And if you people on the other side of the chamber don't stand up, you are just as guilty for the harm and the suffering that you are causing to all those people in small business. Yes, exactly. I say yes, the Liberal Party in South Australia are doing it wrong as well. Exactly. But there is a difference in Queensland because at this time of year, Queensland relies on their tourism sector so much more in winter to get tourists from southern Australia. So the economic effect of small business in Queensland is far, far, far greater. So let's not make an excuse about what's happening in South Australia, which is wrong, to try and excuse the appalling conduct of the Queensland State Premier. And we're here, Deputy Speaker, we have heard that they have filed documents in the High Court of Australia denying that there is any harmful economic effects of this lockdown. Is this a joke? Yes. Is this seriously a joke? Yes. Do they have any idea of what it would be like if you had a small retail shop on the Gold Coast or a restaurant on the Gold Coast and you had your home mortgaged and you had everything on the line about that business? And you had these people saying, oh no, there's no economic harm. 90% down. What an absolute disgrace. Our Constitution is explicit. Section 92 and Section 117 of our Constitution are explicit. They provide for free trade and free movement of people across the borders, and only in the most extraordinary exceptional circumstances can that be overridden. When there has not been one community case in New South Wales in 2 weeks, that exception is not there. Those restrictions must be lifted immediately. And to see the Queensland Premier, instead of saying, look, I am going to monitor this on an hour-by-hour basis because I don't want to see that border closed for 1 second longer than is needed. That is what you would expect from a leader. I'm going to monitor it day and night, and the very minute I think I can lift those borders, I'm going to do it. But no, we have the Queensland Premier saying, oh, I might look at it at the end of the month. This is appalling conduct. Now, that case is being heard before the High Court. If the High Court finds that the Queensland Premier has violated the Australian Constitution, there is no other alternative. She must resign. You cannot have state premiers. That is why our forefathers wrote the Constitution as it was. They didn't want to see pettifogging state premiers abusing their power and closing down their state borders to try and get some type of artificial electoral advantage. So if the High Court comes back and says there is no reason, you closing down the borders is in violation of either 92 or 117, there is no alternative. That Queensland Premier must resign if that is the case that is heard down. There are too many people in small business that are suffering unduly, Let's have concern for those people. Let's have concern for what it's doing to the mental health. There is simply no longer the argument about any health requirements for closing those borders down. Deputy Speaker, I thank you for your indulgence on this, but it is most important. We've got to get this economy going again. We are going to be in hundreds of billions of dollars worth of debt that none of us are going to repay. All of us will be gone from this place long before we repay it. We owe it to every Australian to get the borders open and the economy moving as soon as possible.
I thank the member for Hughes. The question is that the document be noted, and I give the call to the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to respond to the statement provided to the House by the Health Minister and the Shadow Health Minister when we last met on what has been an extraordinary challenge to all of us through this pandemic situation. Just to update the House from the Illawarra Shoalhaven Local Health District, numbers released this morning, and there have been a total of 117 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in the region. Currently, thank heavens, there's none who are hospitalised. There are 115 who have recovered, and the total number of people tested has been 25,152. So I commend all of our health services, from the Health Minister and the Shadow Health Minister, who made statements, right through all of the authorities and the service providers that have been involved in that outcome. There is no doubt that a number of months ago we were all very, very concerned that we would see very different numbers to those, not only in my own region but across the country, as we saw evolving internationally the impacts that this pandemic was having in other countries. When we did last meet, I had a brief 90-second opportunity to thank many of the amazing locals who had been working day in and day out to support our community at this time, and I acknowledge the doctors and nurses and medical staff, educators right across the board, early education, schools, TAFE, our universities, retail workers. Of course, many shops were shut, but then many others were under enormous pressure, as we saw from panic buying, but also just in general remaining open and dealing with all the need to keep the shops safe while they were providing essential goods to people. Cleaners, cleaners across workplaces and public transport and all of those places, quietly going about their job, ensuring that we were safe. Transport workers still happen to be out on the road, making sure deliveries got through, and particularly as more and more people relied on things being delivered to the home as they self-isolated. Mental health workers, homeless service workers, disability care. As my colleague, the member for MACARTHUR, said, these times hit those who are the most vulnerable the hardest, and they are in an even greater need for the services that those workers provide. And the same for family and domestic violence workers. Sadly, we know that there is much more pressure on those services at such a time. Our public servants, the obvious frontline public service workers such as our police and emergency service workers, but also people like those who work in our embassies and foreign affairs, who we would all know were putting in extraordinary hours as they interacted with our officers and our staff and the general public as people were trapped overseas and or trapped here trying to get home, all of those circumstances. The public servants have had to roll out government programs that were announced, with very short lead times, obviously, and yet had to get out there and make sure that those services under those new programs were delivered. An extraordinary effort. I want to also acknowledge union representatives, many in my area, who had to immediately start to help people work out what the situation was as work conditions changed, the JobKeeper program, how would that operate, and make sure that things were actually facilitated, as we saw at the top level between the Minister and the ACTU, at the local level, that we could all work together to make sure these things operated well, and I want to acknowledge those representatives. as well as other organisations in our area that worked in that space. And I particularly think of the Illawarra Business Chamber, who did a lot of work getting information out to their members about how those programs would operate. I do want to report to the House a particular incident. We had the Ruby Princess docked at Port Kembla in my electorate. Of course, it is still at the centre of some significant questions under current investigations. Given the deep concerns of many in our community about the pandemic at the time, when the state government decided to direct the ship to Port Kembla, it would not have been surprising if people had expressed anger at this. Quite rightly, our local community were concerned and deeply sceptical about the decision. Despite that, they rallied in common human concern for the crew who were still aboard that ship. Messages of support were sent to them, friendship packages were sourced, packed and supplied to the crew, and myself, along with my colleagues, the state members for Wollongong and Kira, supported by my federal colleague, member for Whitlam, and my state colleague, the member for Shellharbour, all worked together to get those packages to the crew. I want to particularly acknowledge John Kua, who leads the amazing team at our local mission to seafarers, who work tirelessly to provide support to the seafarers in our port. Nicole Dillon and family, they suggested the idea of reaching out to the crew and encouraging community participation. Peter Ernst, GM Port Authority New South Wales, for his excellent role in liaising between New South Wales Police, New South Wales Health, Princess Cruises Australia, and ultimately to get clearance for the delivery of the friendship care packages. Mark Slay, who's the CEO of Destination Illawarra, for his brilliant ability to make sure we had extensive media coverage, especially in sharing good news stories to the wider community and the world in a time when communities were gripped with fear and uncertainty. And Richard Moore for his support, and especially for the lovely postcards which people were able to sign, and they were laminated and delivered prior to the Ruby's departure. And we will never forget the scene of that huge cruise ship sailing out of Port Kembla with one of our local tugs giving it a farewell with the hoses, and they put a huge sign on the back saying, "Thank you, Illawarra." And it just shows I think the great humanity that sometimes we see, and may we see more of it during such difficult times. So the packing and care packages, I want to just acknowledge these people: Jill Crosley, Nicole Dillon and family, Paul Scully MP and Alison Burns Scully, Ryan Park MP, Susan Wallace, David Boscanet, Louise Del Rio, Stephen Creeks, Colin and Annette Booth, Lima Kua and family, Paul Lowmaker, Kylie Martin and Llewellyn Hinder, and many others whose names I don't have, who gave up their long weekend at Easter to assist in that mammoth task. And of course, we were joined by an organisation called Good 360 Australia. It was an extraordinary contribution by them, $70,000 worth of goods that they sourced. Thank you to Alison Covington, the founder and managing director of Good 360, and her team. And also the Port Authority New South Wales, because as you can imagine, with that much of a contribution, it was a huge effort to pack those onto the crates that need to go onto ships to be delivered. And they helped with that. And we also acknowledge and thank the Australian Mariners Welfare Society for contributing $12,000 towards the project, and our sincere thanks to the Mission to Seafarers Sydney for contributing $500. Also, I want to acknowledge Colaris and Company, who helped us with transporting the goods to the ship. There were obviously many stories of people doing important things at the time. I just want to, in the time that's left to me, indicate to the House I'll be looking for some other opportunities to talk about how the government's initiatives that I've outlined, in particular JobKeeper, are working in our area, because there are some concerns, and I genuinely welcome the JobKeeper program. I think it's a good initiative, but there are some anomalies that are causing real concern, and I really ask the government to listen and take on board. The Treasurer has the power under the legislation to sign off and make changes, and for me, the the Donata workers who work at our airports are a particular case. I have a number of them in my electorate, live in my electorate, work at Sydney Airport, and some of them have contacted me. Basically, you know, they've worked in this job for many, many years, and beyond their power, the ownership has gone from an Australian ownership to a foreign ownership. Yet they've continued doing the same job in ensuring that our aircraft are supplied and food is provided and all the things that all of us enjoy as we travel, not so much recently. But those workers, because of that ownership, have been locked out of accessing the JobKeeper, and many of them are not eligible for JobSeeker either, and that's the case in my constituents. So I ask the government to have another look at that, because these workers do need that support.
Order. The honourable member's time has expired. The question is that the document be noted, and I give the call to the member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. COVID-19 has been a battle fought on many fronts. Firstly, this is of course a health issue, probably the greatest health issue many of us will see in our lifetimes. The COVID-19 health crisis has elicited a response from government which has been unprecedented, and the Minister for Health should be commended for his work. Second, we are fighting an economic battle. We have endured unseen demand shocks, the full effects of which I'm sure we have not fully seen. The Treasurer has coordinated a world-leading response, and with his tireless efforts have helped save the livelihoods of millions of Australians. Our focus is now on building confidence and momentum in our economy and resetting to help grow the economy for the years ahead. And the government's Job Seeker, JobKeeper, Job Maker and Home Builder programs are all steps in the right direction. As a health issue, COVID-19 is set to permanently reshape our society. Australians have not experienced anything like this before, and unfortunately, we will all be left with the fear of something like this happening again. The Australian government's response has been world-class, and we are lucky to be seeing the easing of restrictions across all states in Australia. This is a wonderful thing and should be celebrated. However, it is worth remembering there was no silver bullet to solving this health crisis. The Prime Minister and his team lead a multifaceted response, always in consultation with experts and state leaders. Every action taken by the government was timely and carefully measured. The Minister for Health has outlined the progressive way in which the borders were closed, ensuring as many Australians as possible could come home. Closing the borders was integral to limiting the spread of COVID-19 in Australia. However, other measures at home have been just as crucial. We have all come to learn the new phase, social distancing. It might have sounded odd at first, but these measures had a huge impact on flattening the curve. Every decision made was not made lightly, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We are winning, but the fight is not over. I urge all my constituents in Chisholm to continue their good work and to download the COVID Safe app, if they haven't done so already. We are in the good position that we are in thanks to the good work of Australians in following social distancing restrictions and the sacrifices that they have made, and we all deserve a pat on the back. However, like many others, I am concerned about the protests over the weekend. While all of us in this House condemn racism, I am deeply aware that we cannot ease up just as we are beginning to stem the spread of the virus. I would urge all Australians to not be complacent. Let's avoid further outbreaks and beat the pandemic together. With the curve now flattening, it might be convenient to think the war has been won. Sure, we have some successes to celebrate on the health front, but our economic battles have just begun. It's easy to focus on the fact that in Victoria, we can now have gatherings of up to 20 people at home, and restaurants are now able to gradually reopen for dining for up to 20 people at a time. However, what isn't so easy to focus on is the debt now upon us. This debt may have helped millions of Australians. I am proud to have supported it, but it must be repaid. In the last sitting week of Parliament, I spoke in the House of the love I have for my children and how I missed seeing them on Mother's Day. As a parent, every decision I have ever made has been made with my children and Australia's next generations front of mind. My decision to support the economic stimulus, which has helped many Australians, was no different. I thought of how, as younger Australians, they may one day become responsible for that debt. It wasn't a decision I made lightly, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As the Treasurer rightfully said, what we borrow today, we must repay in the future. This support helped many businesses and individuals in my electorate. Let me briefly inform the House of Salon First in Burwood. This is a small business which has updated me, thanks to JobKeeper, that they will be able to come out of the COVID-19 crisis with all their staff still on board. This is exactly what JobKeeper was for, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Salon First's owners, Beth and George, know that a coalition government is on their side. While we have been focusing on tackling problems at home, we are now facing challenges from abroad as well. Like many others, I am concerned by calls from the Chinese government over the past week telling tourists and students to not come to Australia. We have a strong and proud multicultural community here in Australia, especially in my electorate of Chisholm. Over 50% of the electorate was born overseas. Australia is one of the safest and most welcoming destinations for tourists and international students. And I'm proud of my country's strong record of welcoming people into our country. The idea that Australia is in any way an unsafe destination does not stand up to scrutiny. As the first Chinese Australian woman in the House of Representatives, I am very much aware of increased concern about race-based attacks in migrant communities. While there may have been increased attacks against Australians of Asian background during COVID-19, simply because of how they look, these have come from a rogue minority of people in Australia. They do not represent the majority of Australians, who in my 35 years in Australia, I have found to be overwhelmingly generous, welcoming, and kind. Chinese Australians have been some of the first to respond to COVID-19, and they should be commended and celebrated for this act. Chinese Australian organisations like the Asian Business Association of Whitehorse, a group which I have spoken about many times, were some of the first organisations to respond to the COVID-19 crisis. They took the voluntary step to cancel their Lunar New Year celebrations, a tough decision to make in January, but with the benefit of hindsight, the right call. This group, like many other Chinese Australian organisations, called upon their members to give back to Australian community, and they raised $50,000. This money was used by Box Hill Hospital to purchase much-needed medical equipment, which I'm sure has helped save many lives. I have a quote from Mr. Jason Smith, the director of Eastern Health Foundation, which supports Box Hill Hospital. He said, in relation to the ABAW, the association has made a donation as an organisation and has also been encouraging its members to donate individually, with many cash injections coming from donors with Chinese surnames. Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to echo the Minister for Health in thanking the Prime Minister. His leadership has been exceptional and the key to Australia getting upper hand on COVID-19. To the Prime Minister and to my good friend, the Minister for Health, thank you for what you have done for this country. The Minister for Health has rightfully said the job is not yet done. Our work is not finished. The virus is not yet defeated. So let's all stay united and do it together. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Chisholm. The question is that the document be noted, and I give the call to the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As we meet here in Parliament already halfway through 2020, it's hard to really come to terms with what a difficult year it has been so far and how much our community has been through. And so much the same in my community of Canberra. It has been a really difficult year for our businesses, our community organisations, our environment and our people. Of course, the year began with the unprecedented bushfires around Australia. And for Canberra, a big part of that was a really significant health crisis in its own right of the smoke haze, where we had many days where it was the worst air quality in the world, and also, many days that were classified as hazardous and that people were advised not to leave their homes. After that, we had a freak hailstorm which had just really widespread damage across Canberra, damaged thousands of cars and buildings, and including priceless long-term research which was housed in glass houses at the CSIRO, which was another devastating loss as part of that. And then obviously after that we had COVID-19 and obviously our response to that and the restrictions there. So Canberra has dealt with this relatively well and have managed, obviously as a nation, we've done well in flattening the curve. And I want to again take this opportunity to thank the healthcare workers in Canberra for everything that they've done to get us through this crisis, and also the ACT government for the things that they have done locally to get our community through, and all the other workers, which I will again take the opportunity to thank, from our supermarket workers to cleaners, public transport, everyone that has kept us going through this crisis. Last week I hosted a business forum with our Shadow Assistant Minister for Small and Family Business, Matt Keogh, who's the member for Burt, and I want to thank the Canberra businesses that attended that forum and our Canberra Business Chamber for helping to facilitate that forum. And obviously the main focus was how businesses are coping with COVID-19 and looking towards coming out of restrictions in coming weeks with that. But something that was really clear from that meeting and the concerns is that Canberra businesses have gone through really an extremely difficult time. And I think that I'm not sure people around the country realise just how hard Canberra has been hit by the cumulative impacts of these crises this year. And it's something, as the member for Canberra, I feel a responsibility to make known in this place that while Canberra is often viewed as a bubble and this, wealthy community, we have struggles like other parts of the community as well. And with that impact on our businesses, while we thankfully, of course, didn't have the fires in Canberra that communities in our region had, that smoke did really have a huge impact because people were not leaving their homes for weeks. People weren't going out, places were closed, our airport was closed several times. And unlike other communities that had the fires, Canberra businesses were unable to receive any assistance. So they really are in need of support at this time. And while JobKeeper has been a a huge help to businesses. There obviously are gaps in that, and many people have been left out of the assistance package, and we've been talking about that on this side of the House a lot today and in the last few weeks. But now is certainly a time to maintain and grow jobs, not to cut jobs and destroy jobs. And I want to talk about two examples of that now as well as we come out of this pandemic, or as we begin to adjust. So throughout 2020, and first of all the bushfires and then of course COVID-19, the ABC has been a critical source of information for so many Australians. And yet the government will force the ABC to cut 250 jobs to meet a $41 million annual budget shortfall. The ABC has lost $783 million in funding since the Coalition came to power in 2014. And during the fires, 81% of Australians used the ABC as their main source of information, and 60% of people in bushfire-affected areas said the information helped ensure their safety. There is no doubt that the ABC's work to disseminate information about COVID-19 and the restrictions in place have helped ensure our safety during this pandemic too, and some of our success in where we've got to now. So why would the government continue to cut the budget of the ABC now is not clear to me. This is a critical information source and independent media that should be supported and is vital to Australia, to not just our health and safety but our democracy. Another example is Australia Post, and so many Canberrans are writing to me about this at the moment. Many Canberrans are very concerned about the government's proposed regulatory changes to Australia Post that could see services scaled back and the Post delivered less regularly, with no doubt jobs and wages cut in the process. The government has halved the frequency of postal delivery rounds, leaving the jobs of up to 1 in 4 posties in limbo and many other indirect jobs already. Labor is concerned about these measures, although apparently temporary during the pandemic, will remain in place. And I'm proud to say that Labor is going to oppose these changes and will do our best to disallow them through the Parliament. But as we do come out of this unprecedented crisis, it really is a time for big ideas, and there are opportunities. And our leader, Anthony Albanese, has talked about this, that we actually have a really special moment in history now where we can take this opportunity to review and rethink and rebuild an economy that is stronger, more sustainable and more inclusive. But unfortunately, we're seeing some of these opportunities completely missed by this government. One example is on climate change, and this is another issue close to the hearts of so many Canberrans that write to me about it. Ross Garnaut has written in his book Superpower about how Australia can embrace a low-carbon future, but not only that, how a low-carbon future will transform our economy and bring in the equivalent of a second mining boom. Exporting clean energy and producing green steel using hydrogen are some of the opportunities that are presented. Transforming our electricity grid to run on renewables is also something that is happening despite this government's inaction. So imagine if we got behind these things as a nation and invested in a recovery from this crisis that transformed our economy and our future as a planet. Another opportunity that's being missed is on housing. The government's home builder scheme is devoid of funding to improve public housing, reduce homelessness and respond to the massive strain on remote housing for First Nations communities. Home builder has had 0 applications a week after it was announced. Clearly there aren't many Australians earning less than $125,000 per year who have $150,000 lying around to spend on a renovation during a pandemic. It is a long way off the 7,000 anticipated to take it up. So Labor has called on the government to put this money into social housing or affordable housing. We've called on the government to build more affordable housing stock for our essential workers and to expand the first home loan deposit scheme. It's really a question of priorities because all these measures will stimulate the economy, but we should be investing in those who need it most, in those who don't have somewhere to live, who can't invest in their own home without some of this help, rather than renovations for people who can afford it anyway. Lastly, the pandemic has really again demonstrated the critical importance of a strong social safety net. And in doubling the job seeker, formerly New Start amount, the government has acknowledged that people cannot live on the $40 a day amount that it was previously. And we cannot return to that. And I wish that the government would accept that. We on this side have been calling on the government to take this opportunity to reset that rate. But it's also an opportunity to look at the whole system. We have an excellent structure there to deliver a highly targeted and strong social safety net, but it has been neglected and cut over many years. At the moment, we have 1 in 6 Australian children living in poverty. So it is time to look at our social security system, which is one of the most powerful tools governments have to lift people out of poverty. And I would urge the government to do that and take that opportunity as we come out of this pandemic, to look at the positives and, you know, to think about the type of economy and society we could be building as we return to normal. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Canberra. The question is that the document be noted, and I give the call to the member for Lyne.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The COVID-19 pandemic crisis is obviously a event that will go down in history, even much more devastating than the pandemic of 100 and so years ago. But the response that Australia has done so far will also go down in the record books as one of the most successful managements thus far of a viral pandemic. When you see the tragedy unfolding around the world in countries with very large health systems, very mature health systems, all the medicine and technology that money can buy, but the disease has gone through the population literally with fatal consequences. Because the virus is new and it's come from animals, and it may have had a bit of designer engineering added, but we're not to know for sure, but there's a lot of suspicion in scientific circles that that is indeed the case. It has had a particular predilection to have a higher mortality in elderly, but obviously can be fatal in young people. And that's what's happened in other pandemics, as opposed to the regular flu, where young people don't get the severe illness. With this, young people can get it. That's why it's such a serious condition. Now, I'd just like to run through and document some of the incredibly effective manoeuvres. We were right out of the blocks, first of all, as a nation, calling out a listed human disease of pandemic potential on the 21st of January. That's weeks ahead of the WHO. On the 27th of February, we announced our emergency response plan for both the health and the non-health sectors. The 5th of March, our National Biosecurity Coordination Plan, and then the declaration of a biosecurity event on the 18th of March. I'd like to compliment from the top down Minister Hunt, the Chief Medical Officer, all the other medical officers around the state, all those on the Health Protection Principles Committee, and for all our health workers. Across the Lyne electorate, we had quite a cluster of cases because a lot of our retirees are big travellers and they love going on cruises. So we imported quite a lot of people into the Lyne electorate, both at the bottom end down in John Hunter, through to Manning Base Hospital, through to Port Macquarie Base Hospital. We had a huge mobilisation of health resources. We've set up respiratory clinics. We've got GP respiratory clinics. We've got drive-by testing. Fortunately, because of all the social isolation principles that the nation embraced, by contact tracing, by our community and public health officers, we have flattened the curve. But the unfortunate thing about these new viruses that we humans aren't used to, it will behave like every other viral pandemic, and it will bounce around the world till we get to 60 or 70% of people who've been exposed and become immune, or we get a vaccine, or we get a treatment, or both, or all three. So this is with us for a while to go. And even though we've had an outstanding response so far, there will be other waves. Hopefully because we've upgraded, and I'd just like to record that, we negotiated with the states in a way that we haven't negotiated before. We negotiated with private hospitals to get all their equipment, staff and everything ready for a wave that would have happened if we hadn't acted early. Some people said we've overreacted, but we haven't. Just look what's happened in America, Europe, England, you know, the NHS, overwhelmed. We would have been in the same situation. I worked in the NHS. It's a massive employer. There's hospitals everywhere. They've got thousands of people and they were overwhelmed. Look at what's happened in Europe, same things. But we have got control of it now, and we have the other crisis, and that is the economic crisis. We've done amazing things with JobKeeper, JobSeeker. We've put money into the bond markets to keep interest rates and bonds and credit flowing. We've mobilised super fund money. We've got JobSeeker, JobKeeper. We have had plans for mental health. We've had plans for industry, keeping minimum transport networks around the Asia-Pacific, looking after our Asia-Pacific neighbours. We've expanded viral testing, we've expanded our treatment, we've got ventilators, we've got all the bases covered. So now we have to lift the restrictions in a safe COVID way, and that's why the COVID Safe app is so important, because it speeds up and industrialises the tracing that is otherwise done manually. And having gone to a few restaurants and a few clubs and pubs over the last week, what we are doing in New South Wales at least is manually having to register and give your details. But if you got the app, they said, don't worry. You got the app turned on, just come in. So it is really part of our response. But we have to lift the restrictions in a sensible way. I'd like Queensland to open their borders, for the other states to open their borders, because we need Australians and business happening again. We can't keep paying and supporting businesses forever. We will be in a huge debt situation that we'll never quite recover from. We'll be continually managing it rather than extinguishing it. And I don't want that remaining for my children and their children. But if we don't get the economy back working, we will have a massive problem for generations. Now, the other thing that I'd like to say is the idea that's been floated of a travel bubble to similar nations like New Zealand, maybe Taiwan, who've had an exceptional response, is a great idea. I think if our Asia-Pacific, or in our Pacific neighbourhood, there are a lot of smaller nations that depend on us, and as I said, we've kept the transport links open for them when other people have vanished. We should be really proud of what we've done for our Pacific neighbours. But some of them are reluctant to engage because they're scared. But if they're happy to have it, we should include them in our tourism bubble to get things going again. Now, the testing. Other people have said, well, look, if we've got a low-risk country, why don't we open it to them if we've got rapid testing before they get on a plane? If we set up a system whereby if people do want to come to Australia and they get tested the day before, they can go into a pre-flying quarantine. They could go into a 24-hour or a shortened quarantine here and get retested after the trip. And if they're free, well, away we go. We've got a person doing business and or having a holiday in Australia safely. We could use it to our advantage. The thing is, we will have second waves, but as I said, if we have our contact tracing and our isolation and quarantine in place, hopefully it will bubble down around at lower numbers. But we can't remain a hermit nation forever. I'm not sure what the big picture plan is for when we will lift our travel restrictions. Whilst there's exponential growth in these other surrounding countries, I can't see it happening in the immediate future. But for the safer countries, I think it's a matter of some great national import to get our tourism businesses going again. The poor people in Queensland are crying out for tourism. New South Wales' only cases are usually imports from overseas that are isolated in quarantine. but there's this Queensland phenomenon where I think they think they're going to eradicate this disease. We can suppress it, but it's not going to be eradicated around the world anytime soon. And as long as we don't have aspirations to stay an isolated country like North Korea and stop everyone from coming here, we are going to have to manage it. We've got to learn to live with it and get our economy going again. Because like I said, it's not sustainable. It's great what we've done. Be proud of what we've done. We've saved thousands and thousands of lives because we would have had what other countries are going through now if we hadn't done what we've done. But now that we've got it in control, that's the important thing. So I, like most of Australians, will be hanging on national cabinet decisions, and I would like to encourage premiers in Anastasia Palaszczuk to use the data, apply common sense, rather than support irrational fears and get the economy going again. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Lyne. The question is that the document be noted, and I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on Australia's COVID-19 health response following the Minister's statement on the response taken to this global pandemic. We are very fortunate to live on an island where we really can shut ourselves off from the rest of the world physically. As a nation, we've done well to practice physical distancing from one another, and I commend all Australians on their responsiveness to the health challenge and the compliance with the guidance. While we've done so well to date, we need to keep up the good practices developed already. And to this effect, I urge everyone to stay focused on the measures we all must ensure we take responsibility for. And these are the 1.5 metres of distancing, the hand washing, the staying home and getting tested if there are any concerns, downloading the app, or if you have uncertainties, to keep a clear record of your movements. We all have a part to play to maintain this outcome in terms of a health crisis. Of course, we can't go past talking about this health crisis and how well Australia has done without thank you to all our health and frontline professionals who have played such a massive part in the outcome. They have absolutely kept Australia going and kept Australia safe through the pandemic. This is also an opportunity to speak on the issues that have come up as a result of this pandemic. One that pertains to the current crisis and one that reflects where the government should go in the future in relation to health crisis. Some of the stories that we've received, and I'm sure my fellow MPs have received many as well, has been the personal impact and challenge that so many in our community have gone through with this pandemic. It absolutely has tested so many aspects of our systems. And whilst the response has often had to be in haste, there has been issues where I think there is an opportunity to look at, has our response been adequate? Have we left some of our more vulnerable in the community exposed and with insufficient assistance? One such story that I received from a constituent in Warringah was incredibly moving and highlighted a real difficulty. This is a family of 4 that face a wide range of challenges in their everyday life. And in the era of COVID-19, they suffered even more and continue to do so. The mother, father and 1 son all manage multiple comorbidities and all require psychological assistance. Their youngest son has cerebral palsy and a hearing impairment and is also in need of psychiatric help. The family are paying for their various medical costs on one wage. They were not eligible for the coronavirus supplement, as so many others in their situation. And this is an example of how many families have struggled with the conditions created by the crisis because it exacerbated an already difficult situation. So from a policy point of view, I urge the government to consider further measures to assist these families. A particular area that comes up a lot in constituent correspondence is the limit of 10 psychology visits per year, which is not enough for people in this situation. With or without a pandemic, it's been made worse, and it is generally, and there is a situation that it's insufficient.
I urge the government to raise the limit on psychology visits per year for people who have a mental health diagnosis, in addition to other disabilities. Their carers too need further support. As we emerge from the COVID-19 health crisis, we need to be vigilant for its aftermath and the impact on mental health of so many Australians. We know there is a much greater risk of domestic violence, and we know there is a much greater risk of poor mental health outcomes. We need to ensure that services are adequately funded and specific packages are put in place to make sure those more vulnerable in the community are assisted. Now, one of the things that's been interesting has been the government's ability and willingness to act on health and scientific advice. In fighting this pandemic, we cannot escape the obvious parallel that there are to other crises that we face. The most obvious is the health impacts of the hotter world. We must shift our focus to the long-term health challenges this will present. In September last year, the Australian Medical Association declared that climate change is real and will have the earliest and most severe health consequences on vulnerable populations around the world, including in Australia and the Pacific region. Further stating that it will affect health and well-being by increasing the situations in which infectious diseases can be transmitted and through more extreme weather events, particularly heat waves. In doing so, the AMA, joined by the American Medical Association, the British Medical Association, and a chorus of other associations like the Royal Australian College of Physicians and Australian Medical Students Association. The government must listen to our peak bodies for all health risks. Last year, the world's preeminent medical journal, The Lancet, established that Australia is particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change on health, and that policy inaction in this regard threatens Australian lives. It stated that increased prevalence of heat waves will lead to more instances of acute kidney injury, congestive heart failure, heat stress and heat stroke, interpersonal and collective violence, impact on mental health. Children will be more at risk than the general population and will have a greater risk of electrolyte imbalance, fever, respiratory disease and kidney disease. There's also evidence that a hotter world will make infectious diseases like COVID-19 more common. Andrew MacDonald of Stanford University found that the sorts of large environmental changes we are seeing today, including climate and land use change, have a high potential to lead to changes in health outcomes, including the transmission of infectious diseases. The health impacts of our changing environment should have been made clear to all Australians during the 2019-20 Black Summer. We learnt from the recent bushfires Royal Commission that 445 people died of smoke inhalation and over 3,000 people were admitted to hospital with respiratory issues. Deputy Speaker, we have shown great regard for science and the advice of our experts to chart our way out of this crisis, and I commend the government for that. We must also do that on climate change. With COVID, we accepted that we had to act early and decisively to avoid our systems being overrun. The same applies to our emissions and environment. If we fail to reduce our emissions decisively, our systems and environment will be irreversibly impacted and will be overrun. The government knows that we must flatten the curve on our emissions as a matter of urgency. We can use this recovery as an opportunity for significant economic reform to put us in an immediate trajectory to achieve the best health outcomes. This Parliament has a duty of care to the country and particularly to its children and future generations. The health emergency we are facing now has revealed the importance of being prepared and taking early action. But changes to our lifestyle that we would have thought would have been impossible to accept were overwhelmingly accepted by so many Australians. We all pulled together for a common good to ensure we could defeat the health crisis of the pandemic. It's now time to do the same for the impacts of climate change. We were not prepared when the coronavirus first hit our shores, but did take early action, and that has served us well. So now we need to take urgent action on the biggest long-term health risk we face. Thank you.
I thank the member for Warringah. The question is that the document be noted, and I give the call to the member for Reid.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise today to commend the leadership shown by the National Cabinet in the COVID-19 health response to date. I speak for many of us in this place and many in my community when I thank the incredible work of our Chief Medical Officer, Dr Brendan Murphy, our Minister for Health, Minister Greg Hunt, and the Australian Health Protection Principal Committee and the many medical experts who have been working around the clock since the start of the year. Australia moved swiftly on the 21st of January to identify COVID-19 as a human coronavirus with pandemic potential under the Biosecurity Act. This action was taken ahead of the World Health Organization, which met on the 30th of January to declare the novel coronavirus outbreak a public health emergency of international concern. We moved early and quickly to enhance border measures, put in place quarantine structures for returning Australians, and eventually shutting all borders to foreign nationals. Around 2/3 of our total cases of the coronavirus were acquired overseas, so it is clear how necessary it was to take these measures. From the outset, our health response has been comprehensive. The Morrison government delivered a $1.1 billion community health package, and this included a $669 million whole of population telehealth primary care program through the Medicare benefits schedule. This has helped keep GPs open to face services for patients with conditions that can't be treated via telehealth. It has also meant that patients can get the assistance they need while remaining at home to social distance. When announcing the expansion of telehealth, Minister Hunt said that changes that were expected to take many, many years had been undertaken in 10 days, which speaks to the cohesive work of our healthcare workers and leaders during the pandemic. Our ventilator stockpile has gone from 2,200 to 7,500. 40 million masks from the National Medical Stockpile are available now, on top of the over 34 million masks to date, which has been made available to our healthcare and aged care workers. This funding has also seen 436 respiratory clinics operating nationally, including over 100 GP-led clinics established more than 2 weeks ahead of schedule. I recently visited Concord Hospital's COVID-19 clinic in my electorate of Reid, and the staff there have been working tirelessly to test exhibiting symptoms to help stop the spread of the coronavirus. And I want to commend the work of the doctors and nurses, people in the emergency department, the paramedics, and everyone in the COVID-19 clinic for their hard work during this time. I also want to commend the work of those who have been tirelessly working at the 5-Doc drive-through clinic, those now working at the Homebush Bay drive-through clinic, and also the healthcare workers across the Sydney local district more broadly. In relation to testing, we have now passed 1.6 million tests across Australia. Of those tests, only 0.4% have been positive. Australia is leading the way in the scale and accuracy of testing. Our record testing is reinforced by the contact tracing being carried out rapidly across the states and territories. This process has been made available more efficient through the COVID Safe app, which is speeding up our tracing and allowing state health officials to contain potential outbreaks before they spread. The app has now been downloaded by more than 6.2 million Australians, and we thank everybody who is participating and doing their bit to help stop the spread of the virus. Our government encourages as many people as possible to participate in downloading the app, and if this is not possible, to keep a daily record of the places that you've been and the people that you've been in contact with. Health officials across our states have now used the app to successfully contact trace those who were in proximity with a coronavirus patient. I also want to acknowledge the significant focus of the Morrison government has placed on mental health during this period. As a psychologist, I'm particularly passionate about mental health policy, and I think it's wonderful that I'm part of a government that's invested so much into mental health, and that mental health is really the priority. The Australian people were confronted by the coronavirus pandemic when we were already vulnerable from bushfires and drought. And the pandemic's isolating and anxiety-inducing effects have no doubt added to this collective stress and trauma. As the restrictions ease, the government's preparedness for a COVID-safe environment has assisted in reducing this anxiety and restoring confidence to many Australians, knowing that potential outbreaks can be detected and contained quickly. For others, their mental health may be impacted by the financial pressures or loss of employment caused by the pandemic, which is why the government's economic support package is so important in protecting people's well-being and livelihoods. For most of us, the act of social distancing, isolation, and the loss of our usual routines has been enough to impact our mental well-being. And this is why I'm proud that our government has so significantly invested in our mental health care response. Since January this year, we have provided $500 million for mental health services and support. It is an important and necessary component to our road to recovery. The Morrison government's committed $74 million package in the early stages of the coronavirus outbreak for preventative mental health services. As a result, we have seen 50% of healthcare consultations being conducted through telehealth. Over 1 million telehealth mental health consultations have taken place since mid-March. The government's digital mental health portal, Head to Health, has become a single source of information and guidance on how to maintain good mental health during the coronavirus pandemic. The portal outlines simple self-care behaviours that can benefit everybody, from simply eating well to regular exercise, having regular breaks, not watching the 24-hour news cycle, and having good sleep hygiene practices. The government has supported the important work of Beyond Blue by providing $10 million of federal funding for a dedicated coronavirus wellbeing support line. This is helping people experiencing a coronavirus diagnosis or experiencing anxiety due to employment changes, financial difficulties, or family pressures or other challenges associated with coronavirus. A further $14 million of federal funding has bolstered the capacity of mental health providers such as Lifeline and Kids Helpline. To make sure that our younger Australians stay on track in their education and feel prepared for the workforce post-pandemic, $6.75 million will be provided to deliver the Headspace digital work and studies service and e-Headspace. Of course, our doctors and nurses and frontline healthcare workers have gone above and beyond during this time and could be at risk of burnout themselves. The Black Dog Institute is now providing digital access to mental health support for our frontline healthcare workers. It is our priority that they have the resources they need to take care of their own mental health in what has been an incredibly stressful and at times traumatising public health crisis. I also want to commend the Morrison government for appointing the country's first Deputy Chief Medical Officer for Mental Health, and I congratulate Dr. Ruth Vine on this role. I advocated to the Minister for Health that a mental health professional should be integral to the work of our Chief Medical Officer, and I am so pleased that Dr. Vine will take up this position. I am confident that she will continue to strengthen the government's coordinated medical and mental health response to the pandemic and beyond. While Australia is tracking exceptionally well, we know that there will be further outbreaks or spikes of the virus in the months ahead. We know that our hard work is by no means over. Let's not forget the success we've seen, and let's keep building on it and as our nation recovers from the crisis. The Commonwealth Government's health response has been robust. Our nation is, once again, proving its resilience. I am confident that the government will continue to steer Australia in the right direction on the road to recovery. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Reid for her contribution. The question is that the Document be noted, and I give the call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member for Lyons. It's great to be able to acknowledge all the great Territorians and all the great Australians who have contributed to what's been so far a world-leading response. And as the previous speaker said, we can't let our guard down. We know there is a risk of a return in strength of COVID, so we must keep our discipline up and follow the health advice, and we'll continue to do well. Restrictions easing around the country. We shouldn't stop to forget, and it's important to remember and honour the work of our health professionals, our doctors, nurses, pharmacists, allied health workers, carers, our aged care workers, disability workers, all the frontline workers that kept us safe, fed and connected to each other and to essential services during the pandemic. But Australians themselves everywhere have made sacrifices to help flatten that curve. Many have distanced themselves from their families, which I know has been difficult. Some have shut down their businesses, paused their livelihoods, and have been forced to give up work. People have been forced to cancel weddings, and family members have been unable to attend funerals. And these are not small things. According to the reported stats this morning, Australia had 7,267 reported cases, 6,720 have recovered, and unfortunately we've had 102 deaths. In the last 24 hours, we've had 2 new cases nationwide. So we have fared better than most countries, but we need to be careful not to get too cocky, I suppose, and we need to be careful not to quantify figures or the effects of COVID on these figures alone. Each of those 102 people we lost represents a life, a soul, a grieving family and community, and a reminder of how devastating COVID can be. So we should acknowledge the work done by the Department of Health, the Chief Medical Officer, Chief Nursing and Midwifery Officer and their deputies and staff. In addition, the work done by the government and state and territory governments, and the constructive role played and the constructive work of the federal opposition. While we cannot doubt the fact that the government's response has saved lives, both at the territory level and state and federal levels, we should also reflect on where the collective response could have been quicker, where it could have been better. Had we moved the Ruby Princess out of the equation, the conversation about recovery and what the new normal would now look like would be more advanced. We should also reflect on the adequacy of the support provided by the government. We know that JobKeeper isn't perfect, and unfortunately the government's announcement for free childcare has equated to no childcare for many. The government's changes have meant that many Australians who need to access that childcare are not able to access it. So let's keep working at it and get these policies right. Many of those providers who need funding are not able to tap into the additional funding allocated, putting the future of their centres in jeopardy. And I held a briefing last week with the Shadow Minister for Early Education, Amanda Richworth, the member for Kingston. I thank her for that. And there were so many childcare operators that are really unhappy. So I again encourage the Minister to get it right. The Northern Territory performed a vital role during COVID-19 for our nation. As we have always done, the Territory has been willing to do whatever is required to keep our nation safe and secure. And in what seems now like an age ago, in early February, when borders and pubs were open and we were looking forward to the footy season starting, the Manningooma village at Howard Springs, just outside of Darwin there, was utilised as quarantining hub for Australian citizens and permanent residents that were evacuated from overseas, many of whom were in Wuhan and mainland China during the worst of the pandemic. It later then held many people who needed to be evacuated from the Diamond Princess. That facility at Howard Springs, the old Impex workers camp, is still being utilised to isolate people who do not live in Darwin or who do not have a home where they can self-isolate, including for those who are homeless or who live with other vulnerable people. The Northern Territory has fared better than most. It would not be a stretch to say that because of the efforts of Territorians and the Northern Territory Government, the Northern Territory may just be the safest place in the world. And as the NT Chief Minister Michael Gunnar says, we are the safest and the freest right now in Australia. There has been no community transmission in the Northern Territory to date. There are no active cases in the Northern Territory. The last 2 active cases we had were soldiers. They got COVID overseas, they returned to Australia, they were treated and they recovered. I thank them for their service. To date, all positive cases in the NT have been connected to international or interstate travel. The Northern Territory Government has released its roadmap to our new normal, which outlines the plan for easing restrictions in the coming weeks and months, provided, of course, that there's no surge in cases. So at this point, I think it is right to make some acknowledgements. I want to congratulate the Chief Minister, Michael Gunnar, his Deputy, Nicole Mannison, the Minister for Health, Natasha Files, and all of the Cabinet Ministers, all of the Ministers, but all the members of that great NT Government United team. Sorry about that. Apologies. Of course, there was also the Department of Health Workers, the Chief Health Officer, and they have also been a great team. I want to acknowledge the work done by our police officers, in particular the NT Police Commander, Jamie Chalker. Our police officers have been at every entry point into the Territory. The officers have been patrolling with members of the ADF. I want to acknowledge some of those ADF members. The Op COVID Assist team, led by Brigadier Ash Collingburn, Commander 1st Brigade, has done a sterling job. That Op COVID Assist team is now led by Colonel John Papalitis from the Regional Force Surveillance Group, and I've had great feedback from the NT Government on how good that assistance from the ADF has been, whether that assistance has been in logistics, communications, planning, and manning the biosecurity checkpoints. So the internal biosecurity checkpoints in Northern Territory have been stood down, the internal ones, but there are still 7 border posts as our border remains closed. There's 4 ADF members of these checkpoints working with NT Police and NT Health officials. So I just want to acknowledge and congratulate them all. This defence assistance to the civil community is essential and is appreciated by the people of the Northern Territory. They've all done a sterling job, but most of all, I want to close by thanking every Territorian. Keep doing the right thing as we've done so far, and we'll continue to reap the rewards. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. The question is that the document be noted. I call the member for Kennedy.
One of my 2 best friends on the planet rang me the other night, and he's lived most of his life nearly 300 kilometres from the nearest town, and he and I owned 500,000 acres together at one stage, and he owned many hundreds of thousands quite separately in some good country. But he said, "Mate, I'm doing the right thing, staying at home, you know, not doing anything wrong." And I think he was quite proud of that, Ron Pearce, when he told me that. And I think you know, the only thing that really has beaten this has been moral suasion. I mean, the governments have said it's the wrong thing to do, so stay at home, please, and people have stayed at home. Now, in Queensland, well, in North Queensland, where I come from, and where the Honourable Member for Dawson comes from, we are 400 kilometres away from any other part of Australia. We're like Tasmania. We're a separate island. And the Honourable Member for Dawson will tell you that Mackay Serena, you know, is 350, 400 kilometres from Rockhampton. Longreach is, you know, 300 or 400 kilometres from Hughenden or Mount Isa. And we have never had coronavirus. The only cases we've had is someone coming up from Brisbane or coming in on a cruise ship that came up to North Queensland. There's not been a case of anyone actually getting the disease in North Queensland. We've been nearly 3 months without the disease. And yet the Honourable Member for Dawson and the Honourable Member for Kennedy have watched their entire tourism industry completely destroyed. And the Premier of Queensland is still sitting there saying, no, you can't have any tourists. Well, you know, it's all right for the Gold Coast, they get tourists from Brisbane. We don't. We get our tourists from outside of North Queensland. And you're not allowed to travel any more than, I don't know, whatever it is at the present moment. But the disastrous consequences for us, yes, we have the coal industry, as Member for Dawson and I are both well aware. Yes, we have the magnificent mining region, Northwest Mineral Province. Yes, we do have those things. We have the sugar industry, and we have a cattle industry, which is not really big by standards of the coal industry or the sugar industry. But we have the tourism industry, which may be our second or third biggest employer, and it's been completely destroyed. And it is being destroyed as we talk. We have not had a case in something like 3 months now. And the only cases we've had, as the Honourable Member for Dawson is nodding there, is someone that's come up from down south. The last case we had, and it bears mentioning, the last case we had was a state government employee who was ordered to go from Brisbane to the Cairns Base Hospital. The greatest fortress of protection in North Queensland, in Northern Australia, is the Cairns Base Hospital. They sent a person completely untested, no testing whatsoever. Our football team's got to be tested, but they can send their employees up, and she lights up the Cairns Base Hospital. So I mean, one set of rules for the rest of us in Queensland and another set of rules for the state government. They apply their own rules. But, Speaker, for this to go on now is most serious because I don't know how many deaths we've had in Queensland, 10, 15, whatever it is. I know of one death. I have had another death reported to me, directly attributable to the lockdown. Directly attributable to lockdown. I know of 2 attempted suicides as a result of the lockdown. Now, if I know that, there's got to be 20 or 30 out there, maybe 50 out there, right? So every day you continue, you are costing lives. Now, it's the other way around now. By the continuation of this lockdown, you are costing lives. Now, I'm quite happy to stand up anywhere and describe in detail because I think I've got permission. I'll just have to confirm that in writing from the family of the person that died as a result of the lockdown. Now, Speaker, I want to switch to my First Australian, my cousin brothers. They are locked up. They're not locked down. They're locked up. Yarrabah is the biggest First Australian community in Australia. Nearly 4,000 people, arguably over 4,000 people. They are surrounded completely by a very high mountain range with dense jungle. The only way out is a road that's been cut over the top of the mountain. Since very few of them have cars and all communication has been stopped, even if they attempted to walk through the jungle over the mountain, which is maybe 2,000 feet high. Now, they could get out by boat, but the state government is patrolling the waters with police boats. So they are locked up. They are locked up. Now, a lot of them are old enough to remember that when the Country Party took government in Queensland, there was the infamous Aboriginal Act, and it was infamous. It was notorious in Australia. And you could not go into a community or out of a community without the permission of the superintendent, which is exactly the same title used by the head of a prison at the time. And he could apply corporal punishment to you at his discretion. He could put you on bread and water for 9 days. But let me just go to probably the most pernicious aspect was you weren't allowed to leave. You were locked up. Now, there's exactly the same situation now at Yarrabah. You are locked up. Now, these communities don't have a shopping centre. You know, I mean, a normal town of 4,000 people would have quite a substantial shopping centre. Little Julia Creek, I think, has got about 30 shops. Yarrabah, sometimes the shop opens up and closes, but the last time I was there, there was, yes, a little coffee shop and there was the supermarket, right? There were 2 shops. So they've got nothing there unless you want some coffee, you know, or a little tiny supermarket, which we'd call a corner store, anywhere else. Now, they do all their shopping in Gordon Bar, which is only 20 minutes away by MACARTHUR, or Cairns, which is about 25, 30 minutes away. So they're locked up. Now, because they've been locked up, there has been rioting at Arakoon. There has been continuous demonstrations at Yarrabah. There has been a death in one of the Western communities. There are 3 boys, according to the newspapers, that have been locked up in jail because they snuck into Doomadgee, their homes, they want to get home, and they'll fine $1,300. You can't pay the fines, they're going to jail. Now, people are being locked up, people are dying, people are rioting, people are demonstrating, and the state government continues to have them locked up. Now, Mr. Acting Speaker, you'll know, many of you, that I will often identify as a first Australian. I'm not going to go into why, how, wherefore, but I will often speak in the first person. And when I heard that we were going to be locked up, we first Australians were going to be locked up, everyone else locked down, but we've been locked up, I have to tell you, my emotional reaction was to say, what are we? Or some sort of monkey species or something, are we? When everyone else can get, you know, let to do something, but we're locked up. We're not even allowed to go down to the shop. We're not even allowed to go to the shop. We're locked up. And I just felt that this was totally racial discrimination. And if you wanted the specifics of it, I went down to the last demonstration at Yarrabah, which is on the national news, and there was a white fella driving a truck in. He's got a contract to supply goods to the supermarket, I think it is. And there was a black bloke standing behind me, and he said, see that white fella in the truck? I have exactly the same contract as he's got, but because I'm black, I'm not allowed to drive my truck in there because I'm black. But the white fella is allowed to drive his truck in there. Now, Mr. Speaker, and I questioned this. I let it go for 6 weeks, right? And then I started to question. And they said, oh, don't you understand diabetes? Don't you understand the dangers of overcrowding? Well, I said, you know, politely, at first, I said, no, you don't understand the dangers of diabetes, because if you did, you would have given us the market gardens, which you, the Labor government, took off every single community when you came into power in 1990. All 28 of the communities had market gardens, so we could overcome the malnutrition that causes diabetes. But you couldn't care less. And look, the Prime Minister's promised me, or his office has promised me, that something will happen on the issue of market gardens. But with all due respects to the government, 15 months ago I was promised the money for market gardens, and there has not even been a discussion with a nutritionist or an agristologist or a farming contractor. Not even that. So don't tell me you're worried about diabetes, Mr. Speaker. And the second issue, of course, overcrowding. Well, the federal government's called off the housing, the housing program.
I thank the member.
So nice piece of hypocrisy here.
I thank the member for his contribution. I call the member for Fenner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Wendy Sackler remembers meeting Mike, the man she would go on to marry, over 50 years ago at a Tanzanian Independence Day function. She was a speech therapist and he was an archivist, a passion that he had continued right through his life. Mike Sackler worked successively at the Tasmanian State Archives and headed up the Butlin Archive on Business and Labour at the Australian National University for many decades. He was somebody who was serious about history, serious about Labor history, serious about the Civil War history. He was a loving father to Rod and Elle and to Lee Hubbard, his adopted son who re-entered his life some 15 years ago. When Lee Hubbard came back into his father's life, he said that he'd wished that he'd re-engaged with his father sooner. He was fascinated by the fact that they both shared a passion for Labor history and for the Civil War, and it made him think about the role that genetics played in one's life. As Lee Hubbard told me, quote, "What Mike didn't know about Civil War battles, generals and politics wasn't worth knowing." When Mike contracted COVID-19, his family thought he'd be okay. He'd had some underlying health conditions. They hoped he'd pull through. Wendy was uplifted when she sent him a text saying, "Amazing company you keep, Prince Charles and now Boris." And Mike replied, quote, "But I'm holding out for the one that trumps all others." But unfortunately, just days later, he'd passed away, one of the Australian victims of COVID-19. We think about the statistics when we think of coronavirus. Johns Hopkins tells us that as of this moment, there have been 7,241,079 cases globally and 411,320 deaths. But it's important that we put faces to those names, and Mike Sackler was one of those faces. One of the earliest victims of COVID-19 was Li Wenliang, a Chinese doctor who died aged just 33, almost a full half-century younger than Mike. Li Wenliang is known in China for being one of those who early on spoke out about the dangers of COVID-19. Amidst the pandemic, there have been so many wonderful stories of people pulling together. Here in the ACT, I've compiled a ACT support services map, which illustrates more than 100 social services available to people during the lockdown. I want to acknowledge all of those who went above and beyond to assist their neighbours, including the Early Morning Centre, the Blue Door Early Morning Centre in Braddon, the Blue Door Drop-In Centre in Campbell, the Griffin Centre's Friday Lunch in the city, the St Vincent de Paul Night Patrol van, Orange Sky that provided laundry services around Canberra, and the many mutual aid organisations, including those in Charnwood, Dunlop, Fraser, Palmerston, Gungahlin, Crace, Bonner, Harrison, and throughout Canberra. The group Turbans for Australia in Gungahlin, the Evatt, Melbourne and McKellar Community Building Group, the Ngunnawal Community Food Pantry, Gungahlin Mosque Volunteers, the Buy Nothing groups in Gungahlin, Crace, Nichols, Ngunnawal, Casey, Moncrieff, Hall, Franklin, Harrison, Florey, Scullin, Page, Belconnen and beyond. The Adventist Development Relief Agency, Anglicare Emergency Relief, Companion House in Cook, which continued its vital work of supporting refugees, the Salvos Assessment Line in Canberra, St John's Care in Reid, Communities at Work in Gungahlin, the Holy Cross Tucker Box in Hackett, the Mustard Seed Uniting Food Pantry in Gungahlin, the Pantry in Watson, Hand Up Food Care in Charnwood, Helping Hand Food Pantry in Spence, the Food Co-op in Belconnen, the key Lions Food Corner, the One Pantry in Woden, Give It, which worked as a donations hub throughout Canberra, ensuring the that people who wanted to make in-kind donations could get them to where they were needed. And the mutual aid groups in Cook, Aranda, Macquarie, Everett, Melba, McKellar, Dixon, Downer, Reed, City, Braddon, Turner, Ainslie, O'Connor, Watson, Hackett, the Inner South, Western Creek, Woden region, Youth with a Mission in Watson, and Everyman in the Canberra City. These are just some of the extraordinary Canberra community organisations that supported their fellow citizens at the time of the pandemic. There are others who did much to lift our spirits. If you're ever feeling down, I can guarantee an uplift from going to Catherine Barrett's Kindness Pandemic Facebook page, in which hundreds of thousands of people have joined and thousands of stories have been reported. There's tales of people who've stepped in to share their scarce supplies of toilet paper, to pay for groceries for neighbours, to assist those who are in trouble on the street, to put up murals and simple stories, to provide coffee to neighbours who are homeschooling, and to be there to mow the lawn and to assist in buying groceries for elderly neighbours. Astrid Jorgensen's pub choir could no longer carry out its in-person events, so moved to a couch choir model, in which Astrid crowdsourced extraordinary videos of thousands of Australians singing together songs like David Bowie's Heroes, and demonstrated the very best of Australia at a time of need. Australia's charities have been there for Australians like never before, but they've suffered challenges at this time. 2/3 of volunteers said they've had to cut back on their volunteering work. There's 78% of charities report a downturn in revenue, largely because of a drop in donations. People were tapped out after the fires, and the squeeze on household budgets has meant that people just aren't able to donate. A report by Social Ventures Australia and the Centre for Social Impact suggests that just a 1/5 fall in revenue for the sector could see as many as a sixth of charities collapse and 250,000 charity workers out of a job. We have a sector which has done so much to support Australia, and yet only 1 in 13 charities are covered by the government's JobKeeper program. Across Australia, we have vital charities that are struggling right now. The FSHD Foundation, which funds medical research into muscular dystrophy, lost a potential $1.2 million in donations after its annual Sydney charity ball was postponed.
I thank the member. It being 6:30 p.m, the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 192B. The debate is adjourned and resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I now ask the question that grievances be noted. I call the member for Bean.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, in this debate I'd like to raise a few matters that relate to my electorate of Bean. Most items are of much pride, but one, unfortunately, of deep disappointment to many in my electorate. The first issue, a grievance if you will, is that of the robo-debt debacle. Deputy Speaker, in September last year, I spoke on a matter of public importance in the House on the robo-debt scheme and the catastrophic stress and anxiety it was causing many of my constituents, as it did around the country. I read correspondence from a member of my local community. To repeat, that correspondence noted: our intellectually disabled daughter is undergoing a review of past income by Centrelink through the robo-debt catastrophe. She's 28 years old and resides with us, her parents. She may owe money to Centrelink, but a letter out of the blue to her chasing debt dating back to 2015 without any prior notice or review of her earnings by Centrelink. Deputy Speaker, there have been many such cases across Bean, and the frustration, the stress and the anxiety were real. But for months, the Morrison government kept denying that its pet scheme was illegal or that it was doing harm. We had the member for Barker during this debate in September calling Labor's prosecution of the robo-debt issue just a robo-scare, saying these harassment letters were all about integrity. saying that calling the Liberal government mean and nasty about this system was trite, and that the robo-debt letters were just a simple request for information. Then, Deputy Speaker, we had the member for Bowman get up and put forward another interesting line of logic. That it was very much okay to robo-target sensitive Australians, like those with disabilities, because they receive payments by electronic means. Well, for months this type of tripe continued. We had the member for Fadden denying the standover scheme was unfair, inaccurate or illegal, despite the settling of cases. And we've had the member for Cook batting away questions of the legality of robo-debt, a scheme cooked up on his watch. It beggars belief that this government was not advised of the illegality at the heart of this heartless scheme. And after all this out-of-touch spin and damage, we had the scheme found to be illegal and government finally agreeing to zeroing the debts. Or another way of putting it, 470,000 Australians will be refunded over $700 million of robo-debt that they had been illegally hounded for. Well, this doesn't help families who are devastated and damaged by this unfair process and in some cases lost loved ones. As others have said, the coalition had to be dragged kicking and screaming to this point. Those coalition members that worked so hard in Parliament to defend the scheme and attack Labor should take the next opportunity to put their hand up and say, "I was wrong and I am sorry," to 500,000 Australians and their families. And those ministers that deliver this debacle should do the right thing and not only apologise to my constituents in Bean that were caught up in this mess, but take responsibility for their gross failures and resign. Deputy Speaker, the coronavirus pandemic has put enormous strain on so many local businesses, local families, local not-for-profits and many of our key government services. But it's also shone a light on some of the great people and businesses in our local community. In that context, I want to give a shout out to both the Canberra Southern Cross Club and to Vinnie's Canberra Goulburn Archdiocese for their work in preparing and supplying meals and support to those workers and families that need it during this tough time. The Canberra Southern Cross Club established a JobSaver program to support their staff on international visas that were ineligible for JobKeeper assistance. The program has meant the club has used their kitchens that have otherwise been quiet to increase their support to Vinnie's night patrol vans through providing over 500 meals per week to assist people doing it tough in Canberra. As Vinnie's noted themselves, during this difficult period, it's great to see an outcome that supports both those people employed at the club as well as the people who turn to Vinnie's for help every day. Well done and thank you to the team at the Canberra Southern Cross Club. My family and I look forward to getting back to one of your venues soon for a meal ourselves. Deputy Speaker, the coronavirus pandemic has reminded us, all of us in our community, just how important every worker is to our community. Whether that be those that staff the checkout and stack the shelves at the supermarket, early childhood educators, waste management workers, farmers, cleaners, to our teachers. They've all been essential to collective efforts to mitigate against the spread of the coronavirus. However, Deputy Speaker, I did want to give a special mention to our frontline health workers, to our nurses, doctors and allied health professionals, and particularly congratulate our local winners in Bean of the Nursing and Midwifery Excellence Awards. These awards recognise and acknowledge the exceptional contribution that nurses and midwives make in the lives of the clients they serve within the broader community and to their professions. The recipients in Bean were Heather Needham for her excellence in leadership, Mercy Lacose for excellence in management, and Nikki Johnston for excellence in quality improvement and research practice. I would also like to congratulate Lucy Kenny from Capital Chemists Cornwall for being named the Pharmacy Intern of the Year and recognise the work of all in community pharmacy across the region. It's great to see these local workers recognised for the extraordinary work that they do, particularly under the added pressures and challenges of COVID-19. On behalf of my constituents, the community and my federal parliamentary colleagues, congratulations and thank you once again. Deputy Speaker, while there are some controversial names in the honours list this year, there are plenty of good stories about the amazing differences made in our communities by members of the Bean electorate. I congratulate the following Bean residents that have been recognised for their contribution to our community across a diverse range of endeavours, each grounded in the common good, from working with veterans, road safety and medicine, to service to the Indian community of the ACT, for service to people with an intellectual disability, and through exceptional service in public, emergency and military service. I wish to congratulate Mr Eric Chalmers, Mr Peter Everly, Dr Paul Smith, Mr Lucky Prasad, Ms Anne Walsh, Ms Deborah Lee Maguire, Mr Christopher Zettelhofer, Air Commodore Andrew Heap, Group Captain Jane Wheaton, Lieutenant Colonel James Bryant, Corporal Tobias O'Neill, Colonel Mark Welburn, Group Captain Paul Carpenter and Chief Petty Officer Noel Christoffel. I congratulate you all on your service and look forward to catching up with you all after this Parliament rises. Deputy Speaker, since this Parliament last fully met, there have been births, anniversaries, special events and days and deaths that have not been able to be marked, celebrated or shared in the normal way. It's been more difficult to tell the stories of those that make our communities what they are. It is particularly devastating in relation to those that we have loved. One such passing has been that of Don Dwyer, a particular friend to this House, this Parliament, Queenslander, adopted Canberran, Irish Australian, true believer, Labor historian, journalist, friend and helper to generations of Laborites across the country. A life member of the Australian Labor Party and of the Media Entertainment Arts Alliance, actively involved in the Woden branch and the Old Curtin branch here in Canberra, who helped out in campaigns and federal offices for decades in both the ACT and Queensland. Don provided me a first opportunity to contribute to some parliamentary speeches almost 2 decades ago, just as he provided opportunities and support to many up-and-comers. He continued to provide helpful research to MPs' offices over the last couple of years. He was a key to the winning teams at the Old National Conference and Labor History Trivia Nights. Don always asked after my mum and dad, Queenslanders all, just as he always showed interest in those around him. He was never short of a good yarn from his amazing long involvement across the Labor movement. We are much poorer for his passing.
I thank the member for Bean for that contribution. The question is that grievances be noted. I call the member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In the time that I have this evening, I would like to make some remarks about the need to grow our manufacturing sector in Australia. I believe that as a nation we have navigated the COVID-19 crisis to date as well as any other country in the world. However, this situation has shone the light on issues that we as a country need to deal with. Although these are the same issues that many Australians understood before the virus hit, the COVID-19 situation has highlighted the importance of addressing these matters as we move forward. One of the issues we need to prioritise is a lack of manufacturing in this country. Growing our manufacturing industries is a key priority of the Morrison government. Just last week, the government launched a new ad campaign to promote Australian-made, reminding Australian consumers of the value of buying homegrown products. This new campaign comes after the government invested $5 million earlier this year to expand the reach of the Australian-made logo. Our Manufacturing Modernisation Fund is now supporting around 200 projects around Australia worth approximately $215 million, with $48.3 million of federal investment. It is expected to create more than 2,600 jobs around Australia. Businesses are being backed to improve technologies and operations, upgrade equipment and upskill workers to boost competitiveness. Our $100 million Advanced Manufacturing Fund is helping industries to fund advanced manufacturing techniques, allowing businesses to build long-term sustainable growth. Manufacturing provides jobs for almost 1 in 10 Australian workers, with more than 900,000 people employed in our manufacturing sector, the 7th largest employing industry in Australia. Because of the value manufacturing provides for our Australian economy and potential for employment, we need to focus on fixing some of the barriers the sector faces. In my own electorate of Longman, I've spoken to the small number of manufacturers we have left, and the main common issues they all face is that they simply cannot compete with overseas companies on a financial level given our higher manufacturing costs. We must address this because Australia has always been able to compete on a quality level. We are well known for producing some of the finest quality goods in the world. The problem we face is a rising cost of living, which means people simply cannot afford to pay the higher prices that Australian-made goods often command. Before COVID-19, Australians were already grappling with the cost of living, and COVID-19 has made this challenge even harder. But if our nation is to survive and indeed thrive for future generations, we must give our Australian businesses a fair go. There has been renewed community support for Australian products, with a fourfold increase in applications and a doubling of new licences for the Australian-made logo. Now is the time to rally together to back our Australian manufacturers and the businesses in their supply chains. This means a renewed focus on addressing systemic issues and major barriers to Australian manufacturing. One major barrier that manufacturers face is the cost of energy. The government has recently taken steps to reduce the cost of energy and boost the development of new technologies. Through the recently released National Technology Investment Roadmap, the government is driving investment in low-emission technologies to strengthen our economy, create new jobs and support businesses. Australia has also secured gas supply out to 2023, and we've seen a drop in wholesale gas prices, which is great news for the manufacturing sector. The government's measures, which include the Australian Domestic Gas Security Mechanism and heads of agreement with LNG exporters, continue to be effective in boosting domestic gas supply and easing market pressures. Australia's gas and broader resources sectors have an increasingly important role to play in providing affordable and secure energy supply for our manufacturing sector. We know that since 2015, electricity generation in Australia from renewable sources has increased 54%, with gas-fired generation growing 6% from 2018 to 19. I have had the pleasure of meeting with several alternative energy companies who will be able to complement the existing power generating infrastructure we have with more inexpensive, environmentally friendly options for commercial and industrial estates. We need to continue to take decisive action to develop technologies and secure affordable energy supply for Australian businesses, particularly when it comes to getting the state governments to play their part. Another issue for businesses is keeping overheads and wage costs down. We want Australians to be employed and earning more, but when I hear about Australian businesses that develop products locally and then go and produce them overseas where labour is cheaper, I think there must be a better way. What is the point of having the best conditions for workers in particular industries if the industry ceases to exist because the business can't afford to pay its workers? We must look at ways of reducing overall wage costs to businesses by greater efficiencies with high-tech automation, with higher skilled workers, as well as potential changes to industrial relations practices that abolish high-cost, draconian stumbling blocks that cost businesses money that were designed for a pre-2000 workplace, rather than a 24/7 post-2000 globally competitive market, and replacing them with aspirational employee share schemes, where employees share in the profits of the business they work for. I would love to see more workers prosper when a business prospers. Another suggestion is to have a different award for regional areas where the cost of housing and land is lower. This would also have the added benefit of decentralising and easing congestion in the major centres and bringing much needed population growth and more economic prosperity to the regional areas. Why couldn't a resurrected Holden factory be located in Maryborough, the Kelvinator factory be located in Orange, or the King G factory pumping out Aussie-made workwear in Mildura? Surely this must be better than the factory being set up in another country and employing no Australian workers. We also know that overseas labour across various industries can also often mean slavery practices, and Australia has world-leading modern slavery laws that seek to stamp out illegal labour practices. We need to be creating jobs for Australians in Australia where we know that not only are we buying a quality product, but also where we know that we are supporting fair and legal work practices. Our manufacturing exports are worth close to $55 billion in 2019, up 9% on 2018. We need to keep this trend going. The value of our manufacturing exports has also grown over the past decade to more than $120 billion in the last financial year. We know that exports are a big part of the equation to grow our manufacturing industries and create new jobs, particularly with small and medium businesses. Government procurement is another barrier we need to overcome. The federal government changed procurement guidelines in 2017 for contracts worth over $4 million to ensure officials examine and understand the wider benefit offered by alternative providers. We can improve access and platforms for local businesses to boost local procurement, especially given more and more Australians are focusing on supporting their local community businesses during these challenging times. Manufacturing consists of many businesses and skilled jobs throughout the supply chain. We need to improve our local, state and national collaboration so that more and more Australian businesses get a chance. We also need to ensure that the bureaucrats are briefed correctly before approving grants. A classic example of bureaucratic lunacy was shared with me by a local manufacturer of mower parts. This manufacturer proudly employs 116 full-time Australian workers. By his own admission, he could move his factory offshore and manufacture goods at a much lower rate and increase his net profits. But he continues out of here patriotism and the enjoyment of employing fellow Australians. So someone decided to go into competition against him and applied for a grant to set up in competition to him, of which they duly received the grant to the tune of $380,000. They then used the funds to set up their factory in China to compete with this proud Australian business, and worse still, set their head office up in Singapore, which coincidentally have lower company tax rates. If they did this on their own dime, I wouldn't mind so much, but surely Australian taxpayers' money being used to fund businesses that compete against Australian businesses, employ overseas workers in overseas country and pay less taxes overseas has got to be straight out mental. Lastly, we must look at the amount of red tape involved in running an efficient manufacturing business. There are simply too many levels of government, all with their hand out for a piece of the pie, cutting into profits and adding redundant layers of compliance and regulation. Manufacturing in Australia has stated that a factory can be proposed, approved, built and operational in the United States in less time it takes to jump through the very first approval hurdle in Australia. This isn't good enough. We must release the restraints on our manufacturing sector to make businesses more competitive. They should be competing on value, not cost, making our Australian businesses more competitive and agile will strengthen our economic sovereignty and ensure greater self-sufficiency. We also need more national pride. Our approach isn't about nationalising the industry, as we are an open trading nation so that Australian manufacturers can access bigger markets. But we do need to shore up domestic capabilities and supply. We do this well in agriculture, resources and wine, but we need to do better in other industries such as the car and fashion industries. I can say as a retailer in electrical appliances for over 20 years, in the 1980s it mattered to many people that the products they bought were made in this country. Sadly, when I exited that industry in the mid-2000s, very few asked or cared if what they bought was made here. As members of the public, I beseech all of us to seek out and, where possible, buy goods that are made and or grown by Australian-made companies in Australia. This single act will help more than all the other strategies combined. I can remember in the 70s being driven around by my dad in an Holden, coming home dressed in stubby shorts, washed in a Mallee's washer and ironed with a Sunbeam iron to mow the lawn with a Victor mower, and then watching AWA TV drinking Caboolture milk and eating Arnott's biscuits while we cooked dinner on a chef stove and a Sunbeam fry pan with food that came from a Kelvinator fridge, all made in this great country. We need to get back to this.
I thank the member for that brilliant contribution. The question is that grievance has been noted. I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you. I acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which I currently stand, the Ngunnawal and the Ngambri people, and I pay respect to their elders past, present and emerging. I would also like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the electorate of Warringah, the Gayimargal, the Gamaragal and the Borogagal as the first people of Warringah, and pay respect to their elders. Sovereignty was never ceded. I accept the invitation extended to all Australians through the Uluru Statement from the heart to walk with us in a movement of Australian people for a better future. The depth of Indigenous history, knowledge and culture adds a richness to this continent that makes it all the more special. I wish to use this opportunity to push for a better way, one where we elevate this to a moral issue, recognise the Indigenous voice in this place and in the Constitution, and establish the MACARTHUR Commission to oversee the process of truth-telling about our history. Just 2 weeks ago, we learnt of the destruction of a key historical site in the name of profit and greed. Rio Tinto detonated explosive in the Jukan cave of the Pilbara on the land of the Putu Kunti Kurramama, the Pini Kura peoples. The caves contained significant Indigenous artefacts proving the existence of the people in the place for 46,000 years. That site proved that people had lived in Australia through the last ice age. I'm ashamed by our lack of respect for the traditional custodians of the land. I'm also ashamed by our lack of pride in the history of this nation. These caves contained artefacts around 40 years older than the pyramids. This is a loss to humanity, not just the traditional custodians of that land. Worse still is that yesterday we learnt that Fortescue Metals have applied to destroy another significant site on the lands of the Eastern Gumarama people in Western Australia. The Queen's Mine expansion has a footprint covering more than 70 heritage sites, including rock shelters, campsites, rock paintings and engravings, including a 60,000-year-old rock shelter among them. Indigenous people have been here for over 60,000 years. They have done wonders with this place through all sorts of climates. For humanity to thrive, we must acknowledge and learn from our history, the evolution and journey of mankind on this planet. The destruction of these caves is not the first piece of history we have lost. Aboriginal land care and agricultural techniques are only just being rediscovered now through hard work. Bruce Pascoe has demonstrated that there was once a grain belt that extended across the whole continent. There were Indigenous crops that were far better suited to the Australian environment. Aboriginal land management was proactive and uniquely adapted to this place. The Royal Commission into Natural Disasters will no doubt highlight the importance of Indigenous use of fire in land management. There's also so much to share, yet not only do we fail to listen, we actively silence them. Internationally, the riots in the US surrounding the death of George Floyd during his arrest have generated a harsh reminder of police brutality, including towards Indigenous people here in Australia. It is the story of systemic failure to walk with one another, personified in police brutality. Many of the recommendations from the 1987 Royal Commission into Aboriginal deaths in custody have not been implemented. Since the conclusion of the Royal Commission in 1991, 432 Aboriginal people have died in custody without any person being convicted. I express my deepest sympathy to the many families who have suffered through this traumatic experience. The system has failed you. The Uluru Statement from the Heart states that Indigenous people are not innately criminal people. Yet today, Indigenous people represent 2% of the total population and 28% of the prison population, 34% of incarcerated women and 48% of juveniles in custody. Since 2004, the number of Indigenous people incarcerated has increased by 88%, while the number of non-Aboriginal people incarcerated has increased by 28%. This is a systemic failure based on discrimination and bias. The 2017 Uluru Statement from the Heart asserts that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander sovereignty has never been ceded and calls for enshrining a First Nations voice to Parliament in the Constitution. Enshrining a First Nations voice to Parliament in the Constitution requires a referendum process. The questions that could be put to the Australian people have been drafted in the submissions of Professor Davis to the 2018 Parliamentary Inquiry into Constitutional Recognition relating to Indigenous and Torres Strait Islander people. The Dobson-Lisa report found that a voice to Parliament and not a voice to government was the only viable reform proposal. The power and success of that voice depends on its public status, and a referendum will provide the public discussion and education necessary to validate the voice within our democratic process. I welcome the Prime Minister's appointment of the Honourable Ken Wyatt MP as the first Aboriginal Minister for Indigenous Australians, but I am concerned that the Minister appears focused on only legislating a voice to government, I suspect due to internal party room dynamics. This issue needs to be elevated above the party room. It is a moral issue for all MPs above party politics. If there isn't enough support in the coalition party room for constitutional recognition and a voice to Parliament, Minister, know there is support from many across the chamber. Call for a conscience vote to enable a referendum. As Teela Reid, a proud Wiradjuri and Wailwan woman and lawyer, states, what our Indigenous people don't want is more bureaucratic red tape, suffocating their communities through a voice to government. This is not what the Uluru Statement from the Heart was designed to do. The community wants a voice to Parliament. Anything less has already been rejected as symbolism. The Uluru Statement ends with an invitation. We invite you to walk with us in a movement of the Australian people for a better future. This sentiment is so selfless and so empowering. To be invited to share in the history and culture that reaches back over 65,000 years. This is a moral choice for all Australians to make. What kind of Australia do we want to be? In the past 9 years, there have been 5 formal taxpayer-funded, government-endorsed processes, a legislated framework, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander People's Recognition Act 2013, and 8 reports. The work has been done. Now is the time to put the moral question of constitutional recognition to the Australian people. The ask is simple. Prime Minister, we have seen you act on a health crisis decisively. It's now time to act on injustice. Empowerment of our First Nations with a voice to Parliament and the Uluru Statement is the way forward. The ask is simple. Minister Wyatt to devise the question and publicly commit to a referendum on the voice to Parliament without delay. 2, the referendum to be put to the Australian people during 2021 without further delay. 3, the Prime Minister urgently convene a National Cabinet meeting on Black Lives Matter, inviting experts from the Indigenous community to agree to a national plan of action to address Indigenous deaths in custody and incarceration rates. As the Eddie Mabo decision showed 28 years ago, change can happen against the odds. We again need urgent reform of our Constitution, and the best time to start is now. So, in answer to the Indigenous people and the Uluru Statement from the heart, I will walk with you, my fellow Australians. Thank you.
I call the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In a conversation with the CEO of Stockland's, Mark Steinert, some years ago, he made the observation that the principal reason for the high cost of major infrastructure projects in Australia was the ad hoc, fragmented rollout because of the absence of any master planning. The result was that major projects would not be followed by similar-sized opportunities. Therefore, the costs of gearing up and gearing down for a major project had to be borne by that single project. Mark went on to explain that if there were a continuum of work, the cost of gearing up combined with increasing capacity would result in enormous reductions of cost for infrastructure. This was one of many significant conversations that influenced my thinking and moved me to look critically at how we have managed the development of our country in this critical area. After meeting with Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull, he then established the Infrastructure, Transport and Cities Standing Committee, which I was asked to chair after stepping down as chair of the Economics Committee. In the years since, we have conducted 2 inquiries which have been very enlightening on the future directions of infrastructure provision, capturing value and delivering infrastructure, and building up and moving out. The importance of inquiries should not be overlooked, and if those elevated to ministries dismiss them as just a way to keep backbenchers busy, they are wasting a valuable resource and failing in their responsibility. Inquiries seek to gain the facts from expert witnesses, verify them into findings, then apply logic and reason to provide recommendations for a course of action which should be the basis for policy development. Long-term vision, not corrupted by short-term political goals. The inquiry, Capturing Value, Delivering Infrastructure, produced a plan to sustainably fund major infrastructure by putting in place a mechanism to capture a fair share of the uplift created by the investment of our taxpayers' funds in infrastructure, to maximise the value of surrounding land when zoning is combined with infrastructure. Why should the speculator take all the profits from their fellow taxpayers' investment? The central question to be answered is what is fair, and importantly, fair to all concerned, the taxpayer, the landholder, the developer. How do we align their interests? The inquiry, Building Up and Moving Out, analysed the effects that not having a plan of settlement has had, especially the evolving problems of overcrowding, overcongestion and overpriced housing in our major cities. The findings were so clear and logical: to relieve our major cities of the burden of absorbing our immigration by implementing a plan of strategic decentralisation, while effecting a plan of densification around transport hubs to facilitate reducing commute times to increase the quality of life in our cities. When these two inquiries are seriously considered in combination, the vision emerges of a country with a plan that rebalances the imbalance of settlement that has occurred when no plan was in place. A long-term plan that will give businesses like Stockland's the opportunity of a continuum of work where their investment in gearing up for major projects can be amortised over decades, enhanced by optimal efficiencies through achieving critical mass. The vision of the great cities of Melbourne, Brisbane and Sydney, breaking the pattern of ever-increasing suburban sprawl, the increasing amounts of debilitating congestion when entering the CBDs, being rejuvenated with satellite cities feeding the CBDs with fast rail commutes, complemented by modern state-of-the-art autonomous mass transit systems linking the various business districts. This vision is a plan that will provide better quality of life through vastly shorter commutes, choice of city or suburban lifestyle without compromising career opportunities, while providing an endless source of affordable housing. Additionally, we will be able to find a way to calibrate immigration to the capacity of our infrastructure, housing and job markets, rather than depending on it as a cheap method of stimulating our economy. Pre-COVID-19, this all made sense. Now it is time for re-evaluation. The facts are the economy needs stimulation through investment in infrastructure. Our revenues are depleted, having been spent on emergency measures. Our debt has now been blown out beyond any previous projections. So we cannot fund infrastructure from tax revenues. We cannot fund infrastructure by going into greater debt, but we need infrastructure projects to stimulate the economy. Currently, I'm chairing an inquiry into financing faster rail, and already there have been articles appearing regarding fortunes being made on the back of taxpayer-funded infrastructure in Western Sydney and around the Aerotropolis. Tim Williams, the former CEO of the Sydney Committee, gave a powerful warning in evidence during capturing value and delivering infrastructure that fortunes made by lucky homeowners and speculators at Castle Hill on the back of the North West Rail link should never be allowed to happen again. And yet last week the government announced the bringing forward of the Metro Rail project from the Western Sydney Airport to St Mary's, an $11.5 billion project with 7 stations. One notorious speculator has already reportedly turned an investment of $2.5 million into $500 million on the back of being close to the new airport, an airport costing billions of dollars of taxpayers' money. The Metro Rail project will deliver wave after wave of gains to speculators at the cost to taxpayers. They have already seen the taxpayer-funded gains from the announcement of the Aerotropolis, further increases by changes to zoning from farmland to high density, and now they are seeing the final extraordinary gains from the combination of taxpayer-funded rail infrastructure and even more beneficial zoning. Nice work if you can get it. The COVID pandemic has demonstrated that when confronted with a common enemy, it appears that even politicians in this place can set aside our petty and often conveniently constructed differences to do what is vital for our survival. Our Prime Minister has said that what we do in the next 5 years will impact the following 30 years. I would like to plead to my tennis-playing mate, the Leader of the Opposition, to work constructively with this government to be a partner in doing what is necessary to put in fair measures to fund vital infrastructure to rebuild our economy. Please let the only game to be played be tennis, which starts at love all and finishes with a handshake or a touch of the elbows these days. If we can achieve this change in culture and the way we work with each other and be seen to be doing our best for the people of Australia, we may regain some of the support from those who we have justly lost.
The The question is that grievances be noted, and I call the member for Bruce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to remark upon the government's ongoing failure to save the international education sector. It's a stunning Australian success story post the global financial crisis, the growth. And it's been decimated by COVID-19, as you'd imagine, due to the necessary border closures. But the impacts are enormous and profound. Enrolments have plummeted. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of students are stuck offshore, and providers are now in crisis. But the worst is yet to come. Dealing with this is now urgent. It's overdue. It's our fourth biggest, most valuable export sector, worth $40 billion on the last figures. And I'll quote the Mitchell Institute that remarked, over the next few years, the sector stands to lose $10 to $19 billion in revenue from the loss of international students. And they said each 6 monthly intake missed due to the closed international border will deliver an economic blow equivalent to when Australia lost its entire car manufacturing industry. Now, there's 247,000 Australian jobs rely on international education. There are indeed more workers than there are in the entire mining and agriculture sectors employed as a result of international education. And as a result of the government's inaction, there's 21,000 jobs in the university sector facing the chop. That's full-time equivalent, by the way. That actually affects about 30,000 people and families, including enormous numbers of research jobs. And even more in the real economy, student accommodation providers, shops, restaurants, and so on. Tourism is important too. Tourism is actually our fifth biggest export sector, but now 60% of people who visit Australia are international students, and even more on top of their visiting friends, family and relatives.
A division has been called in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. Call the member for Bruce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And of course there's the impact on research. Thousands of jobs facing the chop in the next few months if the government doesn't do something to fill the multi-billion-dollar funding gap that's going to be left for universities. And this research, of course, is so critical to our economic recovery. It's not just the jobs, but also the economic impact. International education, of course, is a wonderful thing for our communities, our cities, our regions, where so many hundreds of thousands of young people from all over the world choose to come and spend some of their formative years in our country and our society. It's been said that more than 2.5 million people have been educated in Australian institutions over the last now many decades, including many who go back right across countries in Asia and rise to the very top of those societies, be it in government or business, the military and so on. That soft power value that it creates for our country is so important. Yet despite all of these benefits, the critical importance of this sector, the sector, of course, that funds the capital in universities, that funds the research. Weeks and months now have gone by with no action from the government. Nothing. Nada. Crickets. Nothing. Ministers Tudge and Tehan have been revealed as impotent. They can't get anything up in Cabinet. They've taken multiple subs there, and we understand they get bounced because the Prime Minister and the Treasurer are hostile to this sector. Last Friday, I heard the gossip on the grapevine of the Minister's Global Reputation Task Force that he set up for 12 months in the response to the bushfires, because we had to do something to repair this image around the world that Australia was on fire and you couldn't come and study here. His Global Reputation Task Force that's now giving them advice on COVID. The ministers are so sick of being berated there for not having delivered anything, they're now cancelling the task force. The next meeting is going to be its last. It was going to be here for 12 months, but it's gone. They're embarrassed, frustrated, months, saying, oh, trust us, we'll do something. This failure to act is inexcusable. Billions of dollars have been thrown at sectors, aviation, tourism, agriculture. Far less investment is needed to save international education, far less. The JobKeeper and JobSeeker payments are not available to universities at all. We've debated that elsewhere. And Scott Morrison has to put more effort into actually saving these jobs. And it should have happened months ago. We need better care for students who are currently onshore. Students in Australia are anxious, they're isolated, many are missing face-to-face study, no family support, they've lost casual work and income. There's queues in my electorate. I've actually been doing certificates for businesses that are feeding them for free.
A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are now suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed and the closure of the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. Member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The protest sparked by the events in America has sent reverberations around the world and visibly and viscerally expressed hurt, anger and disappointment about the systemic challenges faced by our Black and First Nations communities. The coronavirus pandemic has been a tipping point for shining a light on the tragedy of race inequality around the world, that Black lives matter. And as Australians, we too need to look at our race relations. The statement from the heart and our desire as a country to grapple with how to implement it highlights that we are currently at an important milestone in our country's history with regards to Indigenous recognition and reconciliation. This is a time for us to rethink, to reassess, to reconsider. What can we do differently as a country to provide hope to those who've suffered from racial injustices? Hope that their concerns will be taken seriously. Hope that they do not need to suffer in silence. Hope that they, their families, their friends and their communities can look forward to a better future. One death in custody is one death too many. We must work to ensure that we do as much as we can to deal with these tragedies before they occur. To do that, it is imperative that we work to find the root causes of why Indigenous Australians are overrepresented in jails, in youth detention centres and in rehabilitation, and what we can do to right the wrongs of a community that is hurting and has been hurting for a long time. In the 1980s, I travelled to the Northern Territory to work on a research project to try to understand why there was so much inequity in our First People. I wanted to understand for myself what was going on, to understand better why Indigenous people continue to suffer. My time in Arnhem Land, analysing the high rates of mortality amongst newborns in our Indigenous population, shocked me. Here I saw outcomes that would not be out of place in countries like Kenya, where I had previously worked. I also saw well-meaning healthcare providers struggling to ensure that our Indigenous Australians were given the best health, public health and education services, that even our littlest Indigenous Australians would be given the best start in life. Wind forward 30 years and we are still dealing with inequity for health and education, and these two things underpin the close the gap difficulties that we have as a nation. I commend the fact that the first Indigenous Minister for Indigenous Australians has now been elevated to the Cabinet. The Minister, Ken Wyatt, he's doing a wonderful job bringing Australians together, consulting widely and seeking to move forward on this important area.
Order.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The time for the grievance debate has expired. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 192B. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the member for Chisholm, sorry.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
The question is that the...
I second the motion.
Member for Cunningham seconds the motion. The question is that the motion moved by the member for Chisholm be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.